Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. I'm joined by my co-host, Kiki. She's a bit shy. She's back there. A few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. Some quick maths for y'all. If you super chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3. Streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. Donations and super chats $10 and up will be displayed in stream overlay. Donations and super chats $50 and up will be read/answered. If you want to interact nearly instantly with us, the panel, and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message. $100 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. If it's interrupting a bit too frequently, we might, just because we have a pretty solid panel today, we might boost it up just to reduce the frequency of interruptions. See the description for all other triggers and full details. We have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. You can also gift memberships. We're also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab, go to twitch.tv/whatever, drop us a follow on the Prime sub if you have one. We got merch, shop.whatever.com, stuff you can wear to not be naked, don't be a criminal, get some merch. Follow us on Instagram at whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. Follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. Check out my nonprofit, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short. It's the pressing issue of our time. If you can't catch the full shows, we have 3 Clips channels, links in the description. Go subscribe. So without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, and occupation. Go ahead.
My name is Lexi. I'm 22 years old, and I'm a full-time sex worker.
Okay. You said 22, right?
I mean 23. My birthday was in September. Okay,
23. Full-time S worker. Yeah. And when you say that, what does that entail?
I do OnlyFans, I dance at strip clubs, and I'm also a legal
courtesan.
There you go. You've been working on it?
I remembered.
You did your research.
Yeah, I committed it to memory.
All right, awesome. Yeah, so I'm a legal courtesan, which is a legal escort in Nevada, Carson City, Nevada, at the Bunny Ranch.
The Bunny Ranch. And wasn't there one of them burned down, right? One of the ranches. I don't know if it was the Bunny Ranch or a different one.
Kit Kat.
Mm-hmm.
The Kit Kat.
Just like a couple.
Did they get sued by who owns Kit Kat?
I think it's Madame Suzette. Mm-hmm. Madame Suzette, but it burned down. It was
no. I mean the confectionery. The
Hershey?
Oh,
I think it's Hershey. I think Hershey.
Candy
I
company.
feel that's like a trademark. That could be a trademark thing.
Oh man, I didn't even think about that.
You think the Hershey people burnt down the...
I think that's what happened.
They got mad.
Yeah. Okay. What about you?
Hi, my name's Erin.
Welcome back.
Thank you, Brian. Also known as Straighterade Online. I'm 24, and my current job is just gig stuff, and I'm going to move to Miami soon, and then once I do that, I'm hopefully going to start streaming full-time.
Okay. Where did the moniker Straighterade, what's the origin story there?
When I was in 7th grade, everyone thinks I did it, like, it's a play on Gatorade.
Well, yeah.
Yes.
I get that part, but...
Explaining that part. But because I've been straight edge since I was 16, so it's supposed to be in reference to that, not just a play on that, but yeah.
Are you still straight edge?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What does it mean to be straight edge?
To be straight edge
like
is
you don't drink, you don't party,
no drinking, no
drugs.
smoking. I don't drink caffeine either. I'm also vegan, so.
Vegan?
Since I was 16 also.
Okay, that's the whole package. All right, what about you?
I'm Lauren Rosas. I'm a musician. I'm 31, and I work at the Bunny Ranch Brothel in Nevada, and I also work for a PR company too.
Okay. How long have you been working as a escort, courtesan?
I would say Bunny Ranch since 2018.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. All right. And you also, this is your second time on the show. Mm-hmm. You're also a shaman.
I'm not a shaman.
You said you took a shaman class.
I did. So I did a sexual shaman retreat.
You're a sex shaman.
I wish, but
you wish. You're not there yet. You're an apprentice sex shaman?
I'm trying.
Junior sex shaman? What?
I'm into sacred sexuality, and I'm very into Tantra.
Okay.
I'm going to Florida in February, and there's a Tantra practitioner I'm going to be working with for another retreat, and I'm super excited.
Have you played World of Warcraft at all?
I never played it, but I've heard of it.
Because like Shaman, like it's a class, you know? So like, did you play Horde or Alliance?
Oh, Horde?
Or are we talking vanilla? So it was just Horde. So like Orc, Troll, or Tauren?
Whenever I think of Horde, I think of Split, and he was a Horde.
Like what was your build? Like were you Resto, Enhancement, Elemental? Like what was your spec?
Oh man, I didn't.
For raiding. Like typically raiding in Classic, like you're only going to be playing Resto, but like some guilds that are a bit more relaxed, they might allow like a Elemental or Enhancement. Shaman,
Elemental or Shaman sounds really cool.
Okay, got it. All right, what about you?
My name's Angie, I'm 19, and I work at the movies, and I have a clothing brand.
Got it.
Yeah.
Tell us what your clothing brand
So it's Infinity Apparel, it's this. I have like stacked sweatpants with like rhinestone, as you could see.
Okay.
Yeah, I just started like 6 months ago.
Are you also a student too, or
No.
just working right now? Okay.
I actually moved here to be a student, and then I dropped out.
Why did you were going to Santa Barbara City College?
I was going to City College, and it was just too much to like make enough to like live and go to school, you know? So it was just too much to go to school and make a living. So I just choose to like work full time.
Okay, got it. What about you?
My name is Tracy, but I go by Lexi. I work at UPS, and I'm a full-time poker player.
Age?
23.
23. Okay, welcome. What about you?
Hi, my name's Fallon. I'm 18, and I'm a second year at UCSB.
What are you studying at UCSB?
Sociology.
Sociology. Okay, all right.
All right. My name is Mary Morgan. I am a commentator at Timcast Media. I'm on a show called Pop Culture Crisis, and I'm 23 years old.
My name is Abigail. I'm 20 years old, and I'm a nanny and also a boys gymnastics coach.
All right, welcome.
Thank you.
I'm Dave Rubin. I'm 47 years old, which feels really old suddenly at this table. And I host the Rubin Report, and I've written a couple books, and I live in the free state of Florida. And I've returned to California.
Did you previously lived in California?
I lived in LA for 8 years. Got the hell out of here during COVID.
I've been very tempted to get out of California. Maybe Florida, maybe Las Vegas. No income tax, you know. So.
You should only move to Florida if you want to live a happy life and save a lot of money and live freely.
What precipitated you to move?
Oh, it was COVID, taxes, just the crime, the drugs, the homeless, just the whole thing. I got audited by the state 3 days after the recall, which I campaigned for. That'll do it. That'll do it.
Okay. Well,
Beaten Cheeks donated $99. One of my favorite conservative voices, Dave Rubin, please educate these girls on how bad the degeneracy is in the world to these libs. Don't hold back your punches like on other platforms. Also, how are these brokies like Erin moving to Miami? Destinies?
Would you like to comment on that, Erin?
No, I wish Destiny or somebody else was financing my move, but no, I'm doing that myself.
He's not like helping you out? Like
no.
Sugar daddying?
No.
Okay.
He should cut me a check. I've been on his stream enough. Like one of his most viewed videos is like us debating at UT.
Oh, the Change My Mind
segment?
segment?
The Change My Mind segment.
Okay, got it. What was the topic on that? It was...
wokeness has gone too far.
Oh, okay, interesting.
So.
And then also, we have Josie Ann here. You may recognize her from previous appearances. She's also in the chat a lot. She's going to be joining the panel a little bit later on, probably in about 2 hours. We're doing a little switch out because we have Dave will be here for about 2 hours, so we have him for 2 hours, then Josie will come on in. So, all right, we're going to go around the table once more. So please tell us your relationship status. So are you single? Are you in a relationship? Are you polyamorous, situationship, talking stage, polycule, sex cult, harem? If you're single, how long have you been single? And what's your current relationship, or excuse me, your longest relationship? Go ahead.
I'm currently single. I do not wish to be in a relationship anytime soon. My longest relationship has been 4 years in the past.
Okay.
And I've been single for about 2.5 years.
All right. You said you do not wish to be in a relationship, is that?
Correct.
Why is that?
Because I'm focusing on my career right now, so I don't see a future in me being in a relationship with anybody right now.
Focusing on your career.
Yes.
Okay. So you're focusing on your work.
Yes.
How long do you want to be involved, do you think, in the industry?
So I'm 23 right now. I have a plan to make my money and save my money and then invest. And I'm going to be starting to go to school soon.
Okay.
So,
sure.
Yeah, right now I'm like happy with what I'm doing with my life. So I don't know when I will be wanting to ever get into a relationship right now. You know what I mean? So.
What about you?
I am in a relationship of 3 months now.
Whoa.
Practically. I know. Huge change.
Wow. Okay. Because last time you were on, you were single, if I recall.
Yep.
3
Never been in a
months.
relationship. Never been on a date. Now I've done both. So.
I am surprised.
Why?
But congratulations.
I'm such a catch. Wow, Brian.
Damn.
How did
Tell
you
us
guys
about
meet?
the guy.
How did you guys meet? From the show? Like he DM'd you? He's like, oh my God, I see you on whatever. I love you.
No, he's not red-pilled, so
Well, I
he
mean,
didn't watch whatever.
He
but-
could have been hate watching.
No, he wouldn't waste his time like that. So,
okay.
but we did meet because
All right.
through
No
streaming.
offense.
He wouldn't waste his time hate watching. That's what I mean.
Do you think he's watching right now?
I know he's watching right now. I was messaging him right before.
Oh, so he would waste his time hate watching.
But he's not hate watching. He's watching for me.
Like, yeah, but
If I weren't on the show, he would not watch.
okay, go on. So how did you guys meet?
We met through me just streaming. He's actually in Destiny's community. Hit me up.
Is he also a streamer?
Yeah.
Would I know his name? Is he
Small. No.
YouTube
No.
guy?
Small.
Twitch?
Twitch. His name
Kick.
is Twitch Kick. He's
Chatterbait?
No, not
Okay.
yet. No
In the
OnlyFans yet
works.
either.
In the
Yes,
works.
that's
Okay.
next. His name is his @ is Like in Cooks, and he does like gaming, and he's gonna start doing like cooking content. So.
It's Captain?
Lycan
Cooks. Okay. All right. Congrats.
Thank you. We're really happy.
Congratulations. What about you?
So I guess my longest situationship, I will say, was 5 years, and that was pretty interesting. I was only like 18 at the time, but then I think my longest relationship, like 2-ish, almost 3. I'm single now, and if I was in a relationship, I would need it open on the guy's end, because now I kind of have a new situation, and I feel comfortable if they have someone else there, if things get too crazy with me. Yeah.
Well, what's your current relationship status?
Single.
Single. Okay. And then how long have you been single?
I'll probably say, like, since I started back at the ranch. That was 2000. I don't know if it was 2021 or 20, right after COVID. So I said 2021. 2021. Right after
So
COVID.
like 2 or 3 years
Yeah.
single?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. All right. What about you?
I'm in my first relationship, and we live together, and we've been together for like 3 months.
Okay.
Yeah.
Months. You guys live together
Yeah.
already?
We moved in like a week after we met, because he didn't have a place to stay.
Oh, he moved in with
So-
you.
And I just like,
And
yeah.
me.
Oh, you guys live
And
together.
it's like college life, you know? So we met, and then he kind of just stayed with me, and I was like, don't leave. And then he just, now we all live together.
Wait, are you guys housemates or roommates?
Housemates.
So did you have a roommate?
Yeah, I moved like 3 different places, and he like just went with me to each one. But now
okay.
he helps pay, so.
Okay, so
It's helpful.
it's you, your boyfriend, you,
And my boyfriend.
and your boyfriend.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay, what about you?
I am newly single, so I just got out
Newly
of.
single.
Yeah, I just got out of my relationship of like 1 year and a half.
Who broke up with who? May I ask?
It was mutual. I mean, like, because the communication and us not talking was a very tough time for us, and he's a lot older, so we just decided to part ways.
How much older is he?
He's 32. Yeah,
32. Got it. Okay, and you're 23.
Yeah.
Got it. And so it was a mutual breakup.
Mm-hmm.
You guys were together for how long again?
A year and a half.
A year and a half. Okay.
By the way, we did meet at a club, so I would just suggest, slow things down for significant others. So.
Wait, what's the thing
What?
about the club?
You know how she said like, they
Oh,
just met?
sorry, hold on just a
Beaten
second.
Cheeks donated $99. Erin, since you seem to like a feminized boy, you and Dave have something in common, liking the same sex except Dave is alpha type, unlike the boy you have. How cute. It is women like the first 3 why Dave quit on women in the world. Alpha feminist.
Dave, did you
Wow.
ever date women?
I did.
Oh,
I did a long time
interesting.
ago.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Why did you quit women?
I retired.
You retired?
Yeah. I got out of the grind. You know, who needs it? You
Sure.
know? Yeah.
Do you have a response, Erin, to Beaten Cheeks?
No.
But
Money well spent telling me that my boyfriend's feminized.
is he feminized? Would you consider your boyfriend feminized? I don't know who he is, so.
No, he's a veteran. So.
He's a vet. You at Marine Corps?
Yeah, he's in the Marines.
Okay, cool.
So. I mean, there
so-
are feminine dudes in the Marine Corps, but he wasn't one of them.
Okay. Wait, does Beaten Cheeks know your boyfriend? Because
No.
Beaten Cheeks Beaten Cheeks was in the Air Force.
Who is this? Is this someone
Beaten Cheeks. You do not know who Beaten Cheeks is?
No.
Wow. Okay.
You
What-
gonna inform me? Who is it? Or is it like a shitpost?
He's
I don't even know what this
he's very notable person on the internet. He's kind of famous.
Beaten cheeks.
He
is. Rubin cheeks.
He can't be that famous.
Right.
Porn
I'm
stars
like,
know.
Gotcha. I think we left off with you.
Oh, yeah.
The thing about the club.
She said that, you know, you just met your significant other, and you guys just moved in right away. That's very fast. I did that with also my significant other. We had met at the club, and then like a week later we were with each other every single day, and then I moved in with him fairly quick. So that's probably like one
How
thing.
quickly did you move in with your now ex-boyfriend?
Well, we met at the club, and then he just started staying at my house like every single day.
Me too.
Yeah, right. And then sometimes it'd be like that.
So
though. It'd be
did
like that.
you
though.
find that a little bit off-putting?
I mean, Alaska's really small, so everybody
Oh,
knows
you're from
everybody.
Alaska.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm from Alaska, Anchorage, and shout out to my hometown, you know. But everybody knows everybody, and so we kind of just met outside the club. You know, took him home that night, and then we were with each other every single day for like a year and a half, and I moved
Wow.
in with him like a month later.
That gives me the
Yeah.
ick.
Why you say that?
Why is that?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I just feel like that's too soon.
Yeah, no, that's
No,
what I'm
yeah, that's
saying.
what I'm
Like,
saying.
yeah,
That situation, guys wanting to like move in right away, and you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Well, I
Was he homeless? Do you like?
Like,
homeless
that's
no,
what I
he
mean.
has
Like,
no,
maybe
no, no.
that's why.
He has his own house. Like he has a 3-story house.
Oh, sorry. Hold on
Grid
just a
1
second.
Motorsports
Yo, Grid 1,
donated
thank you, man.
$99. At least Dave went out on top.
Someone paid $100 for that?
Welcome to the Whatever podcast. They just Grid 1.
What's my cut on that? Yeah.
Grid 1, thank you, man. So, did he just get out of prison?
No. We just met at a club, and then that
You
same.
see, he has a 3-story house, but he moved in with you?
No, I moved
I'm
in with
confused.
him. I moved in with him.
Oh, you moved in with him
Yeah.
for some reason.
So I got
Did
rid of
any
my
other-
lease, and then
Did
I moved
anybody
in
else
with
here
him.
he moved in with
Sorry,
you?
no, I'm.
That's what I thought.
Yeah,
that's what I thought.
I think because you
too.
mentioned you said he came and then he never left your place.
Yeah,
Right.
like so the night like that we met, he was at my house like the whole week. So I
Okay.
kind of did think that he was like had nowhere to go, you know. And then next thing later, like I pulled up to his house, and I'm like, holy cow, like
I'm a
he's
little
got
out-
his shit together, you know.
I'm a little out of the game. Are most people just dating because they're looking for housing now? Is that
no.
basically what's going
I
on?
mean,
At the very
place,
least,
so
seems like-
I
yeah,
already
yeah.
had my own
Not a
place
bad
prior,
idea.
Yeah.
you know. So it was just like I didn't just see his house and was like, oh, I want to move in. It was like I already had my own place, and he asked me, hey, do you want to move in? And so that's what I did.
Period.
So we started our relationship off like that.
Was that the case for you? You moved in early on for financial reasons?
No.
I've definitely seen these memes online of people like trying to get linked up in a relationship to save money on rent. Have you seen those?
I've seen that.
I hope he's not watching.
No, I did
That's
not
him.
pay no bills
But
too. So
that doesn't give me the ick, as like, you know what I mean, because you had your own place, then he asked you to move in with him. That's like cool,
yeah.
Well,
you know.
Also, let's just
But the other way around, it's
Yeah, that'd
kind
be
of weird.
No,
You know what
no,
I mean?
Yeah, that'd be really weird.
let's define what the ick is. What is the ick? What is ick? How do you define the ick? Is there a difference between ick and the ick? What is the? I don't know.
The ick is when
Is
when
that
you
an
feel
adjective?
gross about something,
Or wait,
and then
I
there's
don't-
just no going back. Your opinion on that person or whatever it is can't be changed because you were just so grossed out or weirded out by it.
Yeah.
I know
Like,
if you don't clean
yeah.
your aquarium water enough, you get ick.
You get,
ick in the
but you
aquarium,
get
for
the
real.
ick, or do you get ick?
The fish get the ick.
They get the
You
ick.
gotta clean the
Dave,
ick.
I'm not
see.
sure you're clear
like-
on.
like if
Am I
you-
talking about something else? All right.
Yeah.
And I think what makes it the ick also is it's just a switch randomly. Like you
Right.
feel fine and then and then there's no going back.
Have you felt the ick before?
I think every girl has.
I think so too.
I think it's when your brain switches from thinking like this is a potential mate to no,
I
this
feel
is
like
not.
it might be the equivalent. Cause I don't know because I'm not a dude, but it could be the equivalent to post nut clarity, maybe.
Oh, goodness.
I'm
But
not sure
there is
about
going
that.
back because you could get horny again. So never mind, maybe. But it's just kind of like ew.
Yeah.
There's postcoital rage where a man gets angry after an orgasm, like and
That's awesome.
Wait,
yeah,
Yeah?
they get and I have to ask
using
you
it.
You know
that
that
man
from
to make sure.
experience?
Yeah.
I've had that experience. Yeah.
Have you, Dave? Have
They-
you?
no.
Have you? I've
just
never.
shut it down. That's
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
But there's this.
Wow.
Dave
Yeah.
Chappelle has a joke. I think it's related to Louis C.K. But a man who has just ejaculated is the least threatening motherfucker there is.
That's what I thought.
Fair enough.
Unless
you don't
you
have
have
as much
trauma.
testosterone.
Yeah.
There's trauma.
yeah.
Unless you have
Trauma?
trauma, like sexual trauma.
And I-
yeah.
You climax
Right.
and then you
So
just
this happens
start
a lot at the Bunny Ranch.
a rash.
This
Not
is
a lot.
Is this
This
common?
happens in the regular war.
Is this
in
a
the regular-
Is
workplace
this how that
hazard?
place burned down?
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
could-
Hold on,
I
just a
could-
sec.
Donated
One sec.
$99.
Yeah, thank you,
Did
Cheeks.
the guy that moved in with that female not only have bad financial problems, but was he also in 300 credit score with the IRS coming after him? No way in my desperate broke days would I move in with such a creature.
You don't even have a credit card.
So how long have you guys been together?
3 months.
3 months. He's just now starting to pay a little bit of rent.
Yeah.
Or?
You should pay all the bills.
A month in.
But I pay
he
for
moved-
food. I pay for I drive him.
Do you like that arrangement?
We're gonna get better, hopefully.
It's working. It's look. It's
Oh,
working.
when?
I just had a conversation with him yesterday about it, but we're gonna just see what happens.
But I mean, you really like him,
Yeah.
right? You like him, and you feel as though it's worth it because you really like the guy.
I want to bring
A
out the
week is a
man.
bit early,
Yeah.
though.
Yeah.
I do feel like moving in after just a week.
It was we were both in a situation where we kind of needed to move
Okay.
in. Same with her. We were all in a situation we needed to just move. So it kind of
Okay.
worked
Like the
out. that
perfect
way. Yeah, it's like
Yeah,
college. life.
literally,
Yeah.
yeah.
Wait, but you said you moved 4 or 5 times in the past.
3 times.
3 times in the past 3 months.
Yeah.
What's going on?
It just didn't work out with the roommates, and then yeah.
Like you didn't like them, or
Yeah.
Well, the first
they
one,
Roommates
smelled
from hell?
funny?
first ones we were too loud, and then they said we were gonna get evicted if we didn't move out. So we moved, and then the next ones they were too messy, and we just didn't really get along that well. And I had my boyfriend at my house all the time, and they didn't really like that.
Yeah.
And then this is the third house.
Okay. Good times.
What's
good
the
times.
appropriate time that people usually wait before they move in with someone, though?
Marriage.
I
Yeah,
would say I
agree,
think most people
marriage.
probably do it in the first 6 months. No.
When
No.
you
There's
know it's
I
till
don't-
death
well-
do you part, because now you don't have to deal with moving out, and you're just putting yourself in a vulnerable situation with someone that you're not sure if you're spending your life with. That just doesn't seem
There's
like a smart
I
idea.
If you
Yeah.
buy a
Practice.
place together, I think it would be
Yeah.
vulnerable. But if you're just renting and
Well,
you
I
move in
think
together,
that
you're
there's
probably fine.
just
Yeah.
this level of familiarity that I don't want to have with my boyfriend before we're married.
Yeah.
I want there to be at least some mystery there.
If you're,
Oh, hell no.
Where I want him to see me at my best, you know?
if
At
you
some
look
stage.
at statistics
And that's why you wouldn't move
too,
in, until you're married.
It's one of the reasons, yeah.
If you
I
look
feel
at
like if you want to know if your relationship's going to be resilient, I feel like you probably should move in together so you can really see if you guys are compatible, cohabitating in the same space.
I believe that you can get to know someone well enough without moving in together.
I agree.
And in fact, there are extra pressures that are introduced once you move in together that are not helpful to discerning a lifelong commitment with someone.
That's what I was going to say about
Can I
that.
add something? Okay. If you look at statistics too, your relationship or your marriage is likely going to last longer if you wait it out and you don't move in
That's
together.
actually
So
true.
if you care about this guy, or if you're a guy and you care about the girl and you want the relationship to last, it's not a bad idea to look at the statistics and follow them.
I've seen those stats, but I know that there's going to be selection bias because the people who are more likely to abstain from living together before they get married are also usually religious. And most religious people are also going to be resistant to like separating or getting divorced. So that kind of skews that statistic. I think most people, you know,
That's a good
society is
argument.
becoming like
I didn't think
increasingly
about that.
like secular and
But
atheist.
do you think that like defines the statistic is just religious people?
No, it's just a bias
So-
to keep in mind.
Yeah, but I don't think it makes a big enough difference.
Grid 1
Hold on just a
Motorsports
sec.
donated $100.
Thank you, man. Appreciate
For
it.
men, moving in with a woman too early is a risk. A year lease with a soul sucker 2000 as a roommate can destroy your life. Not something to do right out of the gate. Honestly, if her toothbrush appears in the first month, bail.
Thank you, Grid 1 Motorsports. Much appreciated.
I think also if you need to end a relationship, you're less likely to when you have this financial pressure of moving out. So if there is a good reason to end a relationship, you're going to feel like, oh, but then I'll have to pay my own rent. I can't split rent anymore. All these different things. So that can keep you in an
agree,
unhealthy situation.
You also
Those financial pressures are going to exist even in marriage, though. Like people who would probably be better off separating and not being married any longer are probably more likely to remain in a relationship that's not satisfying for them, just for financial reasons, which is to me not the best
Well,
or like
I mean,
good
I don't
reason to
believe
stay in
that a
true
marital
marriage.
relationship exists to satisfy each individual and make you feel
it's not about you,
individually
is what she's
fulfilled.
saying.
It's about the other person.
My doctor
That's what I
told me
think.
I shouldn't ever live alone, like with my conditions. So they said you should never live alone, and I'm just like, oh, okay.
Also, when you move in with them early, it's hard to know if you're like moving in with the person or with how the person's making you feel. And the way that person is making you feel is likely going to change. So it's just a better idea to wait it out, get to know the person, and really know who you're moving in with.
When you say it's going to change, do you mean like in a negative direction or positive?
It's possible. It's possible that the way that you feel about the person is going to change in a negative direction, and now you're not going to feel very good in your own home, and you're going to want to get out. It happens.
The opposite could happen too. I think
It could, but that's why you wait it out and figure out to see.
But I don't think that reason alone would be a reason to not move in together or like before marriage, or I guess just quickly, because you could always discover something about your partner that you're like either gives you the ick or makes you not like them anymore.
It's one of
can
many
change.
reasons why you shouldn't move in with them early.
Ever. Like
I
until
mean,
you get married?
There's circumstances where I guess, but it's if you look at the statistics, you shouldn't move in, and the exception doesn't really make the rule.
I mean, personally,
just not a good idea.
What I practice and what I believe is abstinence until marriage. So for anyone who has that value and aspires toward that, living together is not a good idea.
Probably
just
not,
pragmatically, it's a bad idea. So that's another reason why I don't live with my boyfriend.
7 Deadly Simps donated $100.
Yeah, thank you, man.
Hey, Erin. Here's hoping you don't get kicked off again. Speaking of which, are you still a virgin? Have you done the deed yet? Shagged, boned, banged, screwed, nailed, scored, smashed, boarded the beef bus. 777 decillion.
Oh my God.
777.
All right, thank you, Sid. Do you want to?
777 octillion 700.
Do you want to answer the question there?
If I was still a virgin? I never said I was
told anyone.
I didn't say I was a virgin.
Well, quintillion, 777 quadrillion,
That's kind of what
777
people were kind of assuming.
777 billion,
All right, let's just wait this out.
777,777,777.
Do you want to answer the?
Yeah. You think people assumed from your community that I was a virgin? I saw way more speculation that like, she's probably got a train ran through her. That's why she doesn't want to fucking answer.
Which college did you go to?
I went to UTRGV.
Do they have like a D1 basketball team? Or?
No.
Oh, okay, football team or?
No.
Is that D3 or?
Oh, I don't no clue. Like, it's part of the UT Austin network or whatever. I know people care about like the Longhorns or whatever, but UTRGV is just like a border university. It's part of that system though.
Okay.
Not known for sports, no. No Greek. I don't think we have Greek life either. So.
Yeah, just bringing it back to the whole cohabitation thing, and to Grid 1 Motorsports, his TTS. I do think it's certainly a risk to move in way too early because you don't know the person well enough yet, and you've basically, I'm almost looking at it from a legal liability point of view, where you basically have established a tendency, and if you don't like this person, you may have to go through the process of actually evicting this person who.
We're not on the lease.
Restraining order. All
Even-
that.
No,
we're not on the
squatters'
lease.
rights. If they stay there like 30 days,
That's not as
Well,
I just wanted to.
You guys aren't on the lease
No.
where?
At our house.
Yeah, but you guys are legally, whether you have a written lease or not,
they're a tenant.
you're
Yeah.
a
No,
tenant.
Yes,
I mean,
if they've had a piece of
not-
mail delivered to your residence in their name, or they've been there for like 30 days, I think that establishes tenancy. And if
Yeah.
you wanted them to leave, you would have to go to like a court to have them evicted formally.
No,
No,
they're on the
any-
lease, but
Anything. It's because we're not allowed.
we're not technically.
We're not allowed.
Well, it doesn't
Because
matter. You're
it-
technically, in the eyes of the law, you're technically
Yeah.
tenants.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, if you like move in your girlfriend or you move in with her, from the male perspective, if you have some girl who you just met moved into your house and you haven't properly vetted her, and it doesn't work out romantically, she technically could stay there and you would have to evict her, and that could take months to get her out. Meanwhile, you don't know what the situation could be. So
What if it's like, because what you're talking about I think is really volatile, where if it's like you
Sure.
just happen into it because they didn't leave, like, oh, they just stayed and then after 30 days or whatever, then that's the situation. But what if like a couple after like 2 months is like, we want to move out of our own places and move in together, sign a lease and do it properly? Would you say that's as volatile?
2 months is certainly a longer screening process than 1 week. I still think I would wait much longer than that, though. So
Like how much
6 months minimum.
minimum?
Honestly, I don't even recommend it, though.
I think
I
also
like-
in the interest of girls, I don't think that they should be performing wifely duties for their boyfriends.
Disavow.
Yeah.
Like
Disavow.
you're not going to be
I
doing
agree
your
with that.
boy's
Disavow.
laundry.
Period.
Like no.
On the
that is-
first, Mary,
My
on the
boyfriend
first
does
date,
everything
Mary,
for
on
me.
the first date, you bring a girl over, you have her fold your laundry.
Have you done this, Brian?
I have done it.
To see how
And,
they
and what
fold.
do they think?
Laundry,
What
sandwich,
do the
we have to
girls
get the
think of
basics
it?
out of the way.
I'm like, if a girl just gets right into it, boom, 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 starts folding, she does it all expertly and shit.
And she bows. That's
I like
essential.
about.
She
Oh,
bows
Nick,
to
can you find that video? If she bows, I'm gonna marry her.
We're doing this all
Puts a little
over
pillow
again.
mint on there.
Exactly.
But moving in together doesn't mean that you have to start doing the wifely duties. You could totally
No,
divide
it
up
doesn't.
like the
I just
domestic
think
tasks.
a lot of girls unintentionally fall into that situation where they start acting like a wife to convince the guy to propose to them, and that is not the way to do it.
Well, is the
Like,
guy
pick
providing?
me.
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
pick me, choose me, because I
But
can
if-
fold your
if-
laundry. I'm gonna fold your laundry on the
But
first
it's like,
date.
if
That's
he
like,
gets all
that's
of that
not
you know what I
without
mean? Like I'm gonna
marrying
come
you,
over and
why
fold
would
your laundry
he?
on the first date. That's like
If he gets a maid and
Pick me.
a sex worker, essentially, like, why would he marry you in the first place? Like, why?
I
would,
mean, if
what
he's
is his incentive?
like it's so crazy.
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $100. Chick moves in, gets the ick, gets drunk and pissed. Next thing you know, she has the copus there and dude catches a case. Playing with fire gets you burned.
Yep.
Just rescued a friend from this. One in the chat if you know this song.
Yeah, I mean, there's also like that potential risk there when you're cohabitating. Like, there's, also a lot of, like if there's, even if it's like intra partner violence and it's like mutual or something. Not that I'm advocating that somebody do that, but there's like the Duluth model. So even if she's the aggressor, you're going to get arrested as the guy in a domestic situation. So there's definitely some, in addition to like tenancy issues, there's other legal liabilities with cohabitating. There's biases against men when it comes to like the Duluth model that will just assume even if pretty much the bigger person's going to get arrested, even if the smaller person was the aggressor.
So you don't think they should endure?
That
First
turned
off-
into such a stupid clip that got so blown out of proportion. Like, at least we
Which,
can
by
agree
the way,
on that,
I didn't say anything during that entire segment. I
Hey,
was
neither
sitting
did
there.
I. And I also said that divorce
But no,
is
yeah.
definitely permissible in the cases of abuse and
But no,
domestic
you should not
violence.
endure.
And I was accused
Disavow.
by Destiny of saying the opposite. And he said,
Okay.
you 1000% hate abuse victims. And I mean, you couldn't
I think
look at a more obvious straw man than that. That was insane.
I guess because like MLD is more aligned with you guys ideologically.
Not
Is
me.
he?
And like
What-
not me.
what-
not you, but you.
No.
What am I? You don't know what what do you think I am?
Am I making
I
assumptions?
don't think
Are
I
you
agree with
offended?
MLD about almost anything.
I disagree. I mean, first, I certainly disavow the statement he made, but Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say, like, I don't think it's unreasonable for the audience to assume that you guys are just more ideologically similar, you know, and that
Well, it's just
like
we're
from that
sitting on one
conversation
side
that
of the
they will
table.
take your silence or like a lack of pushback on someone saying something as egregious as that as like a tacit endorsement, whether or not it's right or wrong. I'm saying I think that's what happens. Like the assumption is made.
Yeah, that's what happens. But I mean, and I had a conversation with Destiny about this, and he kind of echoed basically exactly what you said. I mean, I don't think unless a person, unless you hear explicitly says something that, even if they're just sitting next to somebody or they agree with them on certain other things, that necessarily means that they agree with them on everything.
I guess because it's such an outrageous claim, that like statement for MLD to say,
Yeah.
for it to just be like, for you as the host to like let it stand and not be like, to be clear guys, I disavow, or like that's his perspective, not mine. Like, let's say hypothetically you invited a neo-Nazi on your platform, okay?
I don't think I would do that, but okay.
Okay, so you, like, hypothetically, you invite this guest on, and they start saying just some crazy shit, okay,
Sure.
about Jews being really, really racist, anti-Semitic, like, bigoted. In that instance,
Is this girl a buzzkill or what? Go ahead, continue.
if they said something like that, would you not feel like speaking up to make sure, like, hey, I don't endorse that? It's an extreme, but...
I mean, that's a very extreme example. First off, I would say I would not invite somebody like that on my platform to begin with. But I would also say that we were like 4.5 hours, five hours into that podcast.
Mm-hmm.
I was actually not even doing that much talking, even as the host for that episode. And I don't know if you recall, I like literally got up and like laid
Left
down
for
for
a
10
little bit,
minutes because
yeah.
I was having like, I have
The neck issues.
neck issues. So I was kind of checked out, to be honest, but like, yeah, I mean.
So
if-
final answer, you should not endure.
You should not.
Yeah, you should not
I just
endure.
wanted to see
No,
if there
disavow.
was ever like, I guess, an outrageous claim made. If there's ever something that you would feel like I just have to say I don't agree because to let it stand might give the wrong impression.
Look,
But if you're saying you don't endorse it, I believe you. I didn't. Think
I
you
don't
guys
endorse
did.
it.
Yeah.
And look, I believe whether you're a man or a woman, you have the right to leave an abusive marriage
Yeah.
So
and get a
brave.
divorce.
This is so controversial.
Yes.
Yeah, and
It was hard for him for MLD.
MLD, he's his own individual. He's entitled to his own opinion on the topic. He was also, I think, 8 White Claws deep, so...
Yeah.
Oh, was he getting
He was
wasted?
like, she
He was
shouldn't
fucking
burn the
drunk.
dinner then if she doesn't want to.
I have a feeling
That's where
MLD
he
would,
was at.
even if you were sober, dead sober, would have
You-
said
do
like,
you think so? I don't
endure.
know.
I could be wrong.
I don't know.
He's
In
open.
any
He's
case,
welcome to prove me wrong.
In any case, whether he was drunk or not, I certainly disagree
Disavow.
with his
Cool.
position. Excuse me, disavow. But moving on, let's get through the intros for people's relationship status. What I think we left off with you. What about you?
I'm currently in my first relationship. We've been together for like the same time, like 3 months.
Okay.
But we've been like talking, kinda, like hooking up, not really talking.
With
But-
other people?
No, with each other since January.
Oh, so you were in a situationship, and now you're.
We weren't really in a situationship. We were just hooking up.
Friends with benefits?
Was
Maybe?
it open? Like you guys were seeing other people?
We weren't really friends. Yeah.
You hated each other?
No.
No,
We
she
just
was
didn't
just
really
hooking
talk
up.
unless he was there.
What do you mean there?
Like at my place.
So he would come over, hook up, leave. Pretty much that was it.
Does he live with
Yeah.
you now?
Yeah.
Okay. How's that going?
It's a necessitous.
It's great.
It's going great. Okay.
Yeah.
Mary, what about your relationship status?
I'm in my first and only relationship so far. It's about a year old.
All right.
I'm married. I've been married for about 6 months now. Are we still saying how long our longest lasting relationship is?
Just what your longest relationship is?
Yeah, a year. Well, almost a year. But yeah, I'm currently married.
And that's your longest relationship.
No, my previous
Oh.
relationship was my longest relationship.
How long have you been married?
I've been married for 6 months, but
6 months.
before we were married, we were friends. We weren't necessarily like in a relationship.
Whoa,
Okay.
did he propose when you were friends?
Well, the situation is kind of funny. We've been best friends for over 2 years. And we were really close, really good friends. And then I got in that relationship that I was talking about before, the one that was almost a year. Broke up with that guy, and then
He swooped in.
kind of, not really. I didn't break up with this guy for my current husband, but I did know in the back of my head, like, he was an option, he was a possibility. And so then the conversation came up, it would be like, you know, we'd make a really good married couple, because we just get along so well. And then after that conversation came up, things kind of changed. We actually fell for each other. And we both have God, we have the same morals, same values. It was really just too perfect to say no, so we got married.
Wait, just point of clarification. How long were you guys romantically dating before you got married?
Maybe 4 months.
Okay, so friends for a period of time, 4 months
Best friends,
dating.
4 months, married.
How long were you best friends for?
2 years.
How long were you engaged?
2 years. Okay.
Sorry, I'm trying to put it together.
Wait, you were best friends while in a relationship?
When I was in that relationship, the friendship kind of faded, and then at the end of the relationship, we got back on being best friends. But no, out of respect for my boyfriend at the time, I kind of like took a step back, and he understood why, and he had no problem with it.
Okay, another point of clarification. You said your previous relationship was how long?
It was almost a year. It was maybe like 10 months.
Okay, so you break up with him. How soon after breaking up with your 10-month boyfriend did you get into dating your now husband?
Maybe like
Becoming technical.
4 months, I think. I don't know. I've never really thought about it.
4 months?
Probably about 4 months.
I think that's
Okay.
really cool how he could witness you being in love and still be there, because there's some people that are like, you know, that
he wasn't interested in me, and I
Yeah.
wasn't interested in him.
but he still was your friend and cared about. He
So
wasn't
he
like,
wasn't
I'm leaving,
friend-zoned.
like, because he didn't have like.
No, he wasn't just friend zoned. He had his
wasn't,
other
like,
interests.
waiting.
You know, and no. He
Yeah.
pulls. He pulled like crazy. So
Who?
no, he
Your
wasn't-
husband?
Yeah. Before we were married,
Brian's
he
like,
pulled
I need
crazy.
details.
So he didn't like just wait and hope for me to finally.
Wait,
give
did
him
you
a
guys
chance.
elope? Or was there an engagement, or did you just elope?
No, we got married in a church. There he didn't like propose to me like, will you marry me? We kind of were just like, yeah, let's get married. So technically we were engaged from that point.
So
We
like
set
no,
a
he
date.
didn't like
It's
ring
kind of a
on
cool
his
story.
knees, like nothing like that.
No, not anything. Because since our relationship started out as a best friendship, that isn't really us. Like the whole proposal,
Romantic, or what do you mean?
No,
It morphed.
yeah,
into
things
something.
like him getting on his knee and proposing to me. It's just not really us. You know.
Word. Dave, what about you?
Well, I've been married for 8 years. We've been together for 13 years. He's a dude, which is interesting to people.
Okay.
We have 2 1-year-olds, and I'm feeling very old right now because there's been several words that I have not understood.
Can I
worries.
let me
Table.
translate for you?
Yeah,
What,
there
what
were
were,
co-
was it ick?
What was it?
Was it ick? Was that
Well,
one?
ick was one, and then there was what was the poll? What's the poll?
It's when you like
He
get
pulls.
girls.
Yeah, he.
If you-
Oh,
gets
he
girls.
pulls.
Yes,
Oh, he just wow, he's
Girls
pulling. Got
like
it. Got
him.
it. Got it. Okay. All right.
Got
It
it.
was, yeah.
And you said you're married, right?
Yeah.
How long have you been married for?
8 years.
8 years.
Together
okay.
about 13. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Which in straight years, that's like 50 years, basically.
That's
Wow.
yeah.
Is
So
it?
That's a long time. Yeah.
Is it? Okay. Interesting. Got it.
What do you
got
mean
it.
by straight years?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
you
What
know
does
what I
that
mean?
mean?
Because
So,
people think
to
gays
speed.
don't have like normal relationships. So if you've been with someone for 8 years and you're gay, it's like 20.
Wow.
straight
I have
years.
never
You know what
heard
I
of
mean?
that.
Well, it's weird. It's like there's
I
this
learn something new
smaller
every day.
cohort
And 2 1-year-olds?
of gay people
That's
that do
like-
have long-term
Yeah.
relationships, but then the majority of them don't.
I guess I don't know. We actually don't even have that many gay friends. Like the few that we do are couples that have been together for a while, but with kids usually.
When did you stop dating women?
Like a little bit after college, I tried. I really tried.
Did you
It
know
didn't
you were
work.
gay the
I-
whole time, but you just
Yeah, kind of, but like I was trying, you know what I mean? Like I was really trying.
You wanted
Like,
to be
I-
straight.
Yeah, it's also like I'm 47, so I was in college in the early 90s. It was
Yeah.
Those
very
were the
different.
days.
It was
Yeah.
very different back then than it was now. Like there was you couldn't be like normal and gay or anything like that. It was before gay marriage. It was like, what the hell is this thing? You know what I mean? So I
assume
tried. I
the
sent-
girls were flinging
I owe a
themselves
lot-
at you.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
wasn't
I
the
owe
other
a
way
lot of girls from back then a lot of apologies because like girls always loved me and I just like I try, but I pulled. I was pulling.
You were
Dave
pulling.
was pulling.
Yeah.
He pulled.
He pulls.
letting me
Unfortunately,
know that if he
unfortunately-
wanted to, he would.
Yeah, but not everything was working, if you know what I mean. And yeah.
So Dave,
Yeah. But as far as the moving in and everything else you guys were talking about, like if you love the person and it's the right person that you're supposed to be with, it doesn't matter if you've been together for 2 months. Like if it's legit and real and you know the person and it's not just because they need a bed and you need some cash and like you're supposed to be with them, then it really, there's no rule. You could be with them for 6 months and move in. There are people, you will find people that have been together for 40 years that knew each other for 2 weeks and they were like, that's the one.
That's fair.
And,
That's fair.
And then you do it. You got to
Happened to
figure.
my
You got
grandparents.
to be on the adventure with
Did you
somebody.
go to college? You went
Yeah,
to college.
yeah.
Where did you go?
SUNY Binghamton, upstate New York.
Oh, okay. Was
Yeah.
there was it a party school kind of or not?
I was
Not
a
really?
major pothead.
You were-
yeah.
you were a pothead.
It wasn't. Yeah, I guess it was just a lot of weed. It was a lot of weed. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Was there
kind of like walking around Santa Barbara, actually?
Yeah,
It's not a lot of weed
Have
out
you been
there.
here before, by the way?
A couple times.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's been a while.
And so, would you? When did you graduate from university?
98.
98. Would you say? I mean, you probably witnessed things. Was there? Because in colleges, there is certainly, at least today, there's definitely quite a big hookup culture. Was there a
Yeah.
hookup culture?
Oh yeah, it's
Back
college.
in the
It's
90s.
college, man.
Of
Yeah, it's
course.
college.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
everyone's. I mean, you're basic. I think actually, it seems probably back then people were probably having sex more. I think people probably now between porn and whatever, like you just getting off in different ways. Where back then you actually like if you wanted to like get off, you had to like find
had to
somebody
find
to get off with.
a
Old
body,
school, you know?
a
Yeah.
warm body.
Yeah. You
Yeah.
have sex with someone else. It was weird.
Yeah, Brian, you said hookup culture, but as far as I know, aren't Zoomers like losing their virginity later and later?
Is there like a statistic or?
Well, that
I'm
is
not sure.
that is true.
Is it true?
Yeah, that,
Zoomers
like,
are
they're-
having less sex than millennials did at their own age.
Yeah, like there's all this talk about like how the younger generation, like millennials on the cusp and like Zoomers specifically, like hookup culture and like fucking a bunch, but I don't believe that's the case. And I think that's like a reason why there's kind of like this loneliness epidemic amongst like boys particularly, but like Zoomers in general, waiting longer and longer to have sex. So
They party less, they socialize less, of course.
Yeah,
that
they're
means
online.
that they have less relationships, they have less sex.
yeah, so like I don't find the hookup culture really. I feel like that's getting phased out, if anything.
I mean, the thing is, you can get everything so easily now, right? Like, you can get every human connection you want, whether it's sexual or emotional or anything, basically from your phone.
Dating apps.
Yeah,
Well, there's a
and
simulation
that's
of
a
it, but not the
huge-
real thing.
Yeah, so it's a huge problem because you used to, like, actually have to go to, like, have any of you ever gone to a bar by yourself and just, like, sat at the bar?
Yes.
And
When
seen
I-
if a
I
guy,
did that.
and seen if a
21.
guy, like, hits on you or even just has a drink, have a drink by yourself. Like, there's something about that. Like, in the old days, like, if you were meeting a friend at the bar or at the movies, before you had a phone, right? Like, you had to stand there, and then you would people watch. You'd actually just like look at people.
Yeah.
And like we've just sort of devolved all of that, so our brains are just never not hooked into the matrix.
Yeah.
And I think that that's added to a lot of the kind of loneliness and
Yes.
craziness that it seems like a lot of people in their 20s are feeling right now.
Yeah.
And then I think it's linked to a lot of like depression and anxiety too, because you're so like isolated.
Yeah.
Why are men so afraid to approach women these days?
Me too.
Ooh,
Is it
TV,
that?
news, and things. It never seems that nothing bad is reported about a woman doing something, but it's always like, I mean, growing up, my mom was a police officer, so she would always, kind of, just from her own experience, she'd say, oh, you better lock the door because, a man could come in and
The stranger danger mindset.
Yeah, and here's, as a young girl, I'm like, oh my gosh, men, scary. Me, like this little
Yeah.
thing I need to protect. Like, so it may be just that conditioning maybe over time and yeah, but I've heard some interesting, crazy stories about women too, like doing things, but I'm like, man, why wasn't this on the news? Like, it needs to be equal proportion.
Well, I think like there's obviously the fear of rejection in there too. It's not just MeToo, right? Like
Oh, certainly.
men,
yeah.
there are a lot of
100%.
insecure men out there that really don't want to face the possibility of rejection, so they will never put themselves out there at all. But then again, on the other side, women need to learn how to reject men without being rude to them and having some grace about it. Like that's kind of a lost art, is rejecting
Yes.
someone
Yeah.
in a generous way.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I mean, I think a lot of men have the experience of maybe they're a little shy or nervous, but they're not otherwise being creepy or a jerk or an asshole, and they'll approach a girl and it's like a fucking just a train wreck. And some women will graciously reject a guy. Hey, oh, thank you very much. I have a boyfriend, whatever. But a lot of men will have the experience of going up to a girl and it's like, it can be pretty brutal. the ways in which men get rejected. Certainly in like a party type environment, if there's alcohol involved, even a guy who like in a very polite way goes up to a girl, like when alcohol's involved, people can be very obnoxious and brutal. And also with social media, you have like, men are also scared of like being like, they don't want to come off like a creep, not just in that moment, but then like if the girl goes and tells all her friends, oh, this guy came up to me and approached me, and I don't know, so.
She can record you. Yeah.
I think the other thing too is because of dating apps, like before it was, if you wanted to meet somebody, you had to approach them in person in some capacity. Otherwise, you pretty much, like, there was no dating app. So,
Grid One Motorsports
but now that
donated
with dating apps, it kind of alleviates
Normally
that.
I would ask what the girls bring to a relationship besides sex. But since the ICK is a thing, how about they discuss what men should bring to the relationship and what should men be willing to endure for the pleasure of their company?
Okay, so how about
little bit
what
sarcastic.
men should bring to the relationship and what should men be willing to endure for the pleasure of their company? What should men bring to the table? Is that the
Yeah,
question?
that's the question.
Pretty much.
Okay, I guess we could go around that on that. What do you think men should bring to the table? Hold on,
Safety,
sorry.
security.
Erin Enjoyer donated $100. Erin, just know there is someone out there for everyone. For you, it's a therapist. Erin learned long ago that the amount of time people can tolerate her is directly proportional to the amount of cleavage visible. Would you date and or fell at Brian?
Huh?
Do you feel comfortable with me answering that? Your viewer, your Erin Enjoyer over here is sexually harassing you, paying to sexually harass you.
Me?
Yeah, both of us. I feel like he's objectifying you, and he's asking me if I would like have sex with you
I
or
don't know.
whatever.
I don't think that's. Well, he says date and or fellate.
And or fellate, true.
So it could be one or the other. It could be both. Let's assume you weren't currently having it in your first relationship.
Like, would I?
Would you?
I'd go out on a date with you. You're a handsome guy.
Oh, thank you. You know what? Could have happened after last show. We could have got some food.
I know.
But
I
then
should have
I
been.
kicked you off.
You
so
kicked me off.
unfortunately,
I should have been waiting. And then after I got kicked off, even though you said you didn't care about the answer, you did ask Pixie if I was a virgin. You're like, just fucking throw your friend under the bus. You tell her. And then you asked Destiny to speculate if I'd been gang raped. Do you remember that or no?
What? I don't even remember that.
Whoa, that's fake news.
No, you said, do you think there was like a gangbang? And he was like, a gangbang?
That's
and you
very-
said
first off-
consensual.
Wait, I
Yeah.
don't think that's synonymous. Still an inappropriate question. I'll grant
That's
that,
like
but, not the same thing.
yeah. What?
Wait, the definition of gang rape?
First off, can you
gang
not?
bang and gang rape are
Oh
different
my
things.
god.
I can't believe we're
Sorry,
talking
this
about.
is like 2 TOS or whatever.
Well, yeah, we've
right,
asked for you not to say that before the show.
Sorry.
And that's not what I said. So why are you putting words in my mouth, like trying to fucking false
No,
accuse me?
I told you that you asked.
No, that's a false accusation.
Do you wanna
I
watch
did
the
not
clip back?
say
You
that.
asked-
Did the words gang rape come out of my mouth?
No, you said.
So that's a false accusation.
You asked. Do you think there was like a gangbang? And then you clarified consensual. And so you said consensually. So I thought
but that's what I said. I did not say that specific term.
No, you didn't say the specific term, but
Okay,
the
now
spirit
you're
of what you were
nitpicking.
asking, and when you
Bro,
added
this
the
chick's
caveat
such a fucking buzzkill.
of
The spirit of the question.
Should we do a round two? Like, okay, what are you getting at?
if I misunderstood what you were asking, if you were just asking like if I had sex with multiple people or group sex or whatever, fine. I didn't know that like that's not my understanding of what the term means. But I didn't mean to falsely accuse you. That's
Are
why
we
I-
relitigating every single thing that happened on the previous podcast? What are you talking about?
Yeah, I don't want to relive that.
Then we don't have to.
But like, so what's your question?
I was just
The
pointing out that that's
TTS
what
the
happened after you
TTS
left.
is asking if you would date me. That's the extent of it.
The answer
or
is
fillet
yes.
you, and I said I would.
the
I
date.
said you're attractive, but we didn't know each other. Maybe I'd go on a date with you, but I don't think we have
then
much in
we-
common. So no.
Okay. Okay.
So there you
cool.
go.
What the fuck? Let's just talk about. Oh my god.
What should men bring to the table is the thing we were
That's the
on
question,
before
yeah.
that.
Sorry, we got this one coming.
Costines donated $107. I'm a bit older than those under 40. Nothing is better than having a family as you move ahead in life. Girls and guys, be family minded. People don't care about the pics of you on a beach at 22 when 70, except the wife/hubby you took them or kids who view.
Word.
Truth.
Word.
That's fact.
We'll go around the table. What should a guy bring to the table?
Safety, security, somebody to be like a leader, a mentorship, something like that. Next person.
I don't know if there's a one-size-fits-all for all relationships. I think that's just gonna have to be determined by each individual couple. But I would say reliably, you could say that your partner should probably bring like integrity, honesty, open communication. I think are good foundations that partners can bring to a relationship.
I think.
Curtis _Leon donated $100.
I don't know
Brian
about that.
is the modern day Socrates. I have learned so many new phrases since watching whatever. Red pill and blue pill, chat, and I finally figured out what 304 means. Dating apps are the main problem since it makes men not come out of their comfort zone.
Yo, Curtis, thank you very much, man. Appreciate it. Modern day Socrates. I mean, that's quite an endorsement, but thank you, man. Appreciate it.
I thought that 304 was about the actual area code.
It is the area
Because I was
code.
like, I'm from West Virginia. Are you like trying to dunk on me for being from West Virginia?
I looked it up too. I was like, I'm 6'19". Like, what is this?
Yeah.
Never been there.
Okay, but you were answering the question.
Oh yeah, I think just very compassionate, very caring. For me, obviously the situation's a little deviated, so probably someone with an open mind in a sense where like maybe there might be another lady in the relationship to kind of balance things out and kind of.
Oh my
Beaten
goodness.
Cheeks donated
Thank you, man.
$99. Biggest tell in today's society is the lack of human interaction, and all thanks to #MeToo and #BelieveAllWomen BS. It's why men are lonelier and going black-pilled. But thanks to dating apps, I don't use /against for having me approach women in public much easier.
Yo, Cheeks, yeah. I mean,
I'm
I think
not sure it is Me Too. Like, I just don't think that normie men really even care or know about or research those types of things. I think it is more related to the dating apps and the overall lack of social connection and community that we have going on.
Yeah, I think Me Too is a component. Probably the bigger thing is social media.
It's like,
dating
why
apps.
are people not getting married? It's because of no-fault divorce. Like, I just don't think normie men even know about, like, family court statistics. They aren't researching these things. They don't really know or care about those things.
I think a lot of guys have worried about like being
But those
falsely
are more
accused.
like online concerns. I feel.
I feel like I
I
heard this in high school from like normie dudes that I went to school with, where they worried that like just about being falsely accused of
There is that concern, definitely, but I just feel like normie men don't really engage with or
I think
know
the
about
concern's
these
there, but
things.
I don't know if it's enough to have a chilling effect so deeply that they wouldn't be like engaging
Yeah.
with women, period.
Like, the real answer is much more boring and depressing. It's just that people aren't having social connections anymore.
The retreat I went on, obviously like a sex therapy camp, but I would, because I can only speak from my experience, but I would strongly recommend it to men who've experienced false accusing. There was men, women there, and it was a very like healthy releasing space. And I've never witnessed that in my life. I always saw men as this stoic figure and just TV and just grown up. And I finally got to see real men just kind of tell their stories and be vulnerable. And I heard so many stories, and I'm like, wow, this is what they keep inside. Like, wow, I'm so sorry. Wow, this is what they're keeping inside. It was profound. I just was silent for literally 2 days, watching and witnessing, and so.
I wanted to revisit your answer to the question of what men should bring to the table in a relationship.
Mm-hmm.
You started going into something about how there should be another woman in a relationship.
Erin Subversion donated $100. Brixan bring out the fruit salad. BTW Erin, are you a virgin? That's the world on the street anyway.
The word on the street.
Did you answer the question? I don't think we got to that.
No, I think we moved on or whatever. No, I'm not a virgin.
Wait, why were you resistant to saying that before?
I should have just been open that I didn't want to answer the question at that time. But like, yeah, I'm not a virgin. Women have sex with men they're not in love with all the time.
Okay, so you were saying there should be another woman in a relationship.
Yeah, in my relationship.
She clarified.
Okay.
I kind
She
of
has other men, is my guess.
No, I want the man to have another woman because so I have MS, and so sometimes I think it gets like too crazy for people to handle, like emotionally, like, oh my God, like I don't want my, like I'm a pleaser. I'm a bit of a pleaser in relationships. Like I want the man to be happy. I want everybody to be happy. Even like, women, when I have friends, I want them to be happy. And this is just a insecurity that I have recently, but.
So you want another woman to be involved in your relationship out of insecurity?
I guess that's where I'm at right now, like in dealing with my own.
Healthy.
I think what she's trying to say, in my opinion, is that you would rather have your man be with another woman and also you.
Yes.
So out of the blue, you're not shook that he's like cheating on you or if, doing some shicey shit behind your back.
I just fall back.
Yeah. Well, so if I get sick or something and I just feel like, oh my gosh, like he's unhappy, now I'm even more unhappy.
I mean, wouldn't you hope that someone sticks by you through that moment and like loves you unconditionally? Like that is the ideal, don't we agree?
Yeah, I'd hope. And I think it's just the insecurity of, oh my gosh, what if it's too much for him? What if he just wants to break up because he's like, I can't deal with dating a person with a disability? And it's happened before where that's been like, oh, I don't see girls with disabilities. And it's just, I'm like, okay, like you kind of get like, yeah.
Beaten Cheeks donated $99. Mary, as you are below a normie, you don't know how low middle class men think, like I do. I speak to them daily in non-big cities. Many of them are very well aware of the matriarchal hold women have in regards to the sexual dynamics women have over normies.
Yeah, that makes sense because if all these men on the internet are speaking out about how they're worried that they're going to get falsely accused,
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $100. Mary, a cool dark elf, but enough of us normie men have watched enough men have their lives burned down by divorce, and accused of all sorts of horrible things that we 100% pay attention. Nothing is new under the sun.
I guess what I was referring to is men that don't like watch podcasts like this one, like men who aren't super engaged with the discourse about dating and stuff like that online. Like, that's what I meant by the term normie. And also, to clarify, I don't live in a big city. I live in a very rural area in West Virginia.
Well, Dave, as our resident boomer here, okay, could you say that you're 47, right?
Wait, are you actually a boomer, or are you Gen X?
No, I'm Gen X. I was accepting it, though, yeah.
Okay, would you say, like, were you ever worried about being falsely accused during your time in college?
No, it wasn't really a thing.
Do you think it is now, or like do you just?
Yeah, I guess. Me Too kind of went sideways, but it wasn't. I think that it's interesting because I'm usually not around a bunch of like early 20s girls like this, and it's interesting. It seems like everyone's very in their head about what's going on in the world or in life or something. I actually don't mean that very judgy. Really, you all seem very sweet and lovely. But like something about the internet has really like just broken people. It's very obvious to me. I don't mean you guys are broken. I mean that I do politics for a living. Trust me, everyone in politics is broken. But something about the internet that we thought was going to make us more social, right? It's called social media. It made us way more antisocial and anxiety. I mean, you're all nodding at the same time. Like everyone's feeling that thing. It's really weird. I mean, I was born in 1976. That's not like I'm not that old, and I remember. It's funny. My guys, Phoenix is my producers here. He's around early 20s like you guys, and like I always joke. It's like you have no idea what the world was like pre-internet, and actually it was pretty good. It really was pretty good. Like you could just like
I'm so jealous of you for that.
Right? Like no, it was really awesome, and so many things. Also, I think it has to do with timing also. That you can get anything you want whenever you want it, like whether it's sex
instant
or
gratification,
all of that. But it's not even just that. It's like you can binge watch a show where back in the day, like you had to watch a show if you wanted to watch it. Seinfeld at 9:00 on Thursdays. Like you couldn't watch 10 episodes in a row. You guys have heard of Seinfeld, right?
Yeah.
You got the reference, okay. But like, so something about the speed of all of this, and also like, this one will blow your mind. At the beginning of the internet, when the internet first came out, like you could scroll down to a page, like if you just went to like CNN.com or just you were buying something, like you were buying a shirt on H&M or something, like you'd scroll down and the page would end. That was how the internet worked. Like you could get to the end of a page.
Wow.
Where now we have infinite scroll.
Wow.
And there's a guy that developed infinite scroll. I don't remember his name, but he basically regrets it because he realized that he unleashed something that allows us to just doom scroll all day long. And like I get plenty of hate online. If I wanted to, I could spend all day long just having people just tell me horrible things, but like at some point you just disconnect. I do a month off my phone and computer and electronics and news and everything every August. I've done it for 6 years.
Nice.
I would definitely recommend you guys try it. Like literally nothing. Have no idea what's going on in the world for a month. And
do you think
it'll help reset you.
your sexuality maybe influenced your experience with like not having to worry about, I guess, like false accusations or feeling that sort of anxiety, or no?
Maybe, I guess. I mean, like,
Is MeToo even a thing in the
probably
gay
not.
world?
I mean, I guess maybe to some extent. There's always power dynamics in a relationship, right? Or in just meeting somebody or hooking up or something. But like, there's something different if it's two guys or two girls. There is something fundamentally different, I suppose, related to who would be harassing who, or
There
something
is just the
like
physical
that.
difference
Yeah,
between
there's a great
sexes,
movie.
yeah.
Did you ever see the movie Disclosure? It's with Michael Douglas and Demi Moore. It's like from probably like 95 or something, and in the movie she's his boss and she sexually harasses him, and that flips
Jones
it.
donated $100. Brian, you're a modern day philosophical chat that all
love
young
you.
men need
They
to
love
take
you.
notice to. Highest compliment. To the panel, what do
thanks.
you want
I don't
from a
think I'm-
marriage material man? S-workers, why do you want men to respect you when you don't respect yourselves?
Are we gonna finish going around with what men should bring to the table, or are we gonna put that to rest?
He kind of just asked that.
Yeah, it's kind of similar. Like, what do you want from a marriage material man? Also, he's asked, S-workers, why do you want men to respect you when you don't respect yourselves?
Do they want men to respect them though? I feel like you
Usually
kind of
they always talk
forfeit
about
that. You forfeit the possibility of men respecting you when you become an SW, right?
Wait.
Well,
No.
I think that, like, and what I'm thinking that you're meaning is obviously not like anything physical or being like, oh my gosh, like screaming in your face, or nothing like violent or anything, but probably like, oh, like, were you thinking of respect in a sense where, oh, if you're seeing multiple men, he can see multiple women too, not like physical, like, oh, you deserve to get socked, so like something like that, and that's what I'm assuming that's not what that was.
Well, I'm also talking about just your male clients. I don't believe that they respect the women that they are paying to penetrate.
Some don't, and that's where oh yeah.
None do. You can finish.
Oh yeah. Some don't, and that's where lately, now that I'm 31, I'm kind of like finding my voice. I feel like in my 20s I was just very quiet and just kind of went along, had good girl conditioning, and went along with the program a lot. And I noticed it got me, which I was going to comment on something you said that was really neat. Like, you were talking about how women were doing kind of subverting a very early. How do I say
They're
it?
doing wife things for their boyfriends.
Thank you. I would subvert to the wrong man in a sense where, like, I would.
Do you mean submit?
So I'm learning submission's earned, and submission is when you trust someone and they're a safe man.
Yeah.
And you know, but subversion is like they're not safe, they're just there, and it's because they're a man. And that's, I would notice I would do that, and I would notice that's when dangerous situations would happen with clients. And now I'm realizing, like, hey, if someone is hurting me or saying some things, I'm gonna end it. No, like, this is not okay. And I have my boundaries, and if someone respects it, then I'm like, okay, then I'm going with you, and I'll submit to this experience, but I won't subvert to an experience that's aggressive of any type.
Well, I'm glad that that's a possibility for you,
Yeah.
but I would assume that for the vast majority of sex workers in the world, they do not have the ability to
Correct.
protect themselves or advocate for themselves in those situations at all.
Like third world countries, and
That's,
yeah.
I mean, not even just third world countries.
Even here.
It's everywhere. I mean, part of that line of work, if you want to call it work, is being disrespected and dehumanized and objectified. Like that is.
I was
what it is.
dehumanized for the first time. I'll let you say your piece, but I actually finally realized at age 30 what dehumanizing meant, and I didn't know what it meant for so long. And I have a story, but you share your piece.
I forgot what I was going to say.
Oh no!
So tell your story.
Well, I thought you said you need to think what the story is, but I think that maybe what the Coy Jones is trying to get at here is when it comes to a relationship, most men would not want to be in a relationship with a sex worker, whether in the past or present.
But you can't speak that for all and for everybody.
Well, sure, of course I'm not speaking for all, but would you disagree, generally speaking, men don't want to date prostitutes and porn stars? And
no, there's plenty of men out there that
That's not what I said. Generally speaking, I would say most men do not want to have long-term relationships with women who are involved with sex work.
I disagree.
You think the majority of men, so more than 50% of men, want to date and have long-term relationships with women who are involved in sex work?
It's 50-50, dude.
You think so?
50% of men would date.
I feel
sex
like
workers.
50% of men.
I don't know. I'm not talking numbers and stuff. I don't know that. I'm just saying that we're all different, and who knows? Like,
I'm not okay. You have to understand. I'm not saying that it's impossible for a woman to, if you have a past of sex work, current sex work, prostitution, whatever it is, it's not going to be impossible for you to find a long-term relationship or a husband. However, I don't think my statement is wrong, which is the majority of men do not want to date or wife up a prostitute.
Okay.
Or a girl who's done porn.
I disagree with that. But
well, I mean, you kind of are not seeing the bigger picture, right? Because the only men who would date you are the ones who do feel okay with the fact that you're
I want to bring it back
worker.
real quick to the whole how we're not respected and all this. You know what I mean? How disgusting is it for people to come to sex workers and or think about sex workers and think that we deserve not to be respected just because of our industry? It shows that you're very narrow-minded. It shows that you lack empathy. It shows a lot, actually. We are human. We are people. We're very open-minded. We're compassionate. People can come to us at the Bunny Ranch and we can sit down and have one-on-one conversations with people. They feel safe with us. And people like you guys, and I'm not saying like you guys, but people that do believe in what I don't, it's scary. It really is scary that we have a group of people that are like so narrow-minded like that.
I don't believe that you deserve to be disrespected.
One sec. Let's define the terms here a little bit. So when you say narrow-minded, also let's define respect, right? So I pulled it up, dictionary, Oxford Dictionary. Respect, number one, a feeling of deep admiration for someone or something elicited by their abilities, qualities, or achievements. And then the other one is due regard for the feelings, wishes, rights, or traditions of others. So when we use this term respect, I think it can sometimes be interpreted differently than other people. I don't think what the super chatter is necessarily saying is that we would we would treat you in a rude or mean or contemptuous sort of way because of the work you do. I don't think that's really it. It's just
like an old penny.
Can I add something?
Sure.
So you're saying that they deserve respect regardless of their industry. And you're being narrow-minded by not respecting someone because of their industry. But I guarantee there's some sort of industry, some sort of job some guy would have. And he said respect is deep admiration. That you're not going to deeply admire him for the work he does. And respect is not deserved ever. You earn respect. And some men don't respect sex work. And it just because it doesn't benefit you doesn't mean it's bad.
I also think you guys probably have a lot more power than you think. Well, you probably both know that you have a lot more power where maybe they don't see the power that you have. The guys are paying you. You're really in charge of this thing. I remember I had a buddy who used to love going to strip clubs, and we'd go to I would go with him, and it was like, whatever. And it was funny because if I would tell the stripper that I was gay, they'd want to grind on you like double time to see what would happen. So, and like physical contact is nice, so that was fine. But like, But I would always think like, you know, the sort of normal way to think about it was somehow the girl was disrespecting herself and she's out of control and blah, blah, blah. But it's like the girl was, usually they were earning money to go to college or something, blah, blah, blah. Both of you seem like you have a good head on your shoulders. And at if I had to guess, like at some point you probably will be out of this line of work and you'll probably find a guy and you'll probably have kids. So? Yeah. Yeah, you will. Like that's kind of how life works. Like life, you don't just stay in the same mental or physical state
and I think
or spiritual state forever. And you'll look back and you might go, maybe some of that wasn't great. Maybe some of it was. But if you're saving some money now and like doing something that gives some people pleasure, like I get why people can be all judgy about it,
right.
But I think you guys are going to be fine.
At the end of the day, my parents are happy with what I'm doing. My parents support me with what I'm doing. My grandparents, my uncle is probably watching this right now, so...
Wait, just to be clear, your parents
know everything about what I do
you doing
for work.
Prostitution?
I'm a legal escort in Nevada.
Sure.
Okay, that's what that means.
That's, yeah.
Yes.
You are a prostitute.
I am
whether
legally
legal or
doing things. I'm not hurting anybody. I'm not
that's
hurting
not what I'm
myself.
saying. But your parents, support you doing prostitution.
My parents are happy with the way I'm living my life.
They are?
I bought an RV. I'm on the way to buy a house. I have done so much for myself being in this industry. I do have the right head on my shoulders, and my dad knows that.
By the way, people prostitute themselves for a lot of other stuff besides sex. You
Politics,
know what I mean?
She's not.
Yeah. No, I didn't mean that. I didn't mean that towards you. I mean, like, trust me, I come out of the world of politics. Like, people sell out and do anything for money and say what they believe, and then they act contrary. So, like,
Dave,
prostitution.
But I don't know why it was so hard for you to wrap your brain around that, though, because it's like it's like
because parents don't tend to be okay with stuff like
but
that.
My mom
is
loves me for me,
from
and that's what my parents like me for. They love me for me.
When something that doesn't commonly happens, you get surprised. It's not common for parents to be okay with their kids.
Yeah,
so it surprised him.
My parents just are happy that I'm not hurting nobody. I'm not hurting myself.
Thank you.
And I am making money, and I am going to be doing things.
That's good.
I'm always leveling up in life, and why wouldn't my parents be proud of me succeeding in life?
Well, they're perhaps proud of you for the success, but it is surprising.
Somewhere where it's done legally and safely.
Sure, but I mean, it's surprising that you're... Let me ask you a question. Do you think your parents would prefer you to be an attorney, a doctor versus a prostitute?
All of a sudden, that would mean you do something else with your life and you have an equal amount of independence.
My parents
would they do that?
are so proud of me for being independent and free. I'm absolutely free.
But if you could
I'm
do
a nomad,
that in another way,
travel
would
in
they
an
want
RV.
that?
They would want me to do what's best for me. My parents want me to do whatever I'm happy with and whatever I'm content with. And that's what love is.
You could be happy and content and independent without doing sex work.
But it makes me happy to connect with individuals on a different level like that.
Coy_Jones donated $100. Brian, your platform has the discussions most people won't/will not talk about.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Let me clarify, most men would not respect the self-worth of OSW, nor would not want to be with. My girl works an honest job, which is why she is my pride and joy.
I don't know if that changes so much. Would not respect the self-worth of a sex worker. Okay.
I was gonna say my mom. So my mom wasn't too happy about sex work because she's pretty conservative.
That's common.
Yeah,
it's more common, especially for older people. If you're old enough to be a parent,
she's a baby boomer too.
Yeah, then you tend to not want your child to be selling their body.
She loved that I did the Tantra retreat. She likes that I'm getting into the holistic side of the sexuality, and she's hoping that maybe one day I have my own holistic Tantra practice. She likes that, so she was kind of rooting for that.
I think parents are going to adopt a more libertarian mindset towards their children engaging in sex work if they see that their child is like safe and financially secure.
Yeah,
and
it is a safe one.
If that occurs as a product of their job, then I think they're going to be more likely to be like, you know what, maybe I was being more judgmental.
Like, here's the thing, though. You were deeply offended that he was surprised that your parents support it. And I'm saying the only reason he's surprised is because parents, because they're old and not usually libertarian, don't often support it. So there's nothing
Just let her talk.
you need to be
Let her talk.
offended about.
I'm
for
not
him being
offended. I'm just saying,
then
like,
why'd you raise your voice and get upset that
I
you
said it
surprised?
was just super weird that he couldn't comprehend. That's just
And I
all I said.
debunked that. I explained
it's not
why.
that weird.
I come
Most
from a
parents would
very
not be okay
religious
with that.
background, so I'm actually Buddhist, and I have a sister that is actually a sex worker. And my dad was in the Vietnam War, so he's super OG, like old school, you know. Wife should cook, clean, you know, stay home, take care of the kids while he provides and does everything. That's what I grew up with. But as my sister is a sex worker, he doesn't mind. He doesn't care. He says, like, hey, you are your own individual person. You can do what you want to do.
Yeah.
But that's just
Disavow. The
Okay,
masculine. We need the
I'm
masculine
Buddhist, so-
instinct to come in and
Where are
shame
these
this
I'm living
degenerate
protecting their
behavior.
daughters?
Like, there's
I'm
no
living my
shame.
life for myself and nobody
Yeah.
else.
So,
you know
like,
what I
my
mean?
dad is like,
not good.
like I said, religious,
Because
but
the
it's just
reason
like,
that
he's saying,
the-
like, that's
It's my
you.
life.
Hold on, but so
So-
you're saying your father, your cousin, she's a sex worker.
No, my sister is a sex worker.
Your sister's a
yes.
sex
She
worker,
has an
and your
OnlyFans.
father is cool with it.
My father does. Yeah, he's cool
That's
with it.
you know why he's uncomfortable, like disavowing or shaming it or feeling like it's brought dishonor, is because the current social climate that we're in is very liberal, it's very progressive, and if you take a stance on any of
Grid One
this
Motorsports
shit,
donated
you're gonna
$100.
get the brunt of the current
A
social climate
304
and
will
be
a
so.
304.
Thank you, man.
Those choices are theirs to make, but let's not deny that men do not value anything they pay for as much as things they earn. Men win a woman's love. Men earn a woman's trust. These are valued above all else.
I like the
So, Dave, I wanted to ask
latter part
you.
of that. I like the latter part of that.
Hold on. So that blows my mind though. Like your father's cool with your sister doing, when you say sex work, we're talking stripper or what?
She does like OnlyFans and stuff like that. So her content.
Well, that's
is, like,
different than that's a little
Okay.
different.
I mean, yeah,
than-
she also does like meet up with people and like for work, and like she gets paid for
Oh, so she escorts too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what she does. So my dad doesn't mind. He doesn't care. Like he says that you can either go out and be an independent woman, or you could be a stay-at-home wife.
And
You
this
can
is exactly
choose
why
your-
society is failing. Is we don't have strong men saying no, this is not okay for you to do.
So
So
you're
Dave
saying
is
that
the
my dad
only
is not a
parent
strong
on this panel.
man
I
or
want,
a strong
I
parent
want
or
us to
anything like
hear
No, not
Dave's
necessarily.
perspective as the only parent on this panel.
People are not listening.
Sure,
well,
we'll
Would
have
you
to-
be okay with
Brian,
your
hold on,
children,
hold on.
even though they're very young now?
Yeah.
Would you be okay with either of your children becoming sex workers?
No, well, of course, my preference would be no, and again, I don't mean to. It's weird to have two people here that obviously seem like great girls. So I'm not making this about you guys at all. So the preference, I think, for every parent would be no. But I think what your dad is probably saying about your sister is she's out there making a living for herself. I assume she doesn't live with them. Like she's got her own place. She's
she
like
has
doing
her own
thing.
place.
Like
She has her own
I get that
car,
it's not ideal in that in a certain sense of living, but you know, life is about figuring out. There's a lot of people that are going to live on the margins, and you gotta kind of figure out ways that can work as a society.
Okay,
so,
but tell
so
us
my
why your preference is no.
No, because as I said, because I don't, as I said to them, like at some point, I bet if I was to ask either one of you, at some point you probably want to meet a guy that you'd really fall in love with and like be with him and have kids and have a family and everything else. They may not be quite there yet, so it's just sort of, it's a step of getting to somewhere that you want to be. I'm not sitting here selling sex work at all, but I think it's a little hypocritical in a sense that virtually everyone watches porn, everyone does whatever they do.
Nope.
Yeah.
A lot of people.
I did well.
I'm not talking about anyone at this table. I'm talking about, like, isn't it something like 70% of the internet traffic is porn, something like that? Like, everyone is using all of this stuff or being part of it to some extent, and then, like, looking at the people that are openly part of it and trying to explain what their life is and giving them shit for it. It just seems incredibly
But Dave,
ironic.
like, I want to dig into why you're saying your preference for your children is for them to not
Well,
do sex
I'm saying
work.
the same thing for them. I think ultimately, if she met the greatest guy tomorrow and was like, I want to take care of you, I want you to be the mother of my children, blah, 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 I suspect you would think that would be a better choice.
100%.
But
Yeah.
Dave,
Yeah.
when it comes to just because you consume something doesn't mean that you have to actively participate it. In other words,
Well,
just because
consuming
if
is
you
a type
watch
of participation.
right, but like for example, I like to watch the NFL. I don't want to go play in the NFL and go get CTE and go get a bunch of concussions. I'm not obliged. I like to watch the NFL. if I think there are certain health risks for my son to participate in playing in the NFL, while I might enjoy watching the sport, I might admire their athleticism, I might say to my son, it might not be, listen, you're probably not going to play professionally. Maybe you don't play in high school and get a bunch of concussions. That's going to fuck you up. Similarly with porn, just because you watch porn doesn't mean that you are then obliged to either date a woman who does porn, or you're not obliged to encourage your son or daughter to watch or to become a porn actress. Just because you watch it, I don't think it makes you hypocritical.
He's
it
saying,
doesn't even
is that
make
what you think I said?
I think he was saying like your
that.
actions speak louder than your words, and if you are ardently speaking out against porn but then consuming it, that's like a massive contradiction, for one. And then two, in the example of like football or sex work, if you say that you're anti-sex work but then you are supporting OnlyFans models, or you are consuming pornography, paying and like putting money towards it, you are helping like grow that industry and create and like voting with your dollar effectively.
By the way, you can also have an ideal in life that you're aiming towards, that you're not always getting to, but that you're working towards. So there might be some things you're doing along the way that if you're trying to get in a specific direction and you see what the end goal of what you want in life is, whatever that might be, whether it's that you want to be married and have kids, or you want to build a great business or whatever, if you're going in that direction and doing it honestly and forthrightly, my general feeling is that things will work out.
But do we
another.
agree at least that doing sex work is not an ideal path toward finding eventually
I said several times, I suspect, and she's agreeing with me. Yeah.
Buddhism directly disagrees with self-fulfillment through selfish desires. It is believed to be a hindrance to true enlightenment and the proper pleasures meant to be experienced in life. So you're either full of it or not familiar with the practice.
Buddhism. Okay, I think kind of the initial conversation was your sister, she's an escort. Mm-hmm. She does OnlyFans. These two women are escorts. They prostitute. So, sorry. Okay.
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $100. If my son brought home a prostitute as a girlfriend, he and I would have a long talk about where I effed up teaching him values and morality. After we covered the sofa and chairs with plastic.
Okay, that was
Thank
funny.
you.
I love that one.
I'm blasting.
No, so they're involved in prostitution. Your father is happy with it. You said that your parents are
and
supportive.
My parents know that I do OnlyFans and all of that. Yeah.
Right, and I think kind of where that whole thing stemmed from was I was saying that. And I'm not sure. I think maybe, Dave, you introduced the porn component into it. So that's kind of where my train of thought was with my argument. But
you said most women or most men wouldn't want to date a sex worker, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I do think, like, I don't know. I don't think it's a parent should be like encouraging or co-signing sex work.
I mean, we're not saying that, oh my god, our parents are like rooting for us to like
Loose Pussy Energy donated $99. With all due disrespect, most guys don't want gross 304s that have been ran through and got more bodies than John Wick. L for the parents, gay simp, and 4 eyes Kappa screechy voice troll. Brian, it's time to Frank Castle.
No,
This
that's fun.
Is Sparta. Hashtag feud them. Hashtag 8 at 18.
I think I agree with you, Brian, that like most men, if you ask them, would say that they don't want to date a sex worker, they don't want to date anyone who's involved in pornography or the porn industry. But I think actions speak louder than words. And if you pulled 100 random dudes from the street and asked like if they had the opportunity to go out with like Mia Khalifa or like Sasha Grey, do you think that they would say they don't want to?
If they do, it's because they're horny for her, not because they want to cherish her.
They'd still do it. This is my point. Like they can say that like I wouldn't.
They'd still do what?
Like go out on a date with Mia Khalifa or Sasha Grey.
Because they see them as sexual objects who they want to hook up with.
He said they wouldn't want to wife Mia Khalifa. They might, even if they say yes, they might think they want to wife Mia Khalifa because she's hot, But that's
Is she,
that's
though?
not their. I mean,
Wait, Brian,
also,
do you think out of like if you polled 100 American guys, they wouldn't want to?
Huh?
She's a kind of
What's that?
nasty
What's that?
bitch, and I'm not talking about
Mia
her
Khalifa's
looks.
marriage
If you just
broke
polled-
down as a result of her porn career. She said
3
that her
times.
husband actually admitted to her that he was no longer comfortable with the fact that there were existing videos of her having sex with other men on the internet.
Go
She
ahead,
said
Erin.
that
Go
did
ahead.
contribute to the end of her marriage.
Go ahead.
But I'm just asking if you polled like 100 American guys
Yeah.
and asked them, would you like to go out on a date with Mia Khalifa right now? You have the opportunity to. Do you think that the majority would say no?
Depends what street you're on.
Average American guy got all the
Would they
American.
go with Mia Khalifa?
Would they go out on a date
Can't
with
you
Mia
think
Khalifa?
of someone who?
Yeah,
Just
say porn star in
No,
general,
no.
not one, because
Just-
men have different
Out
preferences.
of 100 guys, how many
Would-
do you think would say no to a date with Mia Khalifa?
Well, okay,
Do
so
they think it involves sex?
It doesn't matter.
Just a date. It's a broad question.
Just
Like
a date.
They want to
But-
court
Yeah, because-
Mia Khalifa for marriage?
It's
no.
hard to
it's
say.
the question.
Nobody said
The
marriage.
only
It's hard to
question that
say.
they're being asked,
He said
that these
I don't-
100 men are being asked, is would you go on a date with Mia Khalifa right
We
now?
have a simp epidemic, so it could very well be the case that a high proportion of them say yes, but and my personal standard is I mean, if you've done porn, because there's some guys' standard is, well, I would date them casually, like I'd hook up with them, but I'd never take them seriously for a long-term relationship or marriage. If a girl's involved in that kind of work, I wouldn't even want casual sex with her. I don't want to kiss her. I don't want to go on a date.
Your
I don't
personal
want nothing.
preference.
Sure.
Wait, you think the
I
average
a
guy?
I think a lot of men probably, I don't know, majority, minority. I think a lot of guys also just wouldn't want to even pursue it anyways. But I do think there's a lot of simps. There's a lot of simps, and there's a lot of men who get very little attention from men. Holy fuck. Excuse me, sorry, I misspoke. There's a lot of people that get very little
Zero's
attention from
Maxi
women.
donated
So
$100. The first day I moved to LA, I met a girl I really liked, found out she had an OF and I didn't
Paul?
care. The more we hung
Okay,
out, the
I
more
see them in the
feelings
chat.
developed, and the more the OF became a problem, so we broke up. Once the surface novelty wore off, I had to end it.
See, this is
I mean-
what happened with Mia Khalifa's marriage.
so I could poll my audience, but I suspect you'd say, well, it's not representative.
Well, I was just asking you, average American, not because do you think your audience is like comprises of like the average American guy?
Well,
or no?
I would say like a large portion of my audience maybe would agree more so with my position on this. So I don't know if it would be representative of
the average
the
guy.
average American guy.
So you talked about, you said for your personal preference, no, but you really think that the average guy in America is saying no to a date with Mia Khalifa?
Okay, can I add something?
It's
real
hard
quick?
to say. I don't know.
I don't think so. I think if they had the chance, they might say I would never date a sex worker, but if they had the opportunity to date someone
That's
like Mia
because
Khalifa,
we're in a
like
simp
Amaranth,
epidemic.
like
We're
Sasha.
in a simp epidemic. Of
But
course.
you were saying earlier that like, you know, men need to step up and tell women that they're not going to accept like, you know, girlfriends as
Yes.
girlfriends as sex
Sure.
workers and stuff like that. But I'm saying, if I agree with you, the majority of guys already don't want that, but yet sex work industry is only getting larger and larger. So I don't think male condemnation is putting women off of wanting to enter sex work at all. And then especially when it's so lucrative for some of them, you know, very few, but for the few that it is lucrative for, it's just encouraging that.
All right, let me add
Encouraging
something.
what? From men to what?
If men financially support OnlyFans or sex workers in
Sure.
some way, then that's an endorsement of that behavior in a small way because you're voting with your dollar and you're expanding the industry. There's a financial incentive there for women to enter into it.
Right.
Are you-
As long as
I don't
would
deny
keep
that
doing this
simps
until-
exist. I know that there are men who co-sign
Simps
on
exist, but I'm
sex
talking
work.
about the average guy. I think the average guy consumes pornography, and the average guy is also
Correct.
consuming like OnlyFans and stuff like that. Like I don't think that,
That
the
in
subset
no
of
way
men.
means that they would want to marry the women.
I never
that
said
they
that they'd
are
want to
watching.
marry them,
Okay,
but Brian made
but-
the claim that they wouldn't even consider them.
That's
and
not
I'm saying I
true.
don't think that's true.
He said he wouldn't consider them for marriage. So his initial point was that he doesn't think guys want to have a long-term relationship or to wife a girl who's done sex work. And then you were like, so if you polled all these men and asked them if they would go on a date. A date isn't
Nickelodeon
marriage.
donated
I never said a date was marriage.
$99. I don't think these girls chose to come into the prostitution business. It came into them. P.S. No, Mia is a terrorist sympathizer.
That's
Let's
true,
not
that's
get into
true.
that.
That's true.
But his initial point was marriage and long-term relationship, and then you brought up a completely separate point of one date. And he said yes, that they probably would because simps exist. So what are we arguing?
It's just about a relationship. I think.
Zero's Maxi donated $100. I assume a lot of men would take the Mia date if they think she's hot and might get laid out of it. But the majority of them wouldn't want something long-term with her since all their boys have seen her naked. Guys don't want a wife that. It's common sense.
Hence,
If
Mia
it's
Khalifa's
common sense, but Brian, you were
divorce.
really hesitant to say that most guys wouldn't take a date with her. It seemed like you thought like maybe they'd take a date, but we have simps, or like they wouldn't be really doing it to like get to know her, and be doing it to hook up. But they still do
Stochastic
it.
Decay donated $99.
Yo, welcome, Stochastic.
Hey Brain. Sorry I'm late. Long day. As you know, I'm
Got
a
another one
slumlord.
after this coming in.
It's totally legal. At first my parents
what?
didn't like it. I've retired them, and now they're proud of me. Everything is legal. People who are negatively impacted aren't my problem. Legal.
Wait,
Legal.
I'm so confused.
This is probably a...
He's a slumlord?
Maybe
I think
he's
saying
joking.
Oh.
Dr.
Alright.
Nably donated
There's a lot coming.
$100.
Yeah, thank you.
This
Thank you guys. Thank you guys so
conversation
much.
is so absurd. No mentally healthy man would date or marry a sex worker. Has nothing to do with narrow-mindedness. To the girl in the back, yes, your father is a weak man. I am disgusted by Mia K, not even with 10-foot pole.
That is Dr.
Yeah,
Nablis.
my
Do you have a-
father's not a weak man. He was in the Vietnam War, so he actually served this country. So he is not a weak man. I really disagree with that.
just says weak virtue.
My only point is that guys may say that they wouldn't do it, but when the opportunity is presented, I think a lot more men suddenly would start doing it. Actions speak louder than words.
I've done a social experiment on Tinder.
You've done a social experiment on Tinder?
Yep.
Yeah, but isn't
I've
it...
been doing it.
Isn't
quite
it the case,
frequently when
if I
I'm
recall
bored.
the previous show you were on, you said that if you're just casually dating a guy, you do not disclose that you're a
They
prostitute.
don't even make it past the texting point. Like I'll be like,
Yeah, but you said you will meet up with guys, hook up with them,
dude,
be on dates.
outside of my job, I do not
You don't tell them.
go and hook up with guys.
Yeah, I think you should. I think we talked about that last time.
No, I'm good.
No, I don't think you- I'm saying you should-
I'm good. I don't want to go hook up with
No,
people.
no, no. Sorry, I didn't mean that. I mean you should disclose, even if it's a casual sexual encounter. I do think you should disclose
I honestly
to
think
men
I'm gray
that you're-
sexual. And
What does that
what?
even mean?
So
What's gray?
it's like when I just
Gray sexual.
yeah, like if
What
I-
does that mean?
It's. Do you know what it is?
Did you pull that one up?
I like kind
Well,
of
if
men
you
and
are
women both.
gray-sexual, do you know
Did
what
you
it
show
means?
that?
Men and women both. Bisexual,
just-
not
I
bisexual.
don't-
You're
but-
just
need-
not really affected by sex one way
Yeah.
or the other.
Okay.
Right, and so
that
I-
makes sense.
And so I'm not like exactly like
it could
I'm
be a
not,
man or a woman.
So outside of my work and my profession, I'm trying
Bender the Offender
to.
donated $99. That shirt should say skip me.
Your T-shirt,
Pay me.
because your T-shirt says "Pay me."
Your OnlyFans.
Okay,
Subscribe to my OnlyFans. I'm currently having a sale.
so you're saying gray sexual
Haram.
is you are not affected by sex? What does that
I just
mean?
like outside of work, I don't just go and date guys and hook up with guys outside of work. I'm
Why?
just not.
What is gray sexual? Define gray sexual, please.
I don't. I'm not. I don't.
What is
like,
that?
Like you love who you
Look,
love.
Yeah, it's like
What does that mean?
it means I don't need to have sex all the time. So it's like I don't know. I'm not attracted.
What? It's like if you're
If
looking at
you're
it
not-
in your
can
brain,
pull
I
out
feel
my
like
phone
her.
to Google it or whatever.
Maybe when it comes to sex, oxytocin, that's what gets released, just doesn't really get released very much for her. So she's just unaffected one way or the other when it comes to sex, no matter the gender, no matter whatever.
Like I like what I like, and like
Wait, okay, hold on.
That's
Can
what
you move
great
your mic
sexual
this way,
sounds
please?
like it would be.
Not okay. Maybe that's.
But I'm just-
You are
just guessing.
desensitized.
I'm not desensitized.
From sex
I'm not
because it's what you
desensitized.
do.
You might be
I
desensitized.
need-
There might be a little
with a partner-
desensitization, just a tad.
No,
a little bit of
with a
little
partner
bit, just a
that
little.
I want to pursue. There needs to be an emotional connection for me to be able to want to pursue that.
Okay, that's not a
That's
sexual
normal.
orientation.
I think
that
that's-
is normal
that's
demisexual.
sexuality.
Right?
Demisexual?
If I could
Yeah.
pull out my phone right
No,
now and read the
that's
definition.
Can
normal.
we just go
That's
back to the
not
50s?
Needing an emotional connection to have sexual attraction,
What?
that is normal sexuality. That's
Bro,
not
do you need the
an
definition? You don't need to
orientation.
get up. I'll just look it up.
She's about to Google
God, bro.
gray sexual.
Here,
for us.
while she does that, hold on. I need to read this chat.
That's the first
Hold
time I've
on.
heard of gray sexual.
Hold on.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I was
Bender
just
the,
guessing.
stop, guys, stop. Bender the Offender. Thank you, man. Ladies, if a woman you know just had their first child prioritized her career, and 10 years later she did not know she was going to pass on. Do you think the mother should have gone further in her career? Now imagine if you were that mother.
Oh, first child prioritized. Huh?
Wait, just for the
What?
really quick to you, do you want kids one day?
Me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you want to have kids? Do you have kids?
No, I have no kids.
Do you want a daughter, son,
I want
whatever?
kids,
You want some
yeah,
kids?
but-
Would you, let's say your daughter came to you and she was like, hey mom, I want to start escorting. I want to become a prostitute. Would you be like, go for it, honey? Or would you try to direct her to not go down that path?
I mean, it depends. You know, that's her life or his or hers.
You wouldn't give her counsel as...
No, I'm saying like I would, but it's just like I don't really know how I would explain it. I guess I mean like my kid, like the way I grew up. Like I said, my dad, you know, woman cooks and cleans and stuff like that. But like I said, my dad also taught us to be very independent. So my sister chose to go down as a sex worker routine. My other sisters, they work. Like we all work regular jobs, you know. But I feel like maybe I don't think my daughter would end up doing that. But if the possibility were to occur, I'd probably give her some safety notes on what
But would you do anything to try to prevent her from doing it, telling her how disappointed you would be? Trying to, I don't know, what kind of maneuvers you could make to try to discourage her from getting into that profession?
I don't think I would ever tell my daughter, like, I'm very disappointed in you, shame on you because that's what you want to do.
See,
like,
we need to bring shame back.
Because you love your daughter.
We got to bring shame back.
Don't get me wrong,
because
but like I said, I don't think my daughter would even ever consider being a sex worker.
Why do you think that?
Or anything
Why?
like that.
Sorry, hold on
Brandon
just a
Mills
sec.
donated $99. You're either straight or you're gay. You're either male or female.
Okay.
It actually leaves me with a dark depression that this is the dating market I get to choose from. Also Heineck and Madison C.
All right. Thank you, Brandon. Thank you.
You said you love your daughter, so love is not
Like,
acceptance. Acceptance and love don't go hand in hand at all. In fact, if you love somebody and you feel something is right, you want to push them to what is right. You're not going to
Why do
accept
you
them doing that. I mean, something that you think, I'm not even talking about sex work. If you think something's damaging to your child, whether it's sex work or not, whatever it is, and they're going to do that, you're not going to be like, okay, sweetheart, I love you, so I'm going to accept that you're doing something damaging. Love is an acceptance.
So why are
I'm
you
not
guys
saying
so
I'm-
stuck on letting people do what they
Yeah,
will
that's
and what
like
they want to
her
do
if
with their
it's
life.
life?
Like, she
damaging
wants to
and
go
it's
down
your
that routine,
child,
you know,
you're
I
not
would-
going to want your child to do
we're-
something that you think is
But we're
damaging.
the most
What's wrong
likely
with
in
that?
that
But I'm speaking for
situation.
myself and she's speaking for her sister. So I'm saying, like, to you, why do you care so much about what
the
I
other
got to
person
do with
is
my
doing.
life?
Right. Like,
You know what I'm saying?
my daughter
Because you're
wants
a
to go
human
ahead and do
being.
that.
Tell us what
Okay,
you're
go
saying.
ahead.
And
I'm
I'm
not
not-
gonna
Tell
tell
us
my
what you're
daughter.
saying.
I'm not hurting
Tell
nobody.
us what you're saying.
I'm not hurting
Okay.
nobody.
We care that you are doing this with your life
don't
because
care.
we think
You
that
don't
it's
care.
a damaging thing to do.
No, you don't.
That's
Yes,
just
I
like
do.
me saying I would
No.
care if my
I
daughter
do.
was
Don't.
gay or not. Like, if that's what she
That's
wants.
totally different.
You know,
In
she
my heart
That's
of hearts,
totally
like,
different.
I actually do think that what you do for a living is damaging
Okay.
and debasing and degrading, and I actually do care
Here's
what
the
you
thing.
do in your life.
You might be right. Mary Morgan might not directly care about you, but she's on here to preach what she thinks is right, just like you're on here to preach what
And
you
that's
think
what I'm
is
saying.
right
I'm saying
to the public.
she doesn't care in a whole.
No,
and
it's-
that's what I'm
it's
saying.
both.
But
I
you
actually
asked
do
why
care.
we're basically why we're preaching this, and that's because it's not just about you, it's about the general public that's watching this. This is what we think is right, so we're going to talk about it, and you're doing the same.
But not everybody's gonna live up to your standards, and not everybody's gonna want to do exactly what
and
you
I
want
could
them
say
to do.
the same thing to what you're saying.
And but I know that though. I'm not trying to convince anybody else how to live their life and what to do. I'm living my life for myself. I'm doing what I got to do, but to live freely.
So why
you know
are
what I'm saying?
Why
I'm
are
not
you
out
on
here
this podcast?
Yeah, I was just about to say that.
because.
Why are you
Because
saying
I'm
this on the
advocating
internet?
for sex
This
work.
podcast, as much as
You are
how
what?
we are all on this podcast,
Yeah.
we have our own different opinions and everything.
Yeah,
Hold on,
exactly.
hold
That's
on,
what
hold
I'm
on.
saying.
Sports donated $100.
I want to get these two girls
My other TTS did
in
not
on this.
trigger because of a bad word, I guess.
Did I read
Yes,
it?
you should shame your kids when they do
What's that, Nick?
something shameful.
I thought I read it.
SW is shameful. We know it is shameful because we have spent an hour attempting to justify it. Morals, get some.
I think that means the opposite. If
Did
we
I-
have to debate
did I-
over
I
it
didn't
so
read
much,
it?
I think it's
Oh,
not agreeable.
yo,
It's shameful.
Grid one.
I missed
He
that.
said, "Ooh, gross AF. No way I'm risking Mr. Happy for a ride on." I can't say that word. Sorry. For a ride with a girl.
Okay, I wanted to know actually, why are you on this podcast?
Because we came together.
We came together.
Why?
They invited me back.
Yeah.
And I'm here to talk about, debate about what we're talking about.
Show some different
Okay,
opinions.
and we're saying our opinion, and your response is, why do you care so much? We told you why we care, and you're saying, you don't care. Like,
I'm just
there's
saying,
no way
like,
that we can disprove what you said.
Somebody telling somebody else how to live their life, I don't think that that's you caring. Like, if the person is doing well and is living their life how they're living, that is what I was talking
But my
about.
Look,
point
this-
is, I don't think that you are doing well. I don't think that is possible. I don't think that is compatible with what you do for a living, which
How
is
is
letting
that-
men
Well,
use
but the
you.
beauty of America is that it doesn't matter what you think relative to her life, as
I
long
am
as she's not
healthy.
breaking the law. I actually don't necessarily disagree with you philosophically. Like when you asked me, would I want my kids to go into sex work? The answer is obviously no. But then what
Why
I
is
said
that
to them,
obvious, though?
for the reasons that you're arguing,
He
right?
just said
I'm
he
not.
agrees
I'm not.
with you on that.
Yeah, I'm not defending sex work per se, but I will defend a human being who is sitting across from me, who is doing nothing illegal with her life. That
Yeah.
clearly he's running a hell of a podcast, making a shit ton of money, while to talk about these issues, so people care about these things. And she was brave enough to come here and talk
Yeah.
about it.
And then
so I'm not disagreeing with the philosophical precept that sex work has issues, obviously, but it doesn't mean that everyone involved in it is somehow deeply corrupt or somehow
Thank
ruining society or anything else.
I didn't
Again, I
say
would
that.
say, and
Thank
you both
you.
nodded when I said that maybe one day you'll find a guy and then you'll be like, all right, I did that, and you might regret it or not regret it,
Right.
or have kids or not have kids, but you're probably not going to be doing it when you're 60. I
Right.
don't think you guys have illusions that you will, but
And
like
I
at the end of the
think
day, like,
you-
do
for
you want to
that.
just, what do you want to do? You want to jail her? Like, what do you want to do with her?
And I think
It's illegal.
I
Okay,
think
we're not
people-
debating
I think
the
you,
legality.
Yeah.
I thank you so much for reacting that way. You know what I mean? Because although, like you say, you don't agree with it completely and whatever, you're still kind,
I understand what-
compassionate,
yeah.
and you're treating me like a human being. And
Yeah.
thank you.
This
are a human
this
being.
all stemmed from you were Nick. Can you? Okay. This all stemmed from you saying that your parents were supportive, or I forget the exact wording.
Respect.
Or was it respect? I don't know exactly. I was just a bit surprised because that's typically not normal for parents to be like really enthusiastically happy
I mean, they
about
weren't
their
jumping for
child being
joy.
involved.
They weren't jumping for joy or anything like that.
Sure.
You know.
Okay.
But okay.
Okay, we're
Yeah,
not-
I feel like we got it here.
We were never
you guys
debating
were
the
you two.
legality
Hold on,
of what
stop.
they do.
You two haven't really been able to speak much. I want to try to bring you in. I think you both were kind of shaking your heads in, I don't know, in disagreement a little bit. Your thoughts and then your thoughts. Go ahead.
I just think it depends on the person, and if they like what they're doing and they're happy, I feel like it should be
Sure.
be like a question. Like if they're doing what they're like they want to do and they're happy, and if it's not damaging to them, maybe it might be damaging to you if you did it, but for her, it's not. So
Okay, what about you?
I agree with what she's saying, and I mean,
Into the mic,
we
please. Straight into the mic.
Sorry, we started talking about this because someone said something about them not having respect for themselves, but I don't think that's the case at all, if I'm being honest. And I don't think anybody who they're with or anything doesn't have respect for them either. I mean, if we're being honest, like what he said, like about watching porn and stuff, and like paying for OnlyFans and all this stuff, like you're playing into it and
Supporting it.
yeah, you're supporting it. But and then everyone who's disagreeing with what they say and how you were surprised, I understand why you were surprised about her parents being happy, but I don't understand you being surprised about her parents supporting her. Because I think you're a parent. I mean,
It would-
I'm not,
well-
but I'm saying, like, if I did have a child, of course, like, if it was them getting into, like, this type of work, like, I wouldn't be, like, super
Excited.
enthusiastic about
but
it.
if they liked what they're
But anything that they do, like, even like you brought up the football example and how it was similar. I don't think that that's similar at all. What you said about the similarities, I think that made sense, but I think the two things aren't similar. And yeah, I think like if I had a kid, like no matter what they're doing, like I'm gonna support.
Period.
No matter what? What if they're drug dealing?
Now that's actually hurting somebody.
Yeah, that's hurting. If they're not hurting anybody, they're not hurting themselves.
Is
it though? Because
I'm not really.
we've recently legalized marijuana.
I think legal sex work we were advocating for.
We're at a legal brothel where we get tested once a week on the spot for STDs. For HIV and AIDS, we provide you a safe spot to come hang out with the girls at the Bunny Ranch.
Sure.
So
yeah, I'm not surprised that her parents are supportive of it, especially because you've gone like through the legal avenues. You're doing it at one of the few legalized brothels that there is in the United States. And like I've seen HBO's Cat House, and like they have monitors. They have, I don't know if they still have it, but they have cameras watching all the interactions. It's like, it's legal, it's above board. So if there ever were to be a scenario where a parent is actually like more than fine with their parent being a sex worker, I feel like it would be them because they're doing it in the legal avenue. Even if something is
legal, I don't necessarily think it means that like perhaps a parent might not be enthused if their child is I'm trying to think of I don't know.
Well, the question is, do you want to institutionalize or criminalize your morality? So again, I'm not defending sex work, but like ultimately, do you want to put them in jail? Like, what do you want people to do?
Know.
People who are prostitution is the oldest business in the history of the world, so it's going to happen one way or another. That's just a fact. It's just a fact. But by the way, I can also make partly the other argument, which would be that I do smoke weed every now and again. I used to smoke a lot of weed, but I smoke weed maybe once a week for like 5 minutes to watch The Simpsons and go to bed. But the more weed has become legal, I actually do see it as a problem, because if any of you guys have been to New York City lately, the city has completely fallen apart because it stinks like weed everywhere because everyone's stoned everywhere. Or go to San Francisco or even out here in Santa Barbara, like it smells like weed everywhere. Over time, that's not good for society. So I can make a sort of counter argument to it. But at the end of the day, you can have your own personal moral beliefs that you can instill in your family and hope that your children will take those and build families that are similar. Or you got to be like, I'm going to jail an awful lot of people or kill an awful lot of people.
If I can hold on. If I can bring it back, I think this ultimately stemmed from a conversation we were having to kind of bring it back into context with dating. I think we should maybe stray away from sex work bad, sex work good. Let's try to center it back to how it relates to dating. And I think generally speaking, most men do not want to date women who are sex workers.
I feel like that also just.
I think they'll say that, but I think they would.
That depends on your partner, though. Like it literally depends on your partner. Like you have to have that connection with your partner and talk all the time. Like with that partner that you have. So say if she's a sex worker, like, sorry, you are a sex worker, right? Yes. But if a man were to come up to you and you guys started getting to know each other a little bit more, and like maybe a year goes by and he said, hey, I don't want you to be a sex worker no more. I want you to, get a regular job maybe, and I could take care of you. Like, you'd probably be like, yeah, of course. It's just like I said, it depends on your partner.
Exactly what I said.
On who you are talking to.
Look, men are allowed to have a preference, standard, or boundary.
Yeah, no, I'm saying like a lot of men do,
and vice versa.
Yeah.
Sure. But this pushback on men having this standard of not wanting to date women who are prostitutes, it's like, to me, do you guys think that there's a large majority of men that want to date women who are or were involved in prostitution? Most men do not want to have long-term romantic relationships, or probably even casual short-term relationships with women who are or were prostitutes. I don't think that's a controversial
I'm with you. I don't think they want long-term relationships with sex workers, but even the short-term and hookup, I definitely think they'd be like a lot of men would be way more open to that idea than you're willing to admit.
Well, we also have, because sex work is such a broad thing, because that could be anything from tasteful lingerie photos to like
escorting.
Street, So prostitution, large majority of men would not want short-term or long-term romantic dating with prostitutes. OnlyFans, porn, it's probably a higher proportion of men. and we can go on from
I think
there,
they'll say that, but things change, you know?
And
Like,
everyone's
people,
different.
like, they'll go in thinking, like, even if it's short term or whatever, you don't really choose who you fall in love with. I think it's entirely possible, like, guys fall in love with strippers and sex workers all the time. All the time.
And there's been, like, successful men that have married and or dated girls that are in the sex work
That's
industry.
an L. That's a big L for the dude. That's a huge L.
And you may think that, but to others, not so
Can
much.
I ask you a question?
Sure, sure.
What's your purpose of having girls like them on the show?
What do you mean?
What's the reason that you bring like a whole bunch of girls, sex workers, and just like cute girls?
What's
What's your purpose of bringing them on the show? I actually don't mean.
I
this,
asked.
I don't mean this. I don't mean this.
Yeah,
to be
like
a dick,
let's
But I'm just trying to understand something
For arguments like this, because it gets attention.
And
No, because you could be having these conversations with people that are dressed differently and not showing off their boobs and everything else, and less people would watch, and you'd make less money, right? Like that's how it works. So everyone's playing a game to a certain extent. I don't mean that judgy to you. I really don't. But I'm trying to understand, like, the nature of you have these girls here.
Sure.
There's a reason you bring them on, right? Like,
Well, I
there's a
mean, I
reason
suppose there's a
behind
reason I
bringing
bring on everybody onto the show, but
Yeah.
but I mean, they initially, I think you reached out to me for
Yeah.
your first appearance.
But I mean,
I think
no,
you
but
also
the point
reached
is
out.
more people will
They-
watch if you bring on girls dressed a certain way, right? Like that.
Well, I
that's
didn't
just
ask
Just
how it
tell
is.
them how to
I
dress.
No.
He's making
There's a
a
lot of
yeah,
boobs,
go.
there's a lot of boobs at this table, like right? Like there's a reason for that.
I mean, you should be asking them why they dress the way they do, not me. But
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $100. Decaying morals is a decaying society. Calling people out on it as shameful and not being afraid to stand up and say that is disgusting and there is no way I will even be your friend is lacking but needed. But men are shamed for saying I do not want a 304.
I have a question.
yeah,
My question is, so I like to come on these podcasts because I think that perhaps maybe to somebody who is watching, so I've had experiences in sexual healing with recovering incels, and
what? So keep going. Keep going.
They're really the people that I've met. I've had experiences with them, and I think that is that a healthy place for them to go, like a brothel in a sense where it's safe. Nobody's going to claim anything against them. Nobody's going to do anything against them. They can get their needs met. And it's a legal, safe place rather than like, they go on the internet to find something and then all of a sudden it's a man in like Timbuktu or something. And I think that it's healthy for the brothel, to be there for these men that just want and have that experience and that genuine experience. I think it could be real.
Truthfully, I'm not even sure that I don't even think that I'm against legal prostitution.
Yeah.
But when it comes to dating, I would advise men not to date women who are involved in sex work. Me personally, I would not want to date a woman who is involved in sex work. I think it's a perfectly reasonable and valid standard or preference to have. It's not so much that I'm maybe it's more so Mary that might have an issue with it, but I honestly, like, I don't know if I have really an issue with illegal prostitution, but purely from like, hey, saying it's okay for men to not want to date women who are involved in.
No, they choose.
I think men are entitled to have their preferences when it comes to who they date.
I went to ask Dave, so I saw a TTS that said like you're a conservative or you're a fascist or like what is like politically what is your thing? Like what is your political label?
Fascist. I'm definitely
Obviously.
a fascist.
Right-wing
Okay.
extremists.
I mean, well,
Right-wing
everyone.
extremists.
Well, I've gone very hard on the woke, and I was one of the first people calling out woke stuff like a decade ago, before the phrase woke was around. And I've always considered myself liberal in the true sense of liberalism, which is about free speech and individual rights and limited government and that sort of thing, which now is more thought of as libertarian. But I mean, I'm gay, married. I would say I'm begrudgingly pro-choice.
Who did you vote for in the last election?
I voted for Trump last time, and the one
So-
before I voted for Gary Johnson, who was the pothead libertarian.
The libertarian.
Yes.
Yeah,
So you supported the GOP.
Yeah.
Do you think like most conservatives like have the view on sex work that you do, and like kind of this laissez-faire attitude of like even if it
I'd
should
say
not be legal?
I'm more on the libertarian side of probably what a Republican is, but I know that some people have issues with my life, right? So like the exchange you have in a free society is that you have to grant. Again, you can have an ideal of what you want society to be, and that ideal is what you should try to do, I think, in your home and your community and everything else. But in a pluralistic society where we have 350 million people that are every color and religion and have every thought process and philosophy, you got to figure out a system that is going to allow people to live as they wish, and sometimes you're not going to like it.
So which candidate are you going to like support in this?
I live in Florida. I mean, I think DeSantis is probably the best candidate we've had in modern times.
I feel like if you're talking about libertarian values, I feel like DeSantis has some of the worst record when it comes to that.
How do you mean?
Just because he is his abortion ban in his state. Like, did you support the abortion ban?
So the abortion ban is the one thing that I personally disagree with him. Florida had 15 weeks, which I'm fine with. Look, first off, it's a much bigger topic than we can probably do here.
Right. Or like restricting access to contraception. I know he also supported that.
Just on the abortion thing, he's the governor of the state. So abortion after Roe v. Wade, as I'm sure you know, was kicked back to the states.
Overturned. Super unpopular.
Yeah. I think it was the right choice because abortion, regardless of your feelings on abortion was not a constitutionally guaranteed right. That's what the case was
According
about.
to the Ninth Amendment, we have rights that aren't explicitly enumerated in the Constitution, and like even with Roe v. Wade and stuff like that, I feel like the majority of Americans like didn't support that decision. 60% of Americans are in favor of like abortion not being criminalized.
We don't legislate based on the majority, but
not majority.
The Supreme Court of the United States decided that abortion was not a constitutionally guaranteed
Roe v.
right,
Wade overturned.
pushing it back to the states. Right? It didn't make abortion illegal. It just pushed it back to the states.
But he wants like a federal abortion ban. So that like the Republican line was it needs to get kicked
I've
back
never
to the
heard him
states.
say he wants a federal abortion
and now,
ban. He wants a heartbeat bill, which is what he has in Florida. I personally disagree with him on that specific thing, but beyond that, I don't think I have any real disagreements with him. I think he's pushed woke out of schools. I think he's done more in terms of fighting the insane culture wars than anybody. I think he's probably like the most sort of morally clear leader in terms of...
Even with the Disney stuff?
It was great what he did with Disney.
Why?
Absolutely
If
great.
you're like a libertarian and if you think the market should decide, right?
Well,
like he's interfering with the market.
No,
by
no.
Like
You're confused as to what he did. Disney had special laws and regulations and tax breaks and an airport and a whole bunch of stuff that crony capitalists before him put in, and he removed it. So he made it more libertarian. Libertarian is that you want an even playing field
by him
for everybody.
interfering.
Yes, 100.
Like, would you say you're like a classical liberal?
They had special rights. Disney had special rights that SeaWorld didn't have and Gator World didn't have. That are their competitors, right? So he took away their special rights. That's evening the playing field. So that would be the classical. No, it's not regulation. It's evening. It's removing special privileges.
Dave, you're a fake conservative. You're a liberal disguised. Truly disappointed. Also, women who do S work is just women who never got attention, and any man who lets their daughter, it is a disgrace and not a real man.
Again, I just said I'm not a traditional conservative. I'm gay, married. I'm begrudgingly pro-choice. We could probably go. I mean, my first book was a defense of liberalism, actually. But I think you're just a little confused as to what the Disney situation was.
No, I'm saying that like what you're talking about, like, oh, he came in and he removed this or whatever. It's still a Republican governor interfering with the market. And if you refer to yourself as like a liberal in the classical sense, that means that there's not really supposed to be that sort of market
well, I don't believe in no
interference
government. I'm not an anarchist. I believe that government should be used for specific things. One thing government should be used for is to make sure that certain companies aren't treated better than other companies because of political preferences. So all he did was remove that. So now Disney has to operate under the same exact laws that SeaWorld has.
Abortion stuff and the contraceptive stuff alone like conflict with your purported libertarian values so much because to restrict access to contraception or like defunding contraception, wouldn't you say that that's an intrusion upon like people's individual liberty?
No, he's not. I mean, I don't know what you're saying. He's not stopping anyone from getting condoms or getting birth control or something of that.
He is by restricting access to contraception.
What
he
access
is trying
is he
to
restricted?
Make it. I can't remember what the name of it is, but between his abortion ban for his state, which is
it's not an abortion ban. You can say it's an abortion ban, but it's not. He has a heartbeat bill, 6 weeks. You may personally disagree with it, but then you shouldn't live in Florida. You have to figure out what your hierarchy of important ideas is, right? And if you put abortion, if you put 8-month abortions at the highest, you probably just shouldn't live in Florida.
Wouldn't
that's
you say
the beauty
that
of
like
states' rights.
Right, but then the Constitution, as like a federal document, has to guarantee some certain rights to people, regardless of like the individual state that you live in.
It's the rights
like,
that are in the Constitution.
Shouldn't they
and
not
in the Bill
be
of
intruding
Rights.
upon people's right to get access to like contraception and to abortion?
Well, there's no right to contraception.
But there's so many rights that are not explicitly enumerated in the Constitution.
Right, so you leave those things to the state. So again, if you don't like the things that DeSantis is doing,
he and the
then
right
don't
wing
live
are
in-
calling for these like federal abortion bans, which are ridiculously unpopular. But if you don't support them, that's good. You're saying you don't support a federal abortion ban?
No, I don't know because it has nothing to do with the federal government. I don't. Right, it has nothing to. We just reversed Roe v. Wade, kicked it back to the states. The states can make their choice. So if
Mitch
you
McConnell was calling for like a federal abortion ban.
I don't know that I've ever heard him say that, but I'm certainly not for that. Yeah.
Here, let's bring it back to dating here. And Dave, we have I think about 10-ish more minutes.
Okay.
Is there anything dating related that you would like to talk about?
Dating related that I would like to talk about.
Since we have you for another 10 minutes here, any topics you'd like to hit on?
I think the trick is you just have to find somebody that will just like push you in the ways that will make you a little bit better.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like if you're a big kind of blue sky thinker, then you should have someone that's like a granule thinker. And then you can go and build great things together. Like for me in my life right now, like I work very hard and I do this and it's had a lot of rewards, obviously, financial and otherwise. And my husband does most. We don't have help. We have his sister-in-law is helping us, but we don't have like hired help at the home. And he's doing most of the work with the kids during the day. And then I do my show and I come out and I'm changing diapers and then I run back in and I'm on Fox and I go back and I'm changing another diaper. But he's doing that. Like we figured out a way. You have to find somebody that basically just like that your life will be a good blended kind of holistic thing. And if you can do that, every couple that I've ever met that if they do that when you're with them and you're like, oh, they're not constantly trying to take each other out,
$100.
that's the trick.
Also forgot to say love you in the podcast. Brian, keep up the good work.
Aww.
Hey, Elijah, thank you. Elijah, excuse me. Thank you very much, man. Really appreciate it. Thank you. And
My question was, so companies, I just never knew that. Companies are you said
is it dating related? Let's try to.
No. Okay, maybe
let's
later.
try to keep it if we can. Did you have
No, I think
anything
I
else?
think that was it.
Okay.
I think you're a little confused about what he did with Disney.
I think there was like clear market intervention there, but I mean, if you don't support his like contraception,
he removed it. Do you understand? Like they had special privileges, and he removed them. That's what you would want a conservative to do, right? You would want people to make the playing field even. That's the difference. If he had been out there like, oh, we'll give SeaWorld special privileges, that would be a problem, right? Like if you owned a business, you wouldn't want the government to give your competitor special privileges. Because,
I think if it's lucrative for your state, like Disney is a massive multi-billion like corporate conglomerate. For him to interfere in the market like that, just like not even speaking to whether it's right or wrong, I think it's like a huge point of hypocrisy for him to like go back on that and interfere. Interfere with the market like that, and then.
Hey Dave, what do you think about feminism? What do you think about feminism, Dave?
I think that third wave feminism has led to many of the problems that we're discussing here today. Basically, would be the short answer of that.
What's the longer?
The longer version of it would be that I think that the heart of what you're saying, which is actually the heart of what you're saying, and is that basically most people, putting aside gay, straight, or anything else, most people want to find a person that they love and that they can build a life with and that is good and decent. And sometimes getting there is a little bit messy or a little bit different. And I usually talk about things from a societal perspective or a political perspective. So I'm just trying to figure out a way to build a society, which we had in America for a long time, and I would say we're getting very close to throwing away completely, which would understand that there are people that do what you do for a living and what you do for a living, and that there are people who are totally religiously against those things. And how do you blend enough of a society so you're literally not jailing people and killing people and turning neighbor against neighbor? The best way to do that, I think, is a classically liberal perspective. So when people say I'm not a conservative, it's like I guess I'm not. I would say I'm a modern conservative because it's conservatives that are actually defending all of those liberal values. But the best thing, they absolutely are.
No.
I'll send you a copy of my first book. You'll like it.
Sure.
I want one.
But especially,
I'll send
I know,
it to
me
you
too.
Yeah, you got it.
Just
I'll
like-
send all three of you the book. But the point is, the best thing you can do in a society is figure out, okay, is there something to aim for? And then what are the laws we can have so that people will have some individual choice within that and live a life that is hopefully decent. Otherwise, I mean, why do communist regimes end up, or any authoritarian regime end up killing an awful lot of people? There's a reason for it, you know. They promise you utopia, but the problem is humans are imperfect, so we can't build perfect systems.
Dave, do you think male privilege is a thing?
Male privilege?
Male privilege. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't really, I don't think that any of these privilege things are real. You know, some people are born rich and blow it. Some people are born poor and do really well. Like, that's the story that everyone loves in every movie, the guy who's born with nothing and abused and blah, 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 and came from nothing and becomes something great. Like, the hero's journey is that whatever the shit is that you have, whatever your shit is, right? You came from a broken family, or you came from a super wealthy family that ignored you the whole time, or whatever. Like, the hero's journey is figuring out what your set of stuff is, right? And taking it, and not just letting it own you forever, which almost everyone that you will meet in life does. Almost everyone, literally. And if you can figure out a way to take that stuff and take it with you on your adventure, and then eventually figure out how to put it aside and then live the life you're supposed to live, man, you will be happy and fulfilled, and you will probably be successful and accomplish everything you want to accomplish.
Okay.
So privilege, male privilege, female privilege, that's just irrelevant to me in a way.
I think we're getting pretty close to here on the time. Phoenix, are we?
I got a thing. 7 more minutes. 7 minutes,
7?
okay.
Yo, AB check. Thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. Thank you. Let me get a couple chats here. Why not? We have, this is from about 23 minutes ago. Ox Maxi, absolutely base take from Dave. So I'm not sure exactly what it's in reference to, but also I love watching Madison pulling faces and stuff in the background. Madison standing from London. Unfortunately, Ox, she hears you. She's just behind the scenes here, but she hears you. And then we have Grid coming in.
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $100. For the panel, as much damage do you feel feminism has done to dating and relationships? How can the patriarchy help you today?
How can patriarchy help you today? Is that the question?
What does that mean?
What's the
I'm a
patriarchy?
little confused by
You know,
the
if I
question.
learned anything on this show, it's that I don't do super chats, and I'm really leaving a lot of money on the table. This
Like,
Grid
for
guy,
real.
just watch my show.
Yeah, good.
That's great.
Yeah. AB check, thank you. Usually it is, tonight it's been very, maybe I should have boosted it for tonight's show. Normally it's not this frequent, the interruptions, but
It's healthy, I guess. That's good.
yeah. So Grid 1, thank you. So how can the patriarchy help you today? Is that, I don't know how the girls
I
would
don't know.
answer
What
that
is the
question.
patriarchy?
What's the
Well, I
question
think they
again?
mean how can the idea of finding a man who will take care of you, basically, so that you can maybe, you know, have kids and take care of the home, does that
Wait.
work for you?
Do you guys think
One
the
more time.
patriarchy is
Basic
based
idea.
and you love it?
Wait,
Yeah.
what's the
Wait, no, I'm so
patriarchy?
confused. What's the question, guys?
What is the patriarchy?
I don't, it's, I don't.
Maybe it's how much damage do you think feminism has done to dating today? But he did a typo there.
He does say, as much. Oh, how much damage?
Maybe
do you
he means
feel
how
from-
much damage has feminism done?
Do you
to
think,
dating?
guys? Let me rephrase it, if you don't mind, Grid 1. Do you guys think that feminism has done damage to dating and relationships?
I think
Well, if you look at statistically,
Well, hold on. Let's start with you. We'll go around the table. Go ahead.
Can we start over here and go?
No.
around?
Start.
I
go.
mean, I just really don't
You
know.
don't. Okay, fine. Go ahead.
Repeat the question. Sorry.
Do you think feminism has done damage to dating and relationships?
I don't.
So I suppose specifically within male-female relationships.
No.
You don't think it's damaged the
No.
relationships?
I think you
between the
disagree with me,
genders?
but like, what's an example of like how feminism has damaged dating?
Well,
that you
the
feel like-
basic idea would be selling women the idea that if you're career oriented and you just chase
Yeah.
all of that instead of chasing finding a man, getting married, being a mother, all of those things, that will somehow leave you fulfilled. And in almost every case, we just know that that's simply not true, which is probably a shitty thing for a guy that's 47 to say to a 20, I don't know how old you are. Right, but like it probably actually is true. And not probably.
I feel like people kind of present this false dichotomy.
It doesn't mean that women shouldn't be equal, but the idea of feminism selling this thing that you have to be out there working all day and not home for your, like we all know, like my mom, when my parents got married, my parents have been married 50 something years. They still live in the house that I grew up in since I was 3 years old. My mom was working before, I'm the oldest. My mom was working before I went to school. Then she stopped working for like 20 years. My sister's 10 years younger than me. She made us breakfast every day. We came home. She was there to open the door every day. All my friends, my house was the place we went to. It created a type of stability and all of those things. And then that gave her worth. And then she then did go back to work after. But the idea that you would go be a lawyer and go like be in corporate America and feminism sold something that fundamentally is probably not totally true.
I guess
not to say that there aren't exceptions to that, because of course there are.
I just see it as like this false dichotomy that you can either decide between like a career and a family, where it's like obvious that men manage to like have children and have like very successful corporate careers. I think women are finding it increasingly just possible for them to go to school, have a stable job for a few years, they have kids, they end up raising those kids, but then as soon as the kids are like right back in school, they want to go right back to work. And I don't see that as like a negative thing, I guess, like Brian maybe does. Or no, yes?
What's negative?
About like women working and also like raising families at the same time. I don't think those are mutually exclusive.
Well, I think that the lie at the center of that in feminism is that you can do both of those things to the fullest capacity. And the truth is like one of those things has to take priority. You can't be the CEO and the supermom at the same time, and that lie makes a lot of women at the end of the day feel inadequate because it's impossible.
Kim Kardashian's a supermom.
The woman who's been divorced multiple times and she has
rich
it.
I don't think that she's done right rich by people don't raise their kids for the most part. If you become wealthy enough that you're like a CEO of a Fortune 500 company, what like wealthy people have in common with like lower income people is that they get other people to raise their kids because they get nannies.
But we don't know that though. So it could be different.
That's not a good thing.
It seems to me that
I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm just saying it's what ends up happening. Like their kids aren't just like latchkey kids at home or whatever. Like they end up outsourcing that or whatever because they don't personally dedicate.
I can tell you it's
it.
actually a deeply depressing thing, truly, because I have a lot of friends that are super rich and we're obviously doing okay, and I could live that life if I wanted. And we made a very conscious choice not to do that because that's not what we want in our home for our kids. But
you have a successful career and you manage. Yeah. You said you have two 1-year-olds.
Yeah.
And you managed to like strike a balance, right? Like, have you seen your work or like household income decrease ever since you had your kids?
No, but my husband has fully 100%. He doesn't work a full-time job in that sense, but he has a job that's way more important than my job. Actually, my job's bringing money into the house, but his job is keeping these kids alive and going, and he's doing it incredibly well.
Once they become like in school, do you think he's going to just return back to work?
Yeah.
I think that's what most women do.
Yeah.
Dave, it is 7:15.
That's it? All right.
But man. Dave,
I'm going to a sex worker convention show.
Wait, really quick.
Are you really you?
That
is so funny.
What's up?
Wait, do you do like debates or conversations on your thing?
Yeah.
Would you ever debate Sam Cedar?
No, he's a horrible, horrible human being. No,
well, you wouldn't debate him?
No.
But you're into like open exchange of ideas and stuff, right?
No, he's a trash human being.
Why?
No, because he's done like 1,000 videos about me that are all nonsense. I've never even talked about him.
I think
what a boring way to, not boring, what an unfortunate way to have me walk off. No, he's like a really terrible person. I didn't get into the internet to like just endlessly destroy everybody and everything else. I like talking to people that I can have enlightened conversations with. And like some people just want endless destruction for
I think you should give Sam a chance. I think you guys would have a really good conversation.
Yeah. Oh, you're a troll. I knew something was up with you this whole time.
I'm not. I genuinely think that Sam, you would have a great conversation.
No. I couldn't quite figure it out with you, but all right, you don't get the book. You guys get the book.
Oh, wow.
Right.
Okay, Dave. Thanks for coming, man.
Yeah, you got it.
All right.
Your phone.
Madison.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming, Dave. Appreciate it. Madison.
It was so nice. Yeah, thank you.
Wait, no. Can we keep the show going? A hug? You need you need to do a hug, really. Is a hug necessary?
Yeah, he was nice.
All right. Okay, let me do a couple chats because we need to get caught up on a few. John Galt, I don't know if you're still watching. Sorry, this came in a while ago. It fell off my thing, so I'm not going to be able to visually bring it up. But John Galt asks, can you ask Mary if she sees herself as more feminine or masculine? I think tradcon women like her are smart, principled, logical, and assertive. But paradoxically, these qualities come across as masculine. Like I would vote for her but not date her. Do you have a response?
I think that my public persona is a lot different from who I am in private and who I am in my relationship. But you're right, there are traits that women don't normally have that make it easier for me to be a public person who speaks on the internet and has convictions. Like, I was kind of trying to point this out on Sunday. I'm lower in agreeability than the average woman, lower in neuroticism, things like that. These are traits that, like, you're more likely to see them in women. So, yeah, like, definitely there are things about me that are maybe defective or more masculine that make it easier for me to do things like this.
All right, we have Bender the Offender. It is so sad that modern women aren't even afraid to disappoint the ones they love and hold dear. Okay, Bender the Offender. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. And then we have, actually, let me pull up this one from Grid 1 Motorsports. It's coming up in just a sec, guys. Okay, the how can the patriarchy help you was kind of sarcastic, but we are here to help. The lies, Grid 1 Motorsports is part of the patriarchy. The lies sold to women by the feminist movement have done damage to relationships. Was curious how much damage the panel sees it having been done. We didn't really fully go around the table on that. I suppose we could. I think we left off. Do you have thoughts on that? Do you think feminism has damaged relationships? Let's try to. I want to try to move around the table here pretty
Keep it really
quickly.
short and sweet, but I've noticed that, you know, my whole life I've identified as a feminist. I've identified as one, but I've noticed I've noticed this. There were feminists that I've met that were like, you couldn't be a feminist. Not at all. Not at all. Like, don't, just shut up. Quit talking.
There are some feminists that are anti-sex work.
Yes, and they're very mean.
There are some that are pro-sex work
very
too.
mean, and they were very mean, and so it kept me in this voiceless position, in a sense where I was in relationships where I felt voiceless, where I was like, I want to speak out, but here I'm told by other women that I don't even like represent any other women or anything, so it's just, so I stay quiet. And when you stay quiet, silence is one of the most hurtful things that can happen.
Did they tell you why?
They just said, oh, you're a sex worker, you're not on like our level kind of thing. And
why didn't you just ask why?
Because I just like, maybe I'll just make him happy and stop saying that. But I always felt like I think that, I wonder if like the feminism, like it started out as like maybe a beautiful, empowering thing, and then it was turned into some sort of a tyrannical, like, hey, you're not good enough to be that. You are not good enough. As you're a sex worker, shut up. And it's like, why are you telling me this as a woman who claiming to be a feminist? Like, stop. Like, you know, you should be supportive of women, you know? And so I do identify one as, but a quiet one in that sense, because I felt like I would just get obliterated by some people.
See, this is what really bothers me with
Okay, do you have a quick... Is it quick?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Do you
What's
have...
the question again?
Has feminism
Do you think
damaged
feminism
dating?
has damaged the relationships between men and women?
I don't really know.
Okay.
Yeah.
So feminism is damaging relationships as a woman? Like, I don't...
Holy fuck, this question. Okay.
Yeah.
It damaged my
really,
relationship because I didn't speak up in times where I felt like, man, I could get, you know, learn my voice with this feminine culture, and I could learn my voice, and I didn't speak up in certain situations, certain relationships, and that's where I felt the damage happened from feminism to another woman who was trying to be.
I think she's talking specifically about like swerves or sex worker exclusionary feminists or whatever in that sense, but I don't think you were saying the principles of feminism themselves are detrimental to dating.
Thank you. Just what you said. Good.
You feel like you couldn't speak as a woman?
Sometimes, no.
Like the fear of oppression, like government oppression?
Just I think I grew up.
No, that's inexistent in the U.S. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have the freedom to speak. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they have the freedom to speak as well.
Yeah, and so I just kind of let them. And I was just like, all right.
You felt like you didn't have the freedom to
What
speak.
you guys are talking
What was that?
about.
You felt like you didn't have the freedom to
it's just
speak. You
not
had
in
the
her-
freedom to speak. It was just in your personal.
It was in.
It's not in her nature to speak up.
Yes.
She's made that very clear about her personality. It's not in her nature to speak up, and she's learning how to. That's what she's trying to say.
Yes.
Well, maybe it's
And it
because
makes
like
sense.
there's
and
no way,
feminism
there's no
allowed
way-
you to do that or did not allow you to do that. I just
She's
don't
just
understand
talking
how it's a
about her
political
experience.
movement and that you're
I hate
making
my
it.
fucking job.
I think
Sorry.
the point is that feminism.
Hi, Brian.
You cannot be a good enough feminist because
Thank you.
feminism asks women.
Just kidding. I'm
to
kidding,
be
guys.
men.
I'm kidding.
What are we talking about?
She's
Modern
good enough feminist.
feminism
You
or
said
like
it right.
The old
You know,
feminism?
good enough. Like, when am I good enough? Like, that was it. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no such thing because
Yeah.
like feminism is based on a lie that there's no differences between men and women, and feminism expects women to act like men.
Or in
So
there's a certain.
It sets you up for failure.
I just think that, I mean, if you want to be independent, you can be an independent woman. Like, don't get me wrong, but I mean, I feel like if you want to date a man, I feel like
Do you think that feminism has damaged the relationship between men and women?
it depends on the circumstances, I would say, I guess.
I have no idea.
Okay. Did you want me to answer the question, Brian?
Let's try to keep it brief, but go ahead.
Well, yeah, to put it simply, feminism has damaged relationships between men and women. As I said before, it's because feminism as an ideology is based on an insidious lie that there is no difference between men and women, and
No,
that
women
we should
can
be
be
expected to act exactly the same way, and that's why there's no way to be
Can
a
you
good enough feminist.
Push your mic that way.
Good enough, yeah.
That way.
As OCD.
No,
Essentially, feminism asks women to be second-rate men.
I think any brand of feminism that's trying to get women to like replicate some of like the more toxic, I guess, aspects of like masculinity is not really positive or whatever, but I think it's a little bit of a straw man or like uncharitable to say that feminism is just the belief that like men and women are completely equal in all respects. I think it's about acknowledging those differences but saying that they're not enough to argue against
Okay,
equality.
but you're straw manning right now.
Equality between men and women. I'm just disagreeing with her.
It's a political liberation movement, and I think what it's asking for is women to be liberated from their own nature. And
Yeah. I mean,
if we're bringing
feminism-
it back to dating, this means that men can't take their natural role in dating anymore. They can't be the
Yeah.
pursuers. They can't
think
be
you're-
the leaders. They can't be heads of households in a society where men and women are expected to have the same goals.
You say that, but you're in a long-term relationship, right? You said 1 year?
Yeah.
Right? And then you were saying like professionally that you feel like you have like more masculine tendencies that make you good and that you're like, I see a difference between myself like professionally and personally, right?
Sure.
I feel like feminism is the thing that has enabled you to be able to have a career path and also be able
But
to
most
enjoy
women are not
and also be
suited
able
to
to
that.
enjoy like a long-term relationship. I think you're living proof that it's not one or the other, that you can have this sort of like mainstream career and you can also have a personal relationship and that doesn't come at the expense of one another.
But my point is that most women are not suited to that, to prioritize careers, because most women don't have the traits like a more assertiveness or higher disagreeability and the ability to negotiate, advocate for themselves.
So you're saying you just
These
think
are
you're
not
like-
things that come naturally to women.
Then why
It's
do you
just
have them?
Because exceptions to rules exist.
I don't think that you're just exceptional in that sense. I think there's lots of women who are equally as like, you know, forward
think?
or like confident and stuff like that. Yeah, absolutely. I think there's plenty of women like, I didn't catch her name.
Oh, Lauren.
Lauren, I feel like Lauren is a perfect example of like a woman who is perfectly capable of holding her own and like these discussions like this, like coming into this like kind of more hostile environment or whatever. Because like as a sex worker, especially like with Brian's
So
personal
you're
views,
saying that the minority here is the majority, and what Mary's saying is that the exception doesn't make the rule. So that's
I'm
obviously
saying
what
I
you're
just think
debating
I
here.
just think it's hypocritical for you to say that you don't really support, like you think that feminism is toxic, but I'm saying that like feminism is the thing that's kind of enabled you to have
Okay.
the freedom that you have.
Feminism ruined
Hold on,
relationship
let me add
literally.
something. So,
Like,
would
we
you?
didn't say that we're supporting it.
One second, Josie. Would you rather just be able to stay at home and raise kids and not really have to make money by doing this? Or would you rather do this and have the kids and the home life? What would you prefer?
Having marriage and children is absolutely my ultimate goal in life and what I will prioritize, and I will never prioritize my career over that. So
Okay,
if there is a way to do a career on the side that does not hurt my ability to take care of my kids and pay attention to the quality of my marriage, then sure, I'll do that.
So I think the goal of feminism was to make it so that women could do what she's doing. But what happened with feminism is it made it so that women have to make money. Women have to be in the workforce now. Before feminism, it was they could stay at home and you could live off of one income, but now women have to work, and women are also being pushed to work. And so
It's like they're not being presented with the possibility of
there
being
was like
a wife
never a
and mother.
point in like American society at the very least where like there was women were completely left out of the workforce. Like even in like World War II, like women stepped up to like be in. But you said there used to be a time where like women would stay at home and child rear, and then their husband would go off and do that. Well, you were making it sound like it was the majority of women. There was never a time where like there weren't working class women who were raising families and also holding jobs.
Let her talk.
I do think that, you know, what I'm beginning to understand about feminism is there's degrees of it. And I think that certain degrees of it, okay. And then when, you know, the thermometer goes up way too hot, it's like, it's very inspiring to see ladies, you know, like you and like you be able to, you know how I said, like for people who feel voiceless, women who feel voiceless in that, it's very inspiring to hear from you guys and be like, no, they're saying that there's a fault here in feminism. It's not just all feminism in general. There's a fault in certain, you know, if you go too far, you tell them they went too far. And I like that as a woman, because it's like, okay, I'm not crazy, because I'm always told as being how I am, you're crazy, just shut up, you know, just and hearing that from you guys, like, okay, I'm not crazy. Like there's a thermometer of feminism.
Stop the cap.
Okay, maybe a little crazy.
Just a little bit. All right, let me move things on.
Okay.
We have Conan 19 here. Hot take: Brian, athletics like football, while risk of injury, have positive life lessons to take from it, like discipline, work ethics, how to work as a team, how to be a leader. Absolutely. Important life lessons can be taken from team sports, not sex work. That is a fair point. That is a fair point. So thank you, man. Appreciate it. Joseph Posnecker. Hey, thank you, man. Really appreciate the support. It seems obvious to me that Mary genuinely cares not only broadly but personally about the individuals. Alcohol is legal, but we can all be concerned for alcoholism and try to help them. Sex is legal, but when it's disordered, the consequences are very sad. Do you have a quick response to this, Mary? Or?
I mean, I totally agree. You can't just like tell me that I don't care. Like it's a matter of my conscience. So
okay,
I'm telling you that I do care about what effects your lifestyle has on you personally and spiritually.
We have Nickelodeon. The ultimate irony is you women think we care about your opinions. Not my words, Nickelodeon's.
He's paying and watching.
He's very, that's some toxic masculinity right there, Nickelodeon. All right, we have Conan 19. Thank you. The thing about the 304, it's got lifeless eyes, black eyes like a doll's eyes. When it comes at you, it doesn't seem to be living until she bites you, and those black eyes roll over white. Is this a song or a poem? Is this a soliloquy?
This is his rap?
Can you, Conan 19, you need to send us a haiku. Can you rephrase this in a haiku so I can better understand it? All right, we have Stagner. There must be a set of moral values in place that the majority can agree on for society to function and grow. Question for everyone: is respecting, normalizing sex work good or bad for society, and why? Didn't we kind of address this a little bit?
Yeah, we did.
Well, okay. Is normalizing sex work good or bad for society?
Okay. So you were like, sex work isn't hurting anyone. I disagree. And that's why I'm on this podcast, is to talk about why I disagree that it's not hurting anyone. Because in the beginning, when we were getting into what you expect from a man, you said he's a leader, he's stable. You basically listed masculine traits. And what sex work is doing is it's creating feminine men. And when you create feminine men, you create masculine women. And it's all and the bigger we make sex work and the more we praise it, the more that happens, the more you have masculine women and feminine men, and that ruins society. Another thing that ruins society is making sex normal. You might disagree, you might think normalizing sex is a good thing, but what did he say? He was like, sex is good.
I think he means sex work.
Yeah, sex is good in like certain circumstances. One of the comments said something that I completely agreed with, but that's the reason I'm on here, to tell people how to live, is because I think sex work is damaging. And so, I mean, he was saying, what are you going to do, put people in jail? No, I'm going to come on a podcast and share my opinion as to why I think it's damaging, because I hope that it comes to an end, or at least slows down. So that's why I'm on here telling people how to live their life, is because my belief is that it's damaging. Your belief is that it's good, and so you're doing the same thing I am. You're explaining why it's good on a podcast, and so you can't shoot me down for doing the same thing that you're doing.
I'm not shooting you down.
You told me, why are you telling people how to live their life? And I explained why I'm telling people how to live their life. Because I genuinely think sex work and glamorizing sex work has consequences. It's a bad thing. It's a bad thing to allow your kids to do without trying to guide them into a different direction. It's just not a good thing to be glamorizing. And there's statistics behind it. It's the whole reason we're on this podcast.
I don't know that she was glamorizing it. I thought you were just talking about your workplace
I'm not
being
talking about
safe.
she's glamorizing
I'm not
it.
coming for you for it. I'm just saying, like,
I just answered your question. I never got around to answering your question as to why I'm telling people how to live their life. So now it's me answering it.
I know, and I'm still just gonna say right now that
Mike, please.
I'm still gonna say right now that I don't care what your opinion is on my life.
So why are you here?
That's it.
When someone says that they're happy doing whatever they're doing, we don't always take them at their word for it. If someone is living in a crack den, wasting away, and they say, whatever, I'm happy doing this, stop telling me what to do, we don't always take them at their word. And if you are insisting that you are happy and fulfilled doing sex work, what I'm telling you is I disagree. I don't think that it's possible to flourish
when
in
I'm
life.
about to buy a house. I bought in a motorhome.
Money is not the definition of happiness.
I've been investing my money.
You have material things, but
I don't have material things. I have a lot of things that
You
I
listed
have.
Material things.
Having an apartment, buying a motorhome. This is all things that
These are material things.
I think you're talking about financial stability.
I'm talking about financial stability.
Also
it's given me the financial freedom. You guys keep interrupting me. It's given me the financial freedom to live my life how I want to live my life.
Okay, we're telling you that there are other ways that you could have reached the same goal without compromising your dignity.
I like doing what I do for my work. I like connecting with clients.
You know, you can do that without the sex
real
part,
connection.
right?
Connecting.
Any real
I do
connection
what I
is
do.
not any real connection between
At
two
the Bunny
human beings
Ranch.
is not a transaction.
And that's you guys, and that's your opinions. But what I do for work, I like doing what I do for work. And
Okay,
I wake
listen,
up every day
listen.
so happy.
Hey.
I wake up every day so happy being able to connect with these people.
Yeah, okay, we get it, but
If you
your
could-
clients, okay, you say you like to connect with clients. Is the sex part really necessary? Because like I see, like we're
Not a lot
we're
of guys
talking
just
right
come
now.
in here and pay for sex. Guys pay for intimacy, cuddling, all types of things.
Yeah.
Guys will come in, pay us for nice meals, and take us out to nice places.
Okay, but couldn't you
Spa
just like
days,
serve
all
them
this
nice
stuff.
meals and just leave it to that? Like
Because
I
this
just
is a
feel like
legal
you guys
brothel.
are very like people skills and
Not
very
a
like
lot of people
charismatic and
come
everything.
into
And
the ranches looking for just sex.
Yeah, they're
guys
paying
assume
for an
they're
imitation
they're paying
of a
for
real
our
relationship.
If they want to do that, let them do that, though.
but don't you
I
think
think
that
I
you could make the
understand
same
what's
kind of money in like a
real
different field? Because
I'm not gonna
like,
no, because there's nothing else in the world that I'd rather be doing than.
Exactly, she's happy.
I'm
Okay,
happy. I'm
let's move
content.
on.
Why? Okay, so
and isn't it incumbent
like, it's
upon
like
those
beating
men
a dead
to like
horse.
not
It's
do
like,
it?
how are you
Hold
going
on.
to tell me what to do with my life? What
it's
am I going
not
to possibly do that's
triggering.
going to be so much more fun for me?
Turn around.
She likes. If she
How am I
likes
going to
it.
like? There's nothing for me.
I'll get it, dank naked. Hold on. Here, okay. Well, look. It is always in person's best interest to lie about them feeling good about the things they do and the life they live. There's a reason why so many blank actresses regret everything and blame everyone around them for grooming them into it. Word. Thank you, dank naked. Thank you. Word. We have G Slang here. Lauren, you seem like the ultimate giver and nurturer, the perfect wife mother. Then you the dick trade. Then you're in the dick trade. I wish I found you first. Is that what it's called? The dick trade? I kind of like that term.
I guess so. The
She's
dick
in the
trade.
dick trade. She's in the.
I mean, he gave you a compliment.
Thank you.
She's a dick smith.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, no, that's a guy.
Backhanded compliment.
Well,
A guy has to be a dick smith.
yeah.
But he called her
Only-
woman and wife.
Only men can be
Follow
dick smiths.
Guns and Roses.
Unless it's a woman with it. We don't talk about that though. What would a pussy profiteer? There you have it. You are
Okay.
a pussy profiteer.
Yeah, and a pioneer.
Also,
I guess profiteer.
I think we're making a huge assumption that you guys don't ever like entertain any like couples, but I imagine couples come to
yes.
the bunny
Couples
ranch
come to
all
the
the
bunny-
time.
Oh, yeah, all the time.
We get couple parties all the time that are married.
Haram!
And it's, yeah.
I mean, what do you think of that, Brian? Like, do you think those like the women in those relationships or like and the men in those marriages that are like interested in going to like the bunny ranch and these like legalized brothels
Or
to
strip
like
clubs.
pay for a good time, do you see that as like problematic or negative?
A couple going to
A brothel or to a strip club together as a couple?
me personally, I can't put myself in their shoes. I don't see why a couple would.
Would you like
Would-
shame a man and like a woman, like a couple together for like doing that? Do you think that they are like lowering their dignity or somehow like, you know, showing like they have a low moral character by just going to a strip club as a couple?
I don't know about their moral character, but I don't see why in
Would
a
you question their
relationship-
values, I guess?
Would I
Brian
question
doesn't have
their
time for
values?
that, okay? Like,
Well,
no.
What? It was a
I mean,
question.
I
This
can
is a
answer.
Yeah, I can
podcast.
answer.
Yeah,
You let him
this is
answer.
What-
Yeah, no, but to judge people on the side, that's what I mean. It's just like, it doesn't go like about it. They're like, oh, I wonder, like, judging
I mean,
people.
he was
like,
saying earlier
Everybody's
men
judging
should be like sex workers.
So they're
should be
essentially in
shamed
an
and, like-
open relationship then.
No.
Like, I
Because
don't know.
if you
I don't
go
think
to a strip
couples who
club-
have a threesome, that doesn't mean the
They're getting
relationship's
experimental.
open.
If you're fucking other people, you are by definition in a.
I'll say
open-
non-monogamous relationship, maybe,
Sure,
but
I
they're
mean-
not in a relationship with the sex workers.
Some are coming to learn tantra
Well,
from you so they can use it back
not
at home.
monogamous, I guess you could say. I mean,
Yeah.
to me, it's like what I don't know in what realm I would ever be compelled if I have a wife or a girlfriend to introduce a prostitute into the equation. So I just
Not
it doesn't
compulsion.
even
I
compute.
don't think these
I
people are
don't
being
get it.
compelled to go to the bunny ranch. I think they do it because they just want to have
Just
fun.
a fun.
I mean,
Bro.
I've been to the
I-
strip
I-
club
like,
with
is someone
my
forcing
significant
these
other.
couples
Watch
to
the
go?
new season of Black Mirror or
Couples
some
show
shit if you
up.
want to have fun. Go watch Netflix. Go watch a movie.
Well,
really
anything
fun?
but, like,
go
a
to a
strip club.
theme park.
Couples,
Go to the theme
everybody
park.
has
Brian.
If I'm trying to have
It seems
fun,
like you
hold
guys
on,
don't
hold on.
have
If
fun
I'm
in your
stop,
relationship
one at a
because-
time. If I'm trying to have fun, like the it's very low on the totem pole of, hey honey, let's go fuck a prostitute. That to me, like, there's a lot more other fun things.
Brian's gonna take his wife to like Disney World and then like build a bear.
Yeah, what's
That's his
wrong
with
idea.
that?
Nothing. There's nothing wrong with it. But
You
it's
know
like,
what's more fun?
It's funny to me. You can't fathom that like some couples
I'd
like
like that
that.
I would rather install a above ground pool than do that.
Then go to a strip club.
No,
with
like-
your-
That's
with your
about
wife?
that's more fun. Like an above ground pool, like that's kind of
Is it glass?
Well,
I don't
for
know why
some
about
people,
that.
they love coming to us as couples. And hanging
Yeah,
out.
You can make
some
an
couples.
aquarium too.
If you guys speak into
Yeah.
the mic, please. But look, I don't.
A lot of our anniversaries, it seems like Valentine's, just very.
That's fine if they
Yeah.
want to.
Yeah,
I
if
just,
I'm
they
seeing
want
the
to.
ick in real time. You have like the
Occasional.
ick at the idea of like a couple like voluntarily going to a strip club together just to have fun.
oh,
I
a
guess.
strip club. Well, now you're changing.
I said strip club and bunny ranch. Yeah, or like a brothel together for a
I don't
threesome.
know why you would go to a strip club as a guy. Like,
It's gonna with your wife.
I mean,
It's
I've
fine.
done that though. So
I've
Half
been
the
to-
time, the women, like their girlfriends, are the ones who want them to go to the club because they like to see their boyfriend get a dance from like a sexy stripper.
I've been to a strip club one time and I deeply regret. I mean, it's not. I don't regret it. It
Were
was
you at a
just like,
bachelor party or what?
no, I just went. Like, it's just like, you go as my friend brought me or something. He was like, let's go to the strip club. I was like, okay, I've never gone. I mean, it's kind of fucking lame. Like,
You weren't. You're bored.
yeah, it's
They
like.
didn't do. Did they do any tricks? If they were
There's-
doing tricks, then I understand. Like,
I mean, they were doing the dances. Like, it's.
did you actually get a dance or no?
No, I didn't get a dance.
It's
but
embarrassing.
Like you're paying women to pretend
it's
they
an
like
art.
you.
Yeah,
How
and
pathetic is that?
Like these.
No,
these
you guys could probably agree because when he was like, Dave, he asked you, he was like, you have the power because they're paying you. You agree, right? The power is in your hands, and then you explain the relationship that you'd want him to lead. So it's pathetic. It's pathetic to go to a strip club and
We're
pay.
providing like a fantasy. You know what I mean?
Do they see you
that
as a
not-
human being or as a sex toy?
Oh my
A
God.
human
Hold
being.
on,
couples
hold on.
go to-
I
go
feel
to
like
the
we've
bunny.
lingered.
Okay.
We've
No, okay,
hold on.
lingered.
Yes, I do.
We have lingered way too long on
Okay.
sex work bad. Let's.
Really quick,
Let's-
I wanted to
That's a
hear what your
really-
story
that's-
was,
that's
like
rude.
way back before.
What story?
Oh, I think I
But
forgot.
I'm saying like I don't see you that way.
I
Your
wanna hear
clients
it.
do.
Okay, you guys can
No, you
make
can't
out
speak
after
for all
the
my
show.
clients.
Relax,
You don't know my
guys.
clients
You
like
guys
that.
can.
You can't speak for all
Yo,
of them.
hold up. Pull it up, Nick. Pull it up. Yo, X5 podcast. Thank you so much for the $500 super chat, dude. Thank you so much, man. By the way, we're gonna have. I think we're gonna have those guys on, but can't hate on the oldest profession in the world. Get your money and live your life. People that judge are envious and poor and insecure. You sure you want to come on the podcast? Because I'm gonna challenge this shit.
Period.
I'm definitely gonna
Listen,
challenge
Thank
this
you,
shit.
X5. You know what? The oldest profession is motherhood. It is not prostitution.
Based Mary. Okay. Thank you very much,
That is
X5
such a
Podcast.
social
Hold on. Brian, my last super chat was a quote from Jaws. Robert Shaw's Quint. You now have to say the line. I don't know his accent. Was it British accent? I don't know. This one? Did you replace shark with 304? I think. I think it's shark. Should I play the Jaws theme? I don't know. Okay, we have Mr. K. Why no? Oh, okay. We need to add this. We'll get it added. Thank you, Mr. K, for pointing that out. Okay, we have grid 1 here. Now, Erin. Actually, Erin, can you read it?
Now, Erin. Feminism has eroded the best of feminine qualities by forcing them into roles they are ill-suited for and really do not enjoy. Sure, my grandmother helped build bombers in World War II, but she only did that because the men were off dying.
Wow.
Got it.
There you have it.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. And there's been no women in that sector ever since. It's so true.
In manufacturing?
Yeah, I mean, he was saying the only reason why his grandmother did it World War II was because the men were off dying, but then, like, women never left manufacturing after that.
But, I mean, in modern day, do you think that women are in those more physically laborious jobs? Do you think women are...
like, overwhelmingly, construction workers, physical labor is probably going to be men,
Yeah. Okay. All right,
And that sucks for them, too. Like, all of those jobs are, like, backbreaking.
Oh, yeah. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. Let me shout everybody off. Schaefer, thank you for the tier 1. Glizzy Gobbler 69, thank you for the community sub. Stevie McSphincter, thank you for the Prime. Cable, thank you for the Prime. Guru, thank you for the tier 1. Grid, thank you for the Prime. City, thank you for the Prime. Frazier, thank you for the Prime, guys. Twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. Thank you, guys. Which video? The bowing one? Are we gonna? What was the other one?
Sorry, it was the image we were reacting to.
Oh, we'll do it later. It's okay. So some of you guys provided some pre-show notes here for us. Let's see. Oh, okay. All right.
Loose Pussy Energy donated $99.
LPE, what's
Shout
up?
out to Based Josie. LFG. Feminism fucked everything up. Fuck feminism /304S and fuck that super kappa 4 eyes. Also, why does Ghost Girl look like she just got off her shift cooking at hibachi restaurant?
She looks good, don't say
Pass
that.
the popcorn #free number 8 at 18.
It looks like you just got off your shift at Benihana.
What is that?
Typically, at Benihana or like other hibachi restaurants, they typically wear like all black. You have like the
What a roast,
like it looks like a
though.
restaurant, like
What
a
an
more
asshole.
upscale.
It's like seafood.
That's a very like unique roast.
That
I
was
don't
like
even-
a weird asshole.
That's
That's
kind
kind
of
of
a
a compliment,
roast.
though. Like,
Well,
'cause
he
the girls
said-
who work there are like really pretty.
Are they?
Yeah,
are they?
he's trying to say that she looks like a waitress that just got off her shift.
Yeah, he was
Does
trying
he
to say
want
she
her
was
Are they though?
He's just
got
at
off
F304s,
shift.
and then what does he
That's
want? Her
fucking
boobs
fuck.
out? Like, I don't know what.
I don't know. I just feel like they're always
That
like
was
well
weird.
put
Benihana?
together.
Josie,
and,
she
like,
doesn't seem to be offended.
Okay.
It's definitely a backhanded
I
compliment.
think I look good.
Would you
Yeah,
ever?
you look great.
Would you ever be a chef at a Benihana hibachi?
No.
Like cooking?
I mean, you're cooking like one.
I don't know. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So we have some pre-show notes provided here. Let's see. We have Lexi. You said you were charged with 2 felonies?
Yeah.
What's
Jeez.
you did 3 years
Yeah, I did like
In-
2 years and a half.
in
Almost
prison
3.
or jail?
I went to prison.
Oh damn.
I was
17 to
17, got out when I was like 19, almost 20.
Adult prison.
Yeah, I went
not
to,
juvie.
Yeah, I didn't get charged as a juvenile, so I went straight to prison, and it was horrible. So
How old did you say?
I was 17.
What was the crime?
Misconduct of a weapon in the first degree, and then misconduct of a weapon in the second degree out of a moving vehicle.
Out of a moving
Out of a moving vehicle.
It was a drive-by shooting.
Yeah, I guess you can explain it like that. Yeah. I was young, I was dumb, okay? Everybody makes mistakes in their human life, you know? But me, in that 2 to 3 year span being in prison, I've learned a lot about women and being around women and, like, stuff like that. And just how society is nowadays and how people like me, being a felon, is hard to get a job and, like, hard to do things. And, you know, just have a different perspective when it comes to the world. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like, when you girls were saying that you guys have a hard time with her and how she lives her life because of how society is nowadays. In my opinion, she's her own person. I am my own person. She can do whatever she wants to do. If my significant other, or if I feel insecure about what she's going through, that's like an inner thing. Like, I don't care about, like, like, you have to communicate that with your partner. You know, like, I'm not gonna
Can you
think
give
my
examples
partner,
of what you learned about women when you were in prison?
Did you date while you were in prison?
No, but I seen a lot of sexual activities when it came to women. I walked in on women, you know, scissoring in the bathroom and making out in front of me. I've seen a lot of that, you know. So
Brian, no to the strip club, but yes to, like, fantasizing about, like, women hooking up in prison.
Wasn't there a
show,
like a TV show?
Where did that come from?
You just said base when she was like, oh,
Orange
there's
is the New Black. Yeah.
I kind of, in a very monotone way, I just said dope.
Okay, so is that all you learned in prison, or are you going to give us other examples?
Just how women think and the different point of views on how women are nowadays. Like, I've met sex workers in there. I've met pimps in there. I've met women that have beat the shit out of men before. I've met women that were, like, very feminine and, like, they were, like, you know, up there with their shit, like a man should be, you know, like,
were
just
you
stuff like that.
Were you dating a guy on the outside while you were on the inside?
I was for a little bit, and we had actually split apart during that time because he thought I was actually facing like 5 to 10 years because I was, and then because I was so young, they decided to not do that. I was on pretrial for a long time, so when you're on pretrial, you're actually spending the state's money. So the state doesn't like that. I did that for like 2.5 years, so it's like pretrial. I'm spending money, and they're like, "This girl is so young." And I wrote a letter every single like month to the judge, telling him like, "Hey, I made this mistake. Like, I don't want to spend the next 10 years to 5 years."
Wait, what? Can you remind me what was the charge again? It was discharge of a firearm from a moving vehicle. Was that it?
Yeah.
Did you hit somebody or?
No, I did not.
Sam donated $99. These women on the panel have bastardized individualism. You can't have individualism without accepting personal accountability. If you want to do then you must accept that marriageable men will disqualify you from relationships.
Who says I want to get married to a man?
You want to get married to a porpoise? What?
You said yes to Dave when he said like you want to have a
like
family someday.
Yeah, but who said it would be with a man though?
Or so you go both ways?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So, but like that's
it might
crazy.
disqualify you from women too.
I don't think so.
You think there's no women that would have an issue, bi women that have an issue with your past work?
I think
the girls,
it's probably less likely.
It's maybe a little less, but I feel like a lot of people, men and women.
Ladies, hit my line.
What?
No, I think the fact that she's into women makes her the exception to the rule, but the exception still doesn't make the rule.
Mike Davis donated $100.
Oh.
Yo, Brian, Myron Gaines blew some smoke saying you're in it for the money and ain't really about this life. Are you gonna be true to form and take it like a beta male? Are you gonna return some smoke?
I mean, I kind of already addressed it. I spent way too long on it on the last episode.
But I applaud you for standing up for yourself. We were really proud of you for that.
Oh, yeah, thanks. I mean, I don't really like engaging in like any beef or drama. I try to avoid it. So, I mean, I responded. I don't think I was overly aggressive with it. I just stated my views. I said I was going to do a more thorough response because, I mean, I just heard like it was the day before the show that I heard him kind of talking trash or whatever. So I didn't really properly formulate my response to it, but I spent a solid 20 minutes on the previous show talking about it, so not going to really talk about it tonight.
Would you ever debate Myron?
On like the disagreements that me
No, a boxing match.
Sure. Or like any other like
Myron's
topic.
like
I'm kidding,
taller
Brian.
than me. He has more reach. He's like, it
Brian,
wouldn't.
I'm kidding. It's fine.
No, I wouldn't. No, I don't. Okay. What was the question? Sorry.
Oh, just if
the
you'd ever
boxing
like.
thing derailed it.
No, I was gonna say like, would you ever debate Myron on anything?
Yeah, sure. I disagree with him on stuff, and I mean, I certainly disagree with him on kind of the recent drama between me and. It's not even drama. It's just like people were asking him, he responded. But anyways, look, I'm not going to get into it. If you can see my previous response, maybe I'll address it more thoroughly in a future episode. But I can't. That's Mike Davis, by the way. I'm not gonna get more into it on tonight's show. But good to see you in the chat, Mike Davis. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. So where were we? I forgot what were we on? I forgot.
You were surprised that like women would like still date her or whatever, even though she.
I'm not surprised that there are women who would date her. Or men that would date you. What I've always been trying to say is, for the majority of people, what I would say, whether they're man or woman, most people don't want to date someone who's a prostitute.
Well, I would date somebody like that, so I'm saying.
I think you're missing. I think you're just not trying to listen to what I'm saying. I'm not saying that there's zero people that, there's people that would date you. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying for the majority of people don't want to date a prostitute.
I heard that.
Do you disagree with that? It seems like you want to push back and say no.
I said yes.
99% of people want to date prostitutes.
I disagreed like 3 or 4 times.
Okay.
Within the span of when you asked me the first time.
Okay.
But I'm saying now, if a girl is doing OnlyFans or is a legal escort at the Bunny Ranch or whatever, and I'm into her or whatever, we could be dating. And then what?
A girl who comes to visit you at your
No,
place
I'm
of
saying
work?
a coworker, like a person I work with. I'm saying
do you think
an individual that does OnlyFans. I'm saying, say I meet a girl that only does OnlyFans.
Would she date you? Is that?
And we date.
Hit it off.
Yeah, we hit it off. Yeah.
I mean, it could happen.
We could get married. That's what I'm saying. That'd be perfect for me.
I don't disagree with your statement at all.
But it's just
I don't disagree with your statement at all.
That men around,
You're just saying you don't think it's common.
don't
What's
care
that?
You're just saying you don't
do escort or sex work, you know?
You're just saying you don't
That's
think
just
it's
what I was
common. Like
saying.
most women wouldn't be cool with it.
I think most women and most men would prefer to not date someone who's been involved
If
with
you're talking about
prostitution.
a queer woman, I actually think she wouldn't care if she was an escort with mostly male clients. She might be jealous or not like if you were servicing other women.
But the thing is that
if
I
she's
would
an
be dating
insane
another. I would be
progressive,
dating
it's less
another sex
likely
worker.
and
What does
indeed.
sexuality have to do with political affiliation?
Because we know what progressive think about that, okay? That's really not...
Like being okay with gay people? Or what do you mean?
No, that's not... I didn't
my
say
God.
gay people.
Well, what do you mean by that?
I know the road you're going.
I'm asking what you
Just ask
mean.
what you meant.
I don't know what you mean.
Sorry, repeat that?
You were saying we know what progressives think, and I was just making a
we
comment
know what
about
progressives
sexuality.
are pushing for. We know what they're pushing for. They're pushing for the normalization of sex work. That's what you guys are trying to do right now. So you say, a queer person or somebody that's more progressive. Yeah, that's the same people. Yeah, go for it. Go with a progressive person if you want to. But most men, in general, aren't okay dating a sex worker. That is not an opinion, it's a fact.
No, it's an opinion, I feel like.
No, it is
not
fact.
an
I feel like it's an opinion.
You feel like it's an opinion, but it's a fact.
And
Look it
you
up.
feel like it's a fact.
An opinion or a fact?
So
feel like it's
don't.
No, there is no
And we can
feeling
agree
like
to
it's a
disagree.
fact. Do you know what a fact is?
Yeah,
Facts don't
but
care
we-
about your feelings.
Okay, define what a fact is then.
How are you?
she's
Where
saying
are you
that
getting
she
your
doesn't
facts
think
from?
that it's-
Pull up the
where are
facts
your
then, real
facts?
quick. All
Brian,
you
can you pull
Wikipedia.
that
Pull the
up
facts.
for me right now?
I don't think
I don't
if
think
they've
stats
done a
exist
study on
polls.
this.
No, exactly,
That's
because you
not
can't
even
say that it's a
accurate.
fact if you don't have the backup.
And
for
also,
it.
I wanted to add.
No, I don't need a study to be done and look up into the sky and know that the sky is blue.
It's just
Yes,
talking.
but you're talking about somebody that isn't going to be with a sex worker. How are you going to tell 2 different men if they're going to be with a sex worker or not. That's not up to you to decide or for you to even assume that they wouldn't pick sex workers.
I think it's pretty easy to make the assumption that most people would not want to date a prostitute.
And
do you think that's a
is
good
people
preference?
that
have what?
small minds like you.
How's it small-minded?
Because
That's
it's
big-
like,
that's
How is
big
that not
brain.
small-minded
That's
to go
big-
and sell your body in a
it's like,
bro
that's
tale?
how you feel and that's how you think,
It's
and not
not about
everybody's
how I
gonna
feel.
think that
What about
way.
people
But,
that
okay,
are with
you
their
keep-
are in a relationship and they both do things like that together? What
Oh,
about
you
that?
guys are like...
Go
Stop,
together.
stop,
Together.
stop. You guys are missing the point. I've repeatedly said over and over again, I'm not saying that it will be impossible for you to find a person to date you. I'm not saying that every single person on the planet would not date a prostitute. I am saying most. So when I'm saying most, I'm saying more than 50%. It could be 51%. It may very well be that 49% of people would date you. What I'm saying is most. So at bare minimum, 51%, I would say the majority of people would not date a prostitute.
I would say it's 50-50.
But do you think, wait, really quick?
You would say it's 50, exactly
Yeah.
50-50? Exactly 50-50?
I would say it's 50-50. And
Can
that
I
is my
say-
opinion, right?
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
I think a lot of people would say that they wouldn't, but if they made that connection,
They would.
I mean, I think it
Go ahead.
no, you can say what you
No,
gotta
go ahead.
say.
Finish your
I wanna
statement.
hear
Finish
it.
your statement. Go ahead.
I want to play off with what you're gonna say, so I want you
No,
to
finish
say.
you were in the middle. Go ahead.
I
Complete your...
lost my train of thought now.
Because
You were saying that if the connection was there, then
Yeah,
somebody would
I think
date...
it would play a role in.
That still doesn't make the majority. Nor the 50%. That means
No, I'm not
if-
saying that.
if-
I don't know any statistics. I don't know that. But I'm saying I think if you did a study, I think more people would say that they wouldn't than
Here.
would
Can
be
you just
real.
admit
Stop.
that?
I have a clarifying question that might... Let's see. How tall is your boyfriend?
6'2".
How tall are you?
5'7".
You're 5'7", he's 6'2". Would you date a guy who's shorter than you?
I would.
You would?
I would.
Really?
If the connection was there, I
Oh my
would.
God, that's such cap. Okay.
It's not.
Wait, do you think women
How
don't
are you
date
gonna
men
tell
shorter than
me?
them?
like for real,
I
Brian?
think there needs to be, like, of course we can say, like, if the connection is... I don't even know what that really
like,
means.
If you think that you could think that you weren't going to,
needs
and then
to
you meet
be,
when you fall in love.
Like most people are not going to give a person a chance for a supposed connection to even develop, because the primary thing people are going to screen on is there just a base level of physical attraction. That's the first step. Then a connection can develop. However, it's unless you're like withholding the fact that you guys are prostitutes and playing these dudes and waiting until months into the relationship before revealing you're a prostitute. If you're upfront with the fact that you're a prostitute, and you should with romantic partners, there's not going to be the ability for a connection to develop, because most men's standard is to not date a prostitute.
Okay, but
You seem like a very pleasant person. However, you're a prostitute. That's an immediate no-go. Otherwise, I think you're an attractive girl and you have a very pleasant personality. But because you're involved in sex work, it's an immediate disqualifier. It's a deal breaker. There's no scenario, even though you seem like, honestly, you're one of the most pleasant women we've ever had on the show. You're an attractive girl. I just would, and I'm not saying this to be mean or anything, I wouldn't date you because of the work that you're involved with. And that's the end of the story. In the same way that there's plenty of women who don't want to date me because I've got this ridiculous podcast and I'm out there on the internet. I don't object to women not wanting to date me because I'm out there and I have, maybe controversial opinions. I think that's fine.
Well,
But I'm not going to sit here.
do you think it's a better preference for people to immediately disqualify somebody from dating them just because they do sex work? Do you think that's a good thing?
There's a lot of fish in the pool, and yes, I think in the same way that women disqualify men very quickly for a myriad of reasons, yes, sex work is a perfectly valid. immediate disqualifier.
Yeah, I'm not saying whether or not people are empowered to do that. Obviously, you can do that, but I'm asking, like, would you say that people ought to be doing that?
They ought to be doing that. If I were
So,
to
like,
give,
if
if
they-
I were to advise men, if I were to advise my audience who are watching, if I were to advise my son, if I were to advise my male friends, or just men in general, yes, I would strongly recommend not dating prostitutes. Like, it's crazy.
Common sense here.
I just was trying to see what
Sure.
you were.
I taught you nothing. I have given you all the ammunition you need to shoot down anyone who says sex work or high body counts are okay and why most people would reject someone who lives that life. Educate them on their genital herpes.
What?
Just because I think they're saying, like, they know most people probably wouldn't, but they wouldn't want to date the people who would disqualify them on that basis anyway, and they'd keep looking. No?
Sorry, what? Could you repeat that? Sorry, I was reading the chat.
It's okay. I just think that all they were saying is that it's valid for people to have those preferences, but they're not interested in dating people with those preferences.
That's totally
anyway.
fine.
Yeah,
But
I
that's
think
totally
that's all
fine.
they were saying.
But that's not what
But she
he was
called
saying.
it small-minded.
Well, what
Yeah.
he was saying is just that most people wouldn't.
Yeah.
Which
He's
like,
probably
you-
right, but
you
like what you were
disagree with
saying is that if they got to know a sex worker, like they might go in with that bias, but then if they actually had the opportunity to, for whatever reason, to
Yeah.
get to know a sex worker, they could fall for one. I agree with you. I
Yeah.
think it's
But
possible.
that infatuation would last, what, like 3 months before their objection to a prostitute's work would become a roadblock.
I don't think they would
and
act on it. I think they would
collapse
like,
the
oh shit, I'm
relationship.
in love with the stripper, but it doesn't change the fact that like
I'm in
I don't
love
see
with
this
the
as
stripper.
compatible with my
Maybe
I
in
don't see this as
another
compatible with my
dimension.
life or whatever, so I'm not going to date her. But that's different than
I think,
like
we're
not
all
falling for them
confusing
at
the
all.
word connection with infatuation. A guy can be infatuated with a woman who does sex work for a while, but does that last into a real relationship that will end in marriage? No. Like their objection to her line of work will eventually end that relationship.
Do you guys know anyone at the Bunny Ranch who is like a sex worker at the Bunny Ranch and married?
Yes. There's plenty of women that are married at the
But we just can't
Do you think they're in like
I'm
unhappy
saying
marriages?
about men who are already uncomfortable with dating women in that line of work.
Then they just shouldn't.
Even if they end
did you
up
Turn your phone over.
She's
Even-
saying they're not small-minded because she called those men small-minded and they're not. And she's trying to
I mean,
explain
your
why.
preference is your preference, but just if you don't want to, then just don't.
What we're saying
But
is
I
that
was
most
saying-
men would not, and you guys
I
aren't
was
willing to
speaking.
admit
No, that's-
that.
I was
Can
speaking.
you
I
just
don't
admit
know.
that?
I think
most
we're
men would
injecting
date
like
this
some
law?
nuance
talking
into
about.
it
I mean, I
because
get what
you're talking about like I think we're just injecting nuance into it because you're talking about a descriptive claim, right? Observations about the world. It's probably true that most people don't want to date a sex worker. I agree with you.
Okay, thank you.
We never disagreed with that.
Yeah,
What
we
I'm
didn't.
saying is that
She
it's
was-
possible. There's other variables that you're not considering that could change that. And what the preferences that people express are different than their actions. And I'm saying that I think that there's plenty of people, even though they say that would immediately disqualify it, I think there's more people than you guys are willing to admit that would change their mind if they actually met a sex worker that they happen to be connected with.
The main question we were starting from here is if we would.
And we
Okay,
moved
we're
on
looping.
anyway.
We're looping. Okay.
Like we completely derailed, but that was the main question.
That's fine.
All right, so Lexi, you have a crazy dating story. You have a few. You said you were in a toxic relationship for about 1.5 years, and your ex did what to you?
Yeah, my ex. I tried to leave him. This is after I had gotten out of prison, of course. I got into a very, very toxic, abusive relationship. He smashed my car windows and slashed my tires.
Damn.
Whoa.
Yeah. And then he was beating me a lot. The day that I had actually moved out of my sister's house, I mean, not my sister's house, his house, moved into my sister's, he came over and he was like, he was beating my ass. Yeah. So in defense of that, he already knows I stabbed him. Like, yeah, so I had to take action, and so yeah, that's just a
Did
crazy
you
story.
catch some time for that one, or
No, I did not. No, I did not.
was it?
Yeah, it was
self-defense?
self-defense. You know, we didn't call the cops or anything, but
Oh.
he ended up in the hospital. We didn't say anything. We kind of just like, you know, that's
fell.
Dang, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
He fell.
No, it's okay.
Can I ask
I've
what
been through
initially
worse.
attracted you to him?
He was a really close friend of mine growing up. We were actually we grew up in the same neighborhood, so guess over time, as you grow and you get older, people change. So
Did you ever see red flags in him?
No, I did not. It was later on throughout the relationship when I started to see the red flags. He was actually doing drugs is when I found out when everything started going downhill. He was doing cocaine. So
Was that the case the whole time, or you just found out about it later, or he started doing drugs later?
I think he started doing it like while we were in the relationship. Like I think he got off and he was sober, I guess, and then we met and everything was good, and then he started back on doing it again. That's when things started going downhill, like I said. So I wasn't attractive to his toxicness, like it just, that's what it fell into. Like people have great relationships in the beginning, and then later on it gets really abusive, you know?
Exactly. Yeah, no,
that's how in the beginning you go through the honeymoon stage and then you're not happy. Shit like that happens, and that's just life in general.
Yeah, I don't think women go out of their way to date abusers. I think what you're saying.
Yeah, and then
just,
also on top of that,
you
it's
start a
hard to
relationship,
get
it
out
becomes
of.
toxic, and then that's when you realize, like, oh shit, I'm in a relationship with somebody who's abusing me.
And then you've been taught to subvert. And then
and a lot
like,
of women stay in those toxic relationships. It took me a very long time to get out of that relationship. I actually had to leave state. I moved to Texas because it was
flee from him.
Yeah, after that that had happened, it was like, okay, I need to leave out of state and
I
go
think the
into
stat
my own
is that
thing.
like
And,
women will go back to
a lot of women that are in abusive relationships figures that out sooner or later. Like you gotta do what you have to do. I know you love and care about that person, and you might the toxicity of like a relationship, like when you think of Blueface and like Krishan, I guess, like they were so in love and stuff like that, but they're hella toxic for each other, and then they had their kid and they
I just
separated
don't think
ways.
that was love.
I meant to Krishan it was love,
Yeah, I know.
To
to
Blueface
them,
it was
but
business.
Yeah.
But
exactly.
Yeah. Also,
But
I just wanted to point out, I know you brought up, this is from way back earlier in the conversation. I know you brought up your dad, and I wasn't trying to make the point that I thought he was weak, because maybe I thought what I was trying to say though is I was surprised that it sounded like you said that your dad was supportive of your sister engaging in sex work, which to me is surprising in the same way that it's surprising that her parents. I do think your role as a father is to protect your children, and I do think, your role as a father is to keep your son out of prison and your daughter off the stripper pole. So
that
you can take that for sex work. Like, I do think men have a duty to try to raise their children so they don't end up becoming either criminals or sex workers.
Yeah, I guess I did fall into the category of being a criminal in my family. I'm the only person that actually went to prison, did time, and then my sister, she does OnlyFans, but at the same time, the way I grew up with my father and me being Asian, and him coming from Laos after the war and then coming here to America, he had to learn certain things and certain stuff like that. So it's just like he's not judgmental, and he taught me not to be judgmental towards other people. Like if that's your perspective, that's what you want to do, go ahead and do it. I have a sister that's super feminine energy. Like she doesn't have no man. She makes like $100,000 a year. She makes like 6 figures.
Right. And
then I have another sister that's a sex worker, and I do have a sister that actually is on drugs right now. So my whole family's just everywhere, and so that's why for me I take in perspective of everybody's life and
but
their
I can
opinion.
tell that you're such a genuine, kind-hearted person because of the way you were raised. I can tell that your parents did a wonderful job raising you.
And I only grew up with my father. I didn't grow up with my mom. My mom actually put me in foster home.
Well, he did a good job because for you to come out into the real world and not judge others and see them for who they are.
Yeah, as long as you're not coming.
A lot of people can't do that.
Yeah,
So,
as long as you're not
thank you.
coming into my world and being, coming into my home and my house and being like, hey, I'm gonna fuck with your man. Like, like women I feel like in the sex industry knows how to line themselves up when it comes to, these women over here that you guys want to be married and have a man, all that stuff. I feel like in the sex industry they know where that line crosses. She's not gonna hop into your crib and be like, yo, I'm trying to take your man.
I don't think she's a threat.
Stop.
I'm saying no, just in a perspective.
At the end of the day,
No,
At the end of the day, ultimately, even if your father does everything he can, at the individual level, he tries his best. You can still get involved in these situations. So I certainly, at the individual level, you can't fully put the blame on the parents, because people can be otherwise good parents, and the kids can still end up making mistakes or getting involved in either crime or sex work. But I mean,
If a daughter goes to her father and says, I'm going to become a sex worker, or I'm a sex worker, and he doesn't make any effort to discourage that,
Yes.
I think that is a failure to protect his daughter from the
Yes.
world, and that is a natural instinct that every father should have.
I think your socioeconomic status is probably going to be more likely to determine whether or not your children are going to be sex workers
Mike
or...
Davis donated $100. Brian, you don't gotta make this whole press conference response to F and F. All you gotta say is fuck you, capitalist country. I'm married to the money, so spoken by an expert in the field. Plus you have an edge with prettier girls, so equally as dumb and degenerate.
Yeah, no, I mean, I feel like I already addressed it, but yeah, just they're basically hypocrites. I mean, that's really all I have to say. I mean, it is what it is. So
I was just saying, I don't think it's all about values. I think what's going to end up being a more likely thing that determines it is whether or not, like, what your socioeconomic background is, because I don't think most sex workers have gone to college. I don't think they have higher education. They probably are less likely to have even graduated high school. And that is all stuff that's, like, associated with people who are of, like, more limited means. You know?
Is
the
it
wealthier you are,
is it more
the less likely
tempting?
it is.
Is it more tempting to turn to crime and to sex work if you are in a financially difficult position? I suppose.
Not just that,
but
if you're
there are
raised in
plenty.
it.
But there are plenty of people who are in just as bad or worse financial positions that don't turn to crime and don't turn to sex work.
Well,
So-
what you just said really flies in the face of this, like, narrative that sex work is empowering, because you're recognizing
I never
that
said
in the
sex work
majority
was empowering.
of-
I never said sex work was
I'm not saying
empowering.
it's your narrative. I'm just saying there is a general narrative in the discourse about sex work that it is empowering for the women who do it. But you're recognizing that the majority of the time, those sex workers are turning to it out of desperation, not because it makes them happy.
I guess the phrase, like, turning to it is, like, loaded. I'm just saying it's, like, just very neutrally. I think it's a lot more likely that if you're raised in an environment, like a socioeconomic environment, that you have, like, less money. If you're raised in poverty, you're probably not going to have higher education. That's already going to make you more likely to do it. If you have more wealth in your family, you're probably going to get an education. You're probably going to have a white collar job. And you're way less likely to do sex work. I think it's going to have way less to do with, like, the personal values that are instilled. Like, there are examples of it, like Lawrence Fishburne, right? His daughter is a porn star, and, like, he just, like, I think he disowned her. It's very, very, like, rare. Yeah.
Based.
Yeah, is that what you would do if like you got married and your daughter became a porn star against, like, everything that you told her went against all of your values?
So
you
you're
would disown your
admitting
daughter?
that being a sex worker is
Wait,
going down the wrong path, basically, as college being the right
She wants
path?
to get a clip.
Would you disown
if she
your
was a
daughter?
prostitute? If my daughter was a prostitute?
If your daughter grew up to be a porn star or a prostitute, would you? A porn star. If your daughter grew up to be a porn star, would you disown her?
I would.
Yes.
You would disown your daughter for being a porn star?
Would you disown your daughter for being a porn
So
star?
when we say disown, though, are we saying, like, never talk to her again?
Yes. He completely shunned her. He doesn't speak about her. Like, when he's been asked in interviews, he's like, he doesn't even talk about her.
So I would make a fuck. Okay, hold on.
Grid One Motorsports donated $100. SW and Pron is the failure of the family and brings shame.
Right,
Pron
cool.
has
Party
horrible
outside.
effects on men and their relationships and can and does cause relationship problems, including divorce. Stop it. Get some help. Do better. Be a better human.
Yo, Grid One, thank you, man. Appreciate it. So, to answer your question, first off, I would make as vigorous an attempt as possible, one, to raise her correctly so that she would not even consider that as an option. If she was considering it, I would, again, make as vigorous and strong a case against it as possible. If she got into it, I would continue making as vigorous and strong a case for her to stop. If she continued, then, and it was like, then yes, it would be so disappointing to me that I would probably disown my daughter.
That's crazy.
That's
crazy to me, because if you love, that's unconditional love. You have kids, that's you're supposed to love them
I think you should
unconditionally.
always be there for them.
So
Whether
the
if your
fact-
kids turned to, like, had a
like-
drug addiction, right? Would you, like? I don't think it would be right to disown your child.
If my
that's
again,
nasty personality.
it would sort of be the same thing. I would
disgusting.
I would See,
I mean,
now
we think
who's
sex work is
how's the
disgusting,
closed-minded
but
one?
go on.
To you, but
you said you
it's,
turn
it's
your back on
disgusting
your
to turn your
kids.
back on an. It's disgusting for me that you're willing to turn your back on your own offspring. That's disgusting to me. So say whatever you want to
did
be
it
disgusting
turn
about.
on
With
us,
for
like-
valid reason.
How did you?
There's no let me ask you a question. There's no circumstances under which you would not turn on your children or perhaps like your parents. What if they committed some heinous fucking crime?
We're talking about
What if
sex
what if
work.
they abused you?
If my parents abused me,
Would that be or your
For your
children
own
abused
safety, you would have to separate yourselves from them. But if my parents wanted to come to me and apologize for something like
Yes.
that, and then demonstrated through their actions
There-
that they never would do that again,
But you acknowledge.
then
hold on.
I would never cut them
But
off out of my
you
life
do
entirely.
acknowledge there are some circumstances your child could do some act in which you would distance yourself from them or disown them. You acknowledge that, right?
I know, but I'm speaking in the sense of like sex work right now.
Yeah, you said abuse, and we're just talking about sex
Well,
work. You
I'm
said
not-
your-
I don't wanna-
you said
I don't wanna talk about
your
abuse.
daughter becoming a porn star would
I don't
be
wanna
you
talk
would never
about
speak to her
That's
again.
how
You would shun her.
thoroughly
You would disown her.
that's how thoroughly disappointed I would be in my daughter if she was involved in sex work.
But
yes.
for
I
you
think
to completely-
as her father, I think you're supposed to be there for her even through like the roughest points of her
Because that
life.
could
Those
be
are
the roughest
choices.
point of her
She is
life.
making a choice
Yes,
to
and
do
you're
that.
making the choice to disown her. And I'm saying I don't think
That's
that would
totally
be
different.
What is
I don't
disowning
think-
exactly?
Disowning means that like
You just no longer like
Like, you
speak
no
to
longer
them,
speak
no,
to them, you shun them,
speak
you
about
don't-
them.
you
Here,
don't
I
talk
want to
about
ask the
them.
chat. I'm just curious about the chat. Like, if do you guys agree with me? Do you disagree with me? Agree with me? Disagree? One, if you agree with me. Two, if you disagree with me. I'm just curious because, hey, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it would be wrong to disown your daughter if she was.
Is she saying
gotta do
mean
a poll.
things to you, like constantly? Like if
Personally-
someone
No, it's
was
not.
saying mean
Personally,
things to
I
you,
would not disown my daughter, but I think you guys are thinking of love and unconditional love as unconditional acceptance of
Yeah.
their choices, and that's not the same thing.
I don't
We
think
accept that they want to
acceptance.
turn
I
around
think that
and
like
change.
that's why I
but
did
as long
the
as they
ex-
don't change, there's no.
That's why I
Sorry.
did the example of like if your son struggled with like substance abuse, right? Was continually harming themselves by being addicted to like heroin or something like that. I don't think that by you not disowning them is you saying, oh, well, I'm happy with the fact that you have a substance abuse. I think you're being there to support them as their father.
But you
or,
guys
like,
are saying it's
as
like
their
keep
parent.
lending them $20 every time they need it.
like when
literally.
does it become enabling at some point? Like to
Yeah.
that's
You see what I mean?
Well said. Enabling. No,
I don't think,
I
like not
turning
disowning your
back
child
on
if
your
they
daughter-
do sex work
It's
is
not
you
disowning. Okay, let's say
supporting
it's
them.
not disowning.
Which they
It's
asked
just
about
cutting
disowning.
ties with. Okay, like the disowning. I don't know to what legal level. I don't
question-
know.
I
I
just
don't know.
think
Let me.
that's messed up.
I would say that actually, for example, you see this when it comes to politics. Families like become what's the word for it?
like splintered.
Splintered over politics. So I think this is also a valid reason.
I think
under
that's
which,
pathetic, though. I
Over
think people who
inheritance,
like,
too.
if like you are not talking to your parents because they voted for Trump or Biden, I think that's fucking
No,
lame.
but I'm saying that's. I actually think that that's perhaps even a lesser thing. Well, I mean, people have different values. I mean, I'm not trying to compare one to the other, but AB check. Thank you for the 20 man. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know what the.
I don't think
exact
any
term-
of us would disown a family member over politics.
Like my parents
Not
are
over
like
politics.
liberal.
I know people
and
do
I'm,
that.
like,
I think it's
conservative.
unfortunate. I
Fine.
think it's like a stupid thing. I think like if you disown your family over political disagreements, barring like extreme fundamentalist shit, I think you would come to regret that. And like when they die on their deathbed, I think that you'd see like just how stupid and inconsequential it was to like separate yourself from your parents.
It's
over
funny
that.
because I hear a lot of kids that are like liberal, progressive, disown their Trump supporter parents.
Yeah, that's
more
cringe.
so
If they're
they
doing
get
it, that's,
parents,
that's fucked
yeah.
up. That's
What's
like
up,
so
Nick?
stupid to me.
Did you read that super chat? I just don't know if it's going to turn TOSE.
Place change and make a job position. I'll get to that. Yeah, I think.
So are you saying progressive kids should accept conservatives older
In
than
their-
them, their parents, people around them?
Yeah, I don't
Yes.
think that you should
we've
be
been on
shunning
this
your
for so
parents or family just because they voted for Trump. That's insane.
Thank you.
Or vice versa. If you're a Trump supporting family and you disown your kid because they support Biden, that's insane.
Here, Abby, right? It's Abby.
Abigail, but yeah,
Abigail, if your daughter, you want to have kids, right?
I do.
If your daughter, like, would you disown your daughter?
I couldn't disown my daughter. No, I mean, if my daughter was doing something that I thought was damaging and she kept doing it and kept doing it and kept doing it, I would realize that the way that I'm going about trying to get her away from that is wrong. I would try to evaluate and determine a better way of going about it. But no, I couldn't just cut ties with my child. Same if like my son was doing something like using drugs or drug dealing, and I thought it was wrong. No matter the amount of disappointment I would feel, that's my son. I cannot turn my back on him.
I think you would probably.
I will try to keep them from doing it, and if what I'm doing isn't working, like I said, I would change what I'm doing. And if I did have to cut ties, it wouldn't feel good. It's not what I want to do. But like, let's say if my child wanted nothing to do with me because they felt that I was like pushing my beliefs onto them and I was wrong, and they wanted nothing to do with me, I would wait for them to come back, and I would pray and I would hope that they would. But no, I would never be the one to cut off ties with my child. I would not disown my child.
I feel like I think you're going to be more willing to or more likely to actually entrench the fact that she would be like in that industry if you disown them. I think the thing that would, if you were like really dead set on like getting your daughter out of being like in the sex industry or porn stars, I don't think disowning them at that moment is going to be the thing that makes them like realize like, oh yeah, maybe I shouldn't be doing this. If anything, they'll be like, my family fucking abandoned me, fuck them, I'm going to like do this for sure.
Sorry,
I think if you show love and vulnerability and say like, we're here anytime for you, I don't support it.
What does disowning mean actually?
Yeah, I know that's.
We determined cut ties. That's what we said.
Cut ties, shunning, don't speak to them.
Disowning means like you're my mom, and I'm just gonna never talk to you again. You're no longer my mom.
Please move the mic over and speak into it.
Sorry. Yeah, like if your mom looked at you and was like, "You're not my daughter anymore. I'm never gonna speak to you again. Don't tell people that you're my child. Like I'm not gonna speak about you. You basically pretending
anything.
No, it's not a divorce. You just never speak to them again.
You can do that though.
It's possibly.
I think that the kids can.
It's probably easy.
Yeah, you can at 13.
I've already stated that I would attempt to raise her so that just wouldn't even be a possibility to begin with. But of course, despite parents' best efforts, kids still fuck up or they get involved in these things. So whatever, I would try to dissuade her if she was, again, considering going into it. I would try to convince her not to. If she got into it, I would make another good faith effort to stop her from doing it.
Like an intervention.
Yeah, I would make effort. So it wouldn't just be like an instant drop, immediate disown.
But at some point you would.
Yes, I think eventually, like if, I mean, it's depending on what, right? Obviously, there's degrees and severity to it. But if she was a prostitute, for example, I mean, it's going to be very hard for me to...
Well, if she reached out to you again and said, "I've put that behind me. I no longer want to do
there
this."
Can be reconciliation. There can be
reconciliation.
reconciliation.
If there's a possibility for reconciliation, that's not the same thing as disowning.
If this isn't too personal, are you religious or like a man of God?
I claim to be a man of God. I take that as you will.
Do you think God's name in vain, right?
Like, do you think, and a Christian?
Are you a man of God?
Go ahead with your.
Like, do you think that Jesus or God would ever instruct like his children to like you as a man turn your back on your child?
I mean, the story of the prodigal son is he comes back and repents, and the father accepts him back, and that's I think what Brian referred to.
Well,
There's
Brian,
still
like,
a possibility.
Do you see that
for
as like the Christian thing? Like, I don't see that as. I think Christianity is all about forgiveness. I think the whole point is supposed to be that you would never turn your back on your children. Or do you disagree? You think that's like the godly thing to do? I guess.
If they
I
want
can't
to change.
speak for how other people like how
you personally, like how you view your relationship with Jesus.
I've already told you what my position is on this.
Right.
If after multiple best efforts attempting to get her to not engage in this behavior, I failed, it would be in the same way that like we all choose to be, if somebody is not behaving in a way that we find appropriate, then we are of course within our right to cease being in a relationship with somebody or having a relationship with someone. So if my daughter,
your kids are not just any. That's not just a relationship. It's a biological connection.
Yes, I know.
That's why
but the degree of disappointment that I would feel would make it very difficult for me to have a relationship with my daughter.
But
So-
you are saying that, that relationship could be rekindled
It
if
could.
she put that
It-
past.
yes.
That's
If
not
she-
disowning.
What if she did it behind your back for years? You somehow never managed to find out that she had been doing
I would thoroughly be-
escorting
I would be
for like
thoroughly
the last
disappointed.
5 years. You'd be thoroughly disappointed,
I'd
but
be
it didn't
thoroughly-
manifest in her actions or behavior because for 5 years she
Wait.
kept it a secret from you that she was escorting. If you found out 5 years later
And
she's been
she-
escorting for the
and she
last 5
stopped.
years.
Okay.
No, she doesn't stop. I'm saying that you find out
This
somehow.
is very specific.
She's
but
been
okay.
escorting for no. I just want to see that because you were
Oh
like,
my God,
no, I like in the first scenario or whatever, you knew the entire time. You're like, I try to stop, I try to intervene, and I'm
Sure.
like, what if she's been doing it for
She-
5
she
years
kept
and you
it
never noticed?
secret.
Yeah, you never knew.
I suppose to some
And then
degree.
once you
sure,
find
I
out, would
suppose-
you?
Would I what?
Disown them
her?
for that.
I mean,
5 years.
certainly to some degree, ignorance is bliss in that situation. But would I is she continuing to do the work that she's doing?
Yep.
Again, I would. It wouldn't be an immediate disown, but I would say I did not know this. Let's try to correct what I see as dysfunctional behavior, and I would try to. I would try to
dysfunctional
guide
could
her.
it be if you didn't know for 5 years?
What do you mean?
Because I'm saying for 5 years she kept it
People
a
are
secret
very
from
good.
you. Yeah, but you're saying that like it's dysfunctional.
if somebody if you were in a relationship for 5 years, you had a husband and he was cheating on you for 5 years, but you didn't know about it, that doesn't change the fact that there was infidelity.
I'm not saying it would change the fact that she was an escort. It would make her an escort in the circumstance that you're
So
saying.
you're
I'm not
saying
saying
I
it wouldn't
ought
change the
not-
fact that he cheated on me.
You're
Right,
saying like,
so
how
I
can
would-
it be dysfunctional if you didn't notice?
Because
the whole
I'm
time?
saying
It's
like,
still
because
dysfunctional
you're-
whether I know it, whether I there can be there's dysfunction in the world, whether I know about it or not doesn't change the fact that it's dysfunctional.
What's dysfunctional about sex work to you?
Really?
Yes, Brian. I
What
don't.
is-
'Cause I don't.
It's
It's
not
not
the-
obvious to me. I
the-
disagree with you. I need
the-
to know why you think that.
Okay, the damage that okay, first off, sexually transmitted diseases, very high risk of that.
STIs.
Yes,
You guys
and
work
that's
in a legal brothel.
We
They
work
get
at a
tested
legal
more than
brothel,
anyone.
and we get tested once a week
Do you-
on the dot.
Do they test you for herpes?
Everything.
Well, I mean,
No, they
you
don't.
get tested
They
that
don't
much
test you
because
for
you do have
herpes.
a higher
Be
risk.
honest. Do they test you for herpes? Be honest.
Abby.
I actually
Why are you
would-
turning to her? Do they test you
Because-
for herpes?
Don't they get a swab every week and they test us for blood?
And they
get our
test you
blood.
because there's
Do-
a higher risk.
do they test you for
everything they need
herpes?
to test us for on the pamphlet.
You don't want to answer because the truth is, in the sex work industry, in the porn industry, they don't test for herpes because if they did, there would be no fucking industry because
In the
everybody in the porn industry fucking will get herpes.
Is it-
We had a girl on the panel 2 weeks ago who has herpes. She's actively working in the sex industry despite the fact that she has herpes. And this is just like an open secret in the porn industry. They check for gonorrhea, they do HIV, they do syphilis, anything that they can check for. I believe they don't check for HPV, they don't check for herpes.
That's the
If
most
you
common.
work in the porn industry, you will get herpes on a long enough timeline. She got it within 6 months of getting it. They don't test for herpes because it would be the fucking end of the porn industry.
Wait, by herpes, do you mean?
Do you have herpes?
No, I don't have herpes.
They don't test for.
I
The
don't have
risks
herpes.
No, I've been tested
so
already. I don't have
far
herpes. I
beyond
don't have
just
herpes.
getting an STI though. Like,
HPV is the most
not
common
illegal.
STI. It's way more common, and you're asymptomatic by
Kids
We
get
really
cold
got off
sores,
track.
and that's a form of herpes.
Yeah, cold
Let him
sores are
finish his
herpes.
list
One at
as
a
to
time,
why
guys.
it's damaging.
Yeah.
You're fear-mongering about herpes unless you mean specifically
not
like
fear-mongering.
warts or like related
Yeah,
to like
I-
genitals. Yeah.
There's a
Guys,
lot of
the-
different types of herpes, and I think the first one is there's a different types of herpes, and I'm pretty sure there's one type.
You don't have to be a sex
orally.
worker to have herpes or
Sure,
HPV.
It's just from
but it's a
sharing
much
drinks and
greater
stuff.
risk.
No, they don't even recommend that you get the HPV vaccine past the age of 24.
I'm talking
because
about there's
past the age of 24 because you probably already have it. It's that common.
okay.
Okay, the risks
Okay, you were
of
just
doing
saying
sex
it was
work
like
go
super risky,
beyond
and I'm saying
just
like yeah, it's so
getting
risky, but it's way more
STDs.
common. You were acting like it's specific to sex workers, but HPV and herpes, herpes simplex, super common. That's probably why they don't even bother
Right,
testing
but
for it.
there's HSV1, HSV2.
And that's from one of them is from getting.
Yeah, one is more common than the other.
That's
but like,
the mouth.
And one of them is like you can contract it
Genital,
from like
yeah.
sharing
Genital.
drinks. Like if I had herpes on my
Are you
mouth,
guys really defending herpes? I'm just a little confused here.
And I
I
believe
mean,
that
defending
you're
herpes.
incorrect
I'm
on
saying
your
that
stats.
you're
Can you
confused
please
on how
continue what you
widespread
were
those
listing?
STIs are because the general population is likely to have those anyway, and they don't need to be in sex
That's
work.
incorrect here.
And if
I'm
you're
sorry.
saying that like
you
sex,
don't have
sex
to get
workers,
tested for
sex
it
workers
under
in
24.
legal
A
sex
girl
workers
could
in
personally,
legal
like, I could go to
brothel.
my doctor and test myself for herpes and show that I'm clean. Like I have Kaiser.
Brian, can you continue listing
Yo, can you
the
get off your
risks?
phone, please? Go ahead.
Brian, I would like you to continue listing the risks beyond just STDs because there are many more that you didn't
said
list.
one, and then that was it.
So sorry. So the question was, what is the damage of doing sex
How
work?
is it dysfunctional?
I said,
how is it dysfunctional? Well, I do believe that sex is as you have more sex, you de-link intimacy from sex, and it just becomes sport fucking. It's just like it loses its intimacy. And I think sex is a way that you and your partner ought to bond. So
I feel like it sounds like what you're saying is that it makes it dysfunctional for that person and the partner that they may or may not be with, but does it make them dysfunctional as a human being overall?
Well, your sexuality is extremely central to who you are as a person, so yeah.
I'm not saying that it's not. You think that doing sex work makes you dysfunctional as a human being overall?
Yes.
Yes, and that's why you disown them. This all started with, like you saying, that you would have to do it because sex work is so dysfunctional,
like,
so you disown your daughter.
I'm happy to answer your fucking question, but I've repeatedly wanted to move away from the fucking sex work conversation. We've been on it for 3.5 hours, and you guys keep wanting to bring it back to the fucking sex work conversation. Like, I'm happy to answer your fucking question, but like, first off, can you maybe try to give the other girls an opportunity to speak? Like, oh my God.
The answer is yes, by the way.
Okay.
We can move
you're
on.
the moderator.
Here, you got your clip.
So
You're happy now?
over the Mary. I almost want to like pass it to Mary because I'm just like I'm frustrated with the conversation. Mary,
Brian,
what are the ways?
Read
What
a
are the
different
ways?
question.
Hold on. What are the ways in which you think it's dysfunctional to engage in sex?
Did you want to continue the conversation
well,
about
just
sex work? Or
on
go to
that,
something
and then we
else?
can move on.
Well, yeah, you listed STDs. You guys get tested so often because you have a higher risk of getting them. That's a fact. And then you mentioned the fact that it hurts your ability to link intimacy with sex, which I believe that is the purpose of sex. It's supposed to be a way that two people connect with each other spiritually and physically.
That's why we
And if
feel
you're doing that
intimacy.
as a transaction, that is not a real human connection. You cannot have a real human connection with someone that is also a transaction. So yeah, it hurts your ability to pair bond in the future. I have all sorts of reasons that I think it's dysfunctional that aren't in common with Brian because I'm religious, but we don't even have to get into that. Like, just on the surface level, those are things that are extremely important. And when it came to the conversation about disowning kids, I think what it's really about is our fundamental disagreement is, do we think it's a parent's duty to discourage their child from going into sex work? Some people at this table think, yes, it's a parent's duty to protect them from that and discourage them from that. And it seems like the rest of you don't think that it is a parent's duty to do that.
I don't think that was the main contention, but we can move on.
I move on.
Oh my God. Okay.
Brian, you have the mic. When you were like, we're looping on this, it's like, just change the topic. You're the moderator.
Just trying.
I mean, I've tried, but you guys continue bringing it back to the... All right. Grid 1 Motorsports. The entire right side of the panel is making the best argument for passport bros I have seen in a while. Like, because I was literally asking Lexi about her prison thing, and then within, like, immediately it's back on the sex work thing. So it's just like, all right.
Wax Prophecies donated $100. Shout out to Lexi. She handled her own with Candace and comes across as more compassionate and realistic than her adversaries. I generally favor conservative views and am not a feminist or simp. Mary, who I like, lacks empathy. Men are broken, not 304s.
Okay.
Thank you, Wax.
Mic drop.
All right, there
Thank
you
you
have
so
it.
much.
There you have it from Wax. Okay, we have...
Based.
Let me see here. We have Grid 1 Motorsports. No man that knows his worth wants to date, marry, or even have coffee with a village bicycle. How hard is this to understand? Sure, some dudes will take the free sex, but that's it. Yo, Grid 1, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Danger Close Canadian 100, thank you, man. Appreciate it. So if S work is work, can a boss at any type of workplace change or make a job position that requires giving BJ and smashing?
It would have to be done.
I don't know if I follow that totally.
It would have to be done at a legal establishment like the brothel at Bunny Ranch.
There should be a drive-through.
That's
Like a drive-through, like the guy just like they drive up in their car, stick their
Like a glory hole drive-through.
glory hole drive-through. We'll call it McFuck.
You should go work at the Bunny Ranch and pitch this.
They have sex
Yeah,
work
I'll
like
talk
that,
to him.
though.
Yo, Kenny
Yeah, it's a
Blankenship.
very common thing.
Brian, pretty cringe of you to dodge Dave's question in bad faith. You know why you have these girls on the pod. The same girls you use as clickbait in your thumbnails to rack up the views. I don't know why you're.
Yep.
I don't
Thank
know
you,
why
Kenny.
you're-
To be on here.
Thank
Why?
you, Kenny
Literally the
Blankenship.
definition of bad faith
But-
by you, hypocrite.
Are you
Damn.
okay with being
know.
To
clickbait?
be on there.
I don't. Why? I'm not sure why you're doing the finger snapping to Kenny. What?
Because I think it's so funny because it's true.
If you
What's-
agree with
what's
it, then
true?
why are you okay with being clickbait
Wait,
in a
what's
thumbnail?
true?
To dodge Dave's question.
I mean, I'd have to watch it back, but
What was the question?
somebody basically interrupted me, and then to be fair, the conversation was moving very fast. There was a lot of super chats coming in.
It was just based on. It was basically saying that, why did
I think
Dave
Dave
was
asked, he was
asking
like, what is your
why-
purpose for having these women on? If
Yeah.
like, unless, because I guess he was saying that like, you guys
Why-
disagree a
why
lot
is it-
clearly. Like, if you want
I'm not sure
women
what he's trying to get at, though.
I think
mean,
I
I don't think he was like.
I thought he was insinuating that you're being judgmental, even though
Yes.
you're the one inviting like women who disagree with you and have different like backgrounds than you purposefully, and then you come on
But
and like
like they
disagree with
have
them.
agency, they're
Like,
choosing
slander
to be
us
on
for
here.
it,
Yes.
basically.
Yeah.
I think being judgmental is
Slandering.
not giving
What?
someone a seat.
No, that was.
It's just
I
not giving
mean,
any like.
what is? I mean, like, so am I only? Kenny, are you making the argument that I should only invite on women who agree with me? First off, that wouldn't make for a very interesting show if everybody just agreed. People constantly in the online space debate people that they disagree with.
Yeah, but he was saying it's a symbiotic relationship. You invite on the 304s, the bimbos, so you can BTFO them for like in the debate.
about us and post on Twitter how you would never date a whore.
Like when
Why are
when
you doing air quotes?
because
That
you-
shit is true as
like
fuck.
when you invite
Exactly why I air quoted
don't.
it. Because it was your words, not
okay.
mine.
I thought,
air quoted
well,
it for
sometimes
you.
People air quote as
No.
if to suggest it's not actually true.
No, I said I quoted you, right?
Yes.
So that's what I'm saying.
So why are you here then?
I
if you
like-
know that's
But
what you're
I'm,
gonna do.
I'm sort of like
if it bothers
failing.
you.
I can answer.
Like, for starters, the initial times that you guys were on, you reached out to me to
Yeah.
come be on the show.
Yeah.
I invite on people of different
Everyone.
viewpoints and backgrounds. It's not like
But this time you invited them back, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I asked.
right.
And he was like, why do you do that?
Because
Why
it's-
do I invite? Because I book people to. Why do I invite people back onto the show? I'm just
give us
confused.
a comment.
I want to make a
Because they
comment.
make the
Like,
show
why?
entertaining because
Why?
he's running a
It's
business.
so you can dunk on them, right?
Can I-
So you can dunk on them. So you can show these 304s who's the
Oh,
boss.
wait.
Is that not the whole setup of the show, or what?
This is free
No.
speech. I've tried to get on so many podcasts, and you know what they said? You're a sex worker. No thanks. Even I knew 2 of the hosts, and they wanted me on, but apparently the booker didn't like me, and she said we don't want sex workers on the show. And it's just like it is so cool to go on podcasts like this because here is a voice that exists in society, a silent minority, majority, whatever. And I am given a seat at a table. Real suppression, real misogyny is not giving someone a seat to even talk. And literally, I'm so sick of of media being like that. And it's just like I've been in media for years, and it's so hard, having been a sex worker. I don't want to say, yeah, we'll move on. But anyways,
Yeah, I'm a musician. Actually,
yes,
and I
how it is. It's like they look down upon that. And
yeah, but I don't do that, and there's they stole my audio fingerprint. So Distro Kid stole my audio fingerprint.
Yeah.
Took down. Like my stuff is still there. They're stealing their royalties that they owe me still. By the way, don't use Distro Kid, guys.
The fuck are we talking about?
I know.
What
Free
the
speech.
fuck are we talking about? What the fuck does
let me
DistroKid
finish. Let me
have to do
finish.
with this fucking
Let me
conversation?
finish. We're onto a
God,
opposite.
bro.
I get suppressed too.
Yes.
So does it have anything to do with you being a sex worker being like
It has
suppressed?
everything. And I'm not suppressed here. I have a mic here. I have a seat here. I am not suppressed here.
But I get suppressed for being a conservative who is not like that.
But you're not
too.
suppressed here.
Can you please not do the Roman
But you're
salute?
here?
I know, that's perfect. That's why I'm not suppressed. It feels good. It feels good.
Okay.
It
Yo,
feels good.
one microphone at a time.
Brandon donated $100.
Oh my God.
I would
Oh, wait,
date
can I
Mary.
say something?
Yeah, this is Violet. Mary, do you want to respond to this?
No.
Rejected. Go ahead.
You asked me what my point on, or why I came on the podcast, and that's what we were saying, is that he gives us a chance to talk about our sex work life or whatever. And that's what we're here to do, is educate people and talk about our lives and all that stuff.
Okay, just to bring it back to Kenny's super chat, it's a little confusing to me, because are people not allowed to interact with people that they disagree with?
Thank you.
If
Like
I had to summarize
Dave Rubin does speeches at colleges, typically to perhaps I don't know what the audience is, but surely liberal people come to his audience. They do Q&As. I don't really know what.
It wouldn't be much.
I don't know what the question.
But it wouldn't be
is.
much of a debate if you didn't bring us and other people that don't.
Yes,
right.
so
You know what I mean?
On,
This
I
would
bring
be
on
boring.
people I disagree with, because that's a good forum to be able to have these conversations. I could bring on a whole, like an echo chamber, so everybody could just agree with me, I guess.
Yeah, right.
But I bring on people who disagree with me, and we have a debate.
Otherwise, it'll be
Dave
boring
asked
as
that question
fuck.
in the context of us discussing like preferences related to like porn consumption. Would you date a sex worker? Not to bring it back to that, but that was the context of it. I think he felt that you were being, I guess, kind of disrespectful to them, and he was saying that like you're being somewhat hypocritical too, because he was saying you benefit from sex workers existing because you bring them on your platform and you get to have discussions about it. You get to put beautiful women in your thumbnails, and that you financially profit from that by having this show where people can donate super chats to you. And it's all because the women are pissing them off. That's why people donate to you.
And I think
like half of what the super chats are is to talk shit about the women.
And
so first off, actually, in today's thumbnail, there are no sex workers in the thumbnail. It's you. It's a girl who ended up flaking, and it's actually an AI generated.
You've never put a sex worker in the thumbnail?
I have, but that would be representative of the person that's on the show. So me posting a photo, like I'm still like kind of failing to see the point.
Dave was saying, how are you going to shame sex workers when you literally benefit from sex workers existing by bringing them on your platform and using them for money, for clicks, for views, and for this conversation?
Again,
that was what I think Dave is pointing out.
I still fail to see. Are you suggesting that I'm not allowed to bring on?
It's just the way you go
Aaron,
about it.
I mean,
sometimes.
what if
I think the way.
What do you mean the way about it? Of
podcaster
course
has
I'm going to.
leftists on their podcast, and you say, how can you shame
Why the
leftists
fuck are we
when
still
you
talking?
platform them?
It's not my argument. I'm trying to understand what I think Dave was coming from when he asked the question.
I think we all agree that it's a bad point.
Yeah, I just think it's like,
I think there's nothing wrong with running a business too, if anything.
There's nothing wrong
That's
with
what sex
inviting
workers are doing.
everyone.
They're running a business.
Well,
If
no,
you want to
running
make it
a
that
business
neutral,
as a
that's
YouTube
the
video,
you do
not
that.
as something that is fucking degenerate, okay?
Hold on. Like, okay. I'm just like, it's kind of a difficult thing to like wrap my head around, but I'm just fucking, I'm kind of annoyed, honestly.
We can move on.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
No.
So you're just not supposed to give people a seat, I guess. I guess I'm supposed to just pack up and leave because, like, society, like,
I thought Dave was trying to imply someone he's being hypocritical. I don't think he was saying that you weren't supposed to have them on.
The whole conversation originated at, I would not date a sex worker. That does not preclude me from having because I would not date a sex worker does not preclude me from inviting sex workers onto my show.
I didn't think he criticized you for having the conversation. I think he was criticizing the fact that you said sex work is bad for society. Men ought to shame women who do sex work, even though he was pointing out that you have.
Did I say that?
I'm trying to characterize what I think Dave Rubin's impression of you was, and he's looking at your business model, and he's saying part of your business model part of your business model is having 304s and hoes in your thumbnail, and you benefit by dunking on them. That's it. We can move on. That's all I'm saying.
I just think you're trying to clip farm because that's not really what he said, but let's move on, okay?
Okay. This whole show is clip farming. This whole fucking show is supposed to be clip
that's why
farming.
you came here. We all know that's why you came
No,
here,
I think that's what you do. It's like your whole thing is clip farming, but there's nothing wrong with that. I'm saying that's just what you do.
She's not.
You can make your money clip farming and dunking on like all the 304s and women. Invite on as many sex workers as you want, and you're free to dunk on them. No one's forced to be here. Everyone here is like coming here voluntarily. I think you were just saying it's hypocritical that you say it's bad for society. You benefit from it in like a roundabout way.
Dave isn't here to say what his point was, so why does it matter?
So let's move on
to debate what his point was.
Yeah.
But I benefit. If I were, let's say I was an atheist and I invited on a religious person to debate them. I disagree with their position. I don't share their position. You would then be able to make the like. This is just like I've been bombarded with this fucking line of questioning for 4 hours now, and it's so fucking tiring. I can't even think straight. But what's your point?
I was only trying to summarize where it wasn't my point. I'm only trying to understand where you seemed confused about what the super chat was saying. It had to do with Dave Rubin's question. I said, remember the context. I think Dave Rubin was trying to insinuate that you were being a hypocrite. He kept being like, I'm not coming for you, bro. I'm not saying I disrespected. I'm just saying like, this is what I see. And that in a small way, even though you say sex work is like shameful, you're benefiting from it in a small way. I think that was his point. It's not mine.
If I'm telling, but
I think what you're saying, I'll steel man you. What you're saying is that if you were an atheist, you ran an atheist podcast, and you were criticized, if you said to a Christian guest, your worldview is bad for society, and they turned to you and they were like, it can't be that bad because I'm here and you get to make money from my appearance, it wouldn't make Christianity good. That's what you're saying. It's not an endorsement in that way.
But just because I invite somebody onto the podcast, it doesn't mean that I need to agree with their positions. And you could certainly make the argument that if I invite on somebody who's a sex worker and there's a clip or something of them talking about sex work, that I somehow benefit from it. Like
when you
what's
invite
the
sex
issue
workers
though?
on,
I don't see what the issue is.
When you invite guests on, you know you're going to disagree with them, right? For the most part, right?
Not always.
I guess he seemed skeptical. He seemed skeptical to me that you were open to some of the ideas from like sex workers, because if you fundamentally disagree with their
he gives
with their
people
life,
a voice. People a voice, and not
I don't think that's what
sex workers a voice. It's the person
Aaron
behind
is just
it
trying
here.
to interpret what
He's benefiting from the person and the friendship.
Hold on, Josie. Erin is not debating Brian's point or anything. She was trying to clarify the super chat. That's all. So she can't really. It's not a good. Hold on. It's not a good idea to argue with Erin about Dave's point, because she doesn't really know exactly where Dave was getting with it. She was just trying to summarize.
I was trying to guess where I thought he was coming from.
She was trying to clarify the super chat. So now the super chat has been clarified. Erin's not a good person to argue with this about, because she doesn't know really what Dave was.
Dave isn't here.
And Dave isn't here. Just like she
here.
said,
Dave's not here.
So we should move on.
Okay. I'm just trying to parse it. It's not clear to me.
We don't need to. We need to move on.
Yo, shut up. It's my show. I will choose when we move on or don't, okay? I'm just still trying to parse it. I don't think it's hypocritical if I am somehow able to monetize putting a person in a thumbnail, and that further generates clicks. I don't think that makes me a hypocrite. It would make me a hypocrite if I was against sex work and I engaged in sex work. Okay, whatever. I don't know.
To me, it just seemed like Dave was trying to insinuate that you exploit it in some way. That was what I got from it.
But she doesn't. She's not.
But I can't know.
Well, he didn't say that. He didn't even.
No, I know. That's why this is all conjecture. I'm just trying to guess at like what I thought he was getting at, because like I don't know why he would need to make the caveat like I'm not coming for you, dude, unless he thought that his question might insinuate that like you kind of do profit from it.
But I mean, you could make that argument about any of the conversations that I have on the show. Even outside, we have panels where there's no sex workers on the panel. Do I profit from women having a high body count? I mean, like, I suppose I'm profiting from if there's a clip that goes viral when I'm debating a woman and I disagree. Am I profiting off the fact that
I know there's degrees of separation, but he's trying to like say that like connect the dots and in a small way, in a roundabout way, just by engaging in that sort of like contentious debate with them because of their background, like you end up benefiting from it because you can use
in one way or another, I suppose. I mean, but like, to me,
it's like saying somebody's like, oh, you say you're pro human rights, but I noticed that you shop at Walmart and you buy clothes that were made by like child laborers or in sweatshops or whatever. You're a hypocrite.
Okay,
that's what he was saying.
We have Bender the Offender. I predict Brian will take some time off in the near future. Yeah, I mean, yep.
I was just looking out for you. Okay, sorry.
Yep. Let's see. We have a TTS that's coming through. Hold on, it's coming in. Pull up Twitch. Oh, hold on, never mind.
Maya's donated $99. Erin requires the last word. Have her silent for 5 minutes and the show will move on.
People were paying a lot to shut you up last time you were on.
Okay, nothing's changed.
Did we get all the... Okay, we got all those. Go to Twitch, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow, drop us a Prime sub if you have one. Let's see, we have... Fraser, thing for the Prime. Oh, Violet, thing for the Tier 1. Appreciate it. Okay, let's see. I wonder if I had some more show notes here. Let's see. I think we're all caught up there. We have this one. Hold up. Ask everyone to rate their looks on a scale of 1 to 10. We'll go around the table. Go ahead.
A solid 7.
10 to 10, baby.
I'm a 6. I'm a 6.5 today because my hair's a little frizzy.
I'm a 6 right now.
I'm a 6.
I'm a 6.
7.
Maybe like a 7 or an 8 on a really good day.
3.
You're a 10, Erin? Are you just saying that to...
To what?
What about you?
So you think oh, sure. I consider myself 6. I give myself 6.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
I think that's too modest. I think 7.
Thank you, Erin. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
So you think you're a 10, though? You think you're on par with the most beautiful women in the world? That's your own...
Emrata,
that's your own
Kendall
objective...
Jenner, that's me.
That's your self-assessment of your physical attractiveness?
Yes.
I'm not gonna
rate you. I'm like
I'm not going to rate
tier.
you, but you're not a 10.
Okay. But you're not going to rate me?
I'm not going to rate you, but you're not a 10.
I think somehow I'll manage to sleep at night still. I'll be okay.
That's fine. I'm not trying to insult you, but...
Just say it with your chest, Brian. Just say you don't think of, like...
I
just
literally
say you don't think I'm
did.
that attractive.
I didn't pussyfoot around it. You're not a 10.
Okay, what am I then?
I'm not going to... Again, I don't need to rate you.
No, you don't need to. I'm asking you to. Just say it with your chest. What do you think I am then?
I don't really feel compelled to rate you, but do you want the answer? I get like 6.
Okay.
Give you 6.
Okay.
Yeah.
You should rate all of us.
Then we're on the same par. You said you're a 6, I'm a 6. Wow.
Yeah. I don't think I'm like fucking Brad Pitt over here. I think like that's not what.
All right.
But you think you're a 10. You think you're a 10.
Okay, this is super niche, but I remember you have a prank video where you're messing with prostitutes in like the red light district, and there was, I don't know who it was, you were like fucking with one, and she said in this accent, "What do you think you look like, Brad Pitt?" And then she like slammed the door. Is that what you were thinking of right now when you said that, or no?
No, it didn't cross. I know what you're referring to, but no, that didn't.
Okay,
really.
it just reminded me of that.
Wow, you did a deep dive on my channel.
That's not a deep dive.
You're
That
a
video's
fucking
not even.
fan.
I've watched you since middle school. You have a prank channel. It wasn't until recently that I saw that you
your
had a
videos would
dating
pop
thing.
on my feed when I was like in high school in Quebec. Like,
All right, we have Jazz 23 here. Society doesn't need sex workers. They just take advantage of lonely men. They have no skill and take the easy way out. It'll never be respected. We should give a % of the money they make to people we actually need, like blue-collar workers. There you have it. I think we should definitely, redistribute the wealth of
like a syntax.
Sex workers.
What do you guys think about that? Redistributing their
like a sex worker syntax
type of thing.
What?
Let's see. Where do I want to go with?
I mean,
single. I have a couple here. Hold on one sec. The reaction to, nah, we don't have to pull up the video. Sorry, I'm pulling this up real quick. Oh shit, this is not the right one. One sec, guys. Somebody's singing happy birthday outside. I don't know if you guys hear that. One sec.
Someone's having a good time.
Facts.
Somebody is having a lovely time. Okay, let's see here. I want to open it up to you three over here since you haven't had a huge opportunity to weigh in. Is there anything dating related that any of you three would like to speak on?
I'm just here to live my life. Like I said, I don't really care about what anybody else is doing in their life. You know, their life is their life. My life is my life. What your perspective is to date, that's your perspective. If you want to housewife, then that's what your perspective is. I'm just here to live my own life. Like, I don't care what anybody else is doing. In my opinion, that's just how I feel.
Could you tell us like why you're here?
I'm here to just hear you guys debate and put my own input into it. Like I said, like I've been through a lot of different scenarios and seen a lot of things to where genuinely I just listen and I like just take that into consideration, you know?
Fair enough.
Like your consideration of how you are. Like you had really good pointers and so do you and so do the sex workers and these women here. Like that's just how I feel about it for me. That's just how I am.
You said you're newly single, right?
Yeah.
Have you had a rebound yet?
Rebound.
Like a new guy. Is there a new guy in the picture yet?
I'm currently in the makings and workings, but I'm not gonna say like, hey, we're together and stuff like that. We're both just trying to figure ourselves out right now.
Are you
like,
currently
as a team?
Are you dating different people?
No.
Just the one guy?
I wouldn't say we're dating. We're that's my partner, I guess, but we're just getting to know each other right now. I'm not saying like that's my man and I'm ride or die, you know, like we're just getting to know each other, like different perspectives on how we are in the future. Maybe we might not like who, you know, their opinions or his opinion, stuff like that. So
has anybody here ever had a hoe phase starting with you?
My life in my industry is my hoe phase at work. So yeah.
Simple.
What about you?
No. I got my associate's degree like while I was in high school, and then I went to college, and then there was the quarantine, so no time for like going out for me.
I think my Playboy days were my hoe phase when I was in Playboy. It was hard to ignore it and hard.
Oh, you were in Playboy?
Yeah.
Damn.
I had jet black hair then.
I didn't have a hoe phase.
hoe phase as in like sleeping with multiple different men at one time?
Yeah.
A phase of it.
No.
I have.
Tell us about that.
Oh god. I was actually gonna like lie and say no, but honestly, my mom is super strict. I'm adopted alongside my older sister. She also goes to UCSB. But I think both of us just coming out of my mom, she's super mentally abusive and toxic. Mm-hmm. So like more me, she was able to like go hang out with friends and do stuff, but I wasn't ever allowed to like leave literally at all unless it was like school sports. But yeah, so like moving out and coming to college, it wasn't bad, but like just finding myself. And like I mean I went through some stuff to like actually find myself, but I'm not proud of it, and I wouldn't say it was the best thing, but I'm not like ashamed of it because I am who I am today because of the things that I've been through.
That was beautiful. Go ahead, Mary.
Never had a hoe phase.
No.
Personally.
No. I'm boring, sorry.
Brian, hoe phase? Yes, no, come on. We all have to answer.
We all have to answer.
Come on, we all know he's in the quadruple digits. Like,
you pull.
I'm a man of God. I'm a man of God.
The voice crack.
Man of God.
Father Brian.
You know.
man of God doesn't want to. Doesn't get
He's
married.
renounced his like sinly. I don't know. His past depravity.
Maybe this isn't really related to hoe phase, but sugar daddies. Have any of you ever had a sugar daddy?
Yes.
Did we talk about it last show? I think we might
I can't
have.
remember.
I think we might have. What's like? Do you have sugar daddies currently?
Yes.
Do they spend a lot of money on you?
Yes.
Life on easy mode. Okay. What are we talking here? How much do they spend?
So basically, he's actually given me one of his credit cards. So I just use his credit card, and then at the end of the month, he pays it off.
But do you hook up with him or?
He lives in a different state. He lives in New York, so I don't see him often.
You have his credit card.
Yes.
Do you have a spending limit?
No.
Damn.
Sheesh.
Life on
What does
easy
he
mode.
do
Damn,
for
I
a
would
living?
be.
What do you say?
What does he do for a living?
I will not disclose that information.
Do we have any information about him?
This sounds
Other
like some
than he's a
stockbroking
very
shit.
high valued
Like
man.
his age? Anything? Marital status?
What?
He's single.
What does he get out
Never
of it?
been married before. And what was the last question that you said?
Age.
Age?
Yeah.
48.
What does he get out of just giving you his credit card and you spending his money?
We actually have like a great little relationship.
Do
like,
you?
yeah. We meet each other in different cities and stuff like that. And we hang out. He's really busy with what he does with work, so he doesn't get a lot of time to like hang out and relax. So when he does get that time, it's really important for him to be relaxed and like no drama, and for us to have a good time
Is he
together.
your only sugar daddy?
Currently, yes.
Are you his only sugar baby?
Yes.
Do you think he might be lying about that?
No.
Okay.
And I
Okay,
actually am starting to catch little feels
Aw.
for this man. But yeah.
Okay.
What about you, Erin?
No, I don't have a sugar daddy. I've never had a sugar daddy.
I don't have a sugar daddy currently, but I remember I had a sugar couple, and they were so cool, and they were awesome.
Sugar couple.
They were cool folks. They were doctors and Chicago. That's all I can say.
Yo, Ricardo, are you still watching, by the way? Ricardo, let me know. You had a couple sugar daddies in the past?
No, a couple, like a husband and wife, and they
but-
were.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
What about you? Have you ever had a sugar
Yes,
daddy?
I have.
Okay. Have you had more than one, or was it just one?
I've had multiple.
Multiple? How many?
Like total, probably like
Can you
4.
scoot into the table a
I've
bit?
had
so
like
you-
4 total. Probably.
4 total? Okay. You're 19.
Uh-huh.
Have they all been within like the past year?
Like the past 3 years. I never I never met up with anybody though.
You had a sugar daddy when you were underage?
Yeah.
Okay. And you had 4 sugar daddies, but you never met up with any of them in
No.
person?
No.
How would you meet them? Seeking? The
No,
website? How
it's
would you
on
meet
Snapchat.
them? Snapchat?
Yeah.
But how would you meet? How would they find you?
I would just like send them pictures and then.
But how would
send
they
me
find you initially? How would they know?
Actually, it was on my friend's TikTok live, and then she like shouted me out, and then yeah.
Oh, they contacted you on
Yeah.
Snapchat. I see. Okay. So you had 4 sugar daddies.
Like total, not at the same time.
Total. Yeah. And what?
I just read that.
What?
The super chat.
Please don't read that out loud.
Okay.
Oh, what?
So.
Anyways.
So four
is
sugar
so funny.
daddies. So you never met them though. So what was the exchange that would occur with
They would just give me money, and I would send them pictures.
pictures?
Yeah.
Like just
Yeah, like
nude?
nudes and not like bad nudes, but like
Lewds, maybe.
What are bad
Teasers.
news?
Feet pics, that type of shit?
I've done that.
like
Feet pics?
no like boobs.
So
Okay.
you wait a minute.
I mean,
You were underage for part of this, and you were sending them
That's
like
a
yeah,
yikes.
actual.
They knew too.
That's a
Damn.
major yikes.
Yeah, that's
wild.
disgusting.
How much were they paying?
The most was like 1,000 in one day.
Like
for like 20 pictures.
And would you talk to them on the phone or
No.
just all text?
Yeah,
You
just-
never like actually spoke to them.
No.
Okay. How much total from all 4 do you think you made?
Maybe like 4,000 total.
Total?
Not that
Okay.
much.
But they would just like send you, here's $100.
Like $20 a picture, like
$20 a picture.
Yeah, like one time I went to LA and I spent like probably more than 4,000 then.
Oh, more than
4. Yeah,
okay.
I went to LA for like a weekend and that was like 3,000 for that. But,
Do you worry about the fact that those pictures of you are now out there?
No, because my face wasn't in it. I'm not.
No face, no case.
Yeah.
Yeah. Plus, would you let them screenshot?
No.
Yeah. And like, depending on when you had Snapchat or whatever, like I'm pretty sure those third-party apps where you like can save the snap without it like telling them are like banned at this point.
No, I do it.
And who got
my
you into
boyfriend?
it?
Yeah,
I
my
did
boyfriend
it
actually
one
like
time to get someone's like story.
Guys, one at
and
a time, please.
I used one of those like third-party apps to save somebody's story once before I knew about like screen recording, and it logged me out and it said like you're in violation or whatever, and I got banned for like 48 hours and then it gave me back.
Yeah, no, you don't need an app. You just have to remix it.
How
You can
did
show
you
it.
get into
Nick, are you
it?
gonna
Like
show it or-
on like being younger,
you
did
show it?
somebody get you into it?
I was kind of just like joking around, like seeing if I could like make money. And then
Like you just Googled it?
No, I just like was on like the TikTok live with my friend, and then we were just like, oh, like
On the grind.
yeah, we just like were joking with it. Like every time, I wasn't like that serious about it, but I was trying to just like.
So
make
you were
money.
on TikTok?
Yeah, on a
And-
TikTok live.
She already
on a TikTok
explained it.
live, and
And your friend was
somebody-
like, go snap
And
my
then-
17-year-old
yeah.
friend for
We just like put our like Snapchats
Like,
in
what?
there, and then yeah.
Wait, so you said it was.
Are
was
you
it,
friends with this person?
What,
like,
the-
are you
Was
friends
it-
with this person still?
Yeah.
Was it more than
Christian,
4,000?
I don't know if you don't know.
No,
You said it was more than 4,000.
Yeah.
Okay. How
Probably
much
like
do you think? 6,000?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because that weekend I went to LA was like the most I've made.
Life on easy mode though. I mean, there's no 18-year-old.
I don't think it's easy to.
Can I please
debase
finish my?
yourself like
Just
that.
And I
please let me
didn't, like-
finish, okay?
I didn't feel like I was like degrading myself either. Like I didn't feel that. That's why I could understand. I don't want to bring that up again though.
Sure.
I don't
It's
wanna-
just like life on easy mode because, yo, Doc Venablis, thank you for the gift of 20 memberships. There's not like 18-year-old guys who can just make $6,000. It's okay. What about you? Have you ever had a sugar daddy?
Yes, I have actually. When I gotten out of my relationship and I moved to Texas, we didn't do anything sexual.
You just had one
Yeah, I just had one. I went on
throughout your life, just one.
Yeah,
Okay.
just the one.
How did you meet him?
I went on seeking arrangements because, like
Sure.
I said, I'm a 2-time felon, so it was really hard for me to try to find a job. So I went on there. I met this older gentleman, and he was like, "Hey, like, I'll pay for your bills, your groceries, and I just want to hang out." And he actually had kids and like a wife, but he genuinely actually just wanted to hang out and like have somebody to vent to. I noticed that older men like that, they genuinely just want to have a conversation with somebody that they kind of don't really know.
Yeah.
But you never met him, right?
No,
Or-
we met.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
we
met in
met.
person.
Yeah, we met in Texas.
How long were you talking to this guy?
It wasn't too long. It wasn't long. It was like 6 months, 5 months, and then I just
6 months, 5
it's just like, I guess like when I started working my regular job, it was kind of like I don't really need sugar daddy. You know, I can just do my own thing. So just got out of that, and then that was that.
Okay. So what was the nature of the exchange?
We would literally just hang out. Like I never kissed him. We never held hands. We didn't do any sexual activities. It was just like he just wanted to hang out with somebody.
What would a
And he was-
hangout cost? How much is
And
a
hang
hangout?
out. Like we would go to the mall and like
no, how much would it cost?
Cost?
He'd pay you, right? That's sugar.
yeah,
Sugar
yeah.
daddy.
He'd pay me like $500 like
for one hangout.
Yeah, for like one hangout. Sometimes we do like twice a month, you know, and then
Twice a month.
Would he like
Yeah.
buy you stuff outside?
Yeah. So like we would even go to the grocery store together. He'd be like, "Hey, you want to go to the grocery store together?" And he'd pay for all of my groceries, and then I just go about my day and go home.
How much? Like you said, you were seeing him for 6 months. Like if you had to estimate how much he total paid you, how much would you say?
Say like 10,000 maybe.
Oh, 10,000.
10,000
Okay, I
in
thought it
total.
would've
Because
been
you know
maybe
he was
more.
buying me groceries and paying my phone bill and stuff like that. So I'd say in total probably like 10,000.
Okay.
Where are these men?
Do you want one?
What about you?
Yeah, I have. It was just feet pics, though.
Have you had a couple?
Yeah.
Have you ever sent like feet pics? Maybe you didn't have a sugar daddy, but you just like send feet pics for like 50
and he was really like, he was really weird. He
your
was
sugar daddy or
older.
a different guy?
He was an older.
Different guy.
No, same guy.
Oh, you'd send him feet pics.
Yeah, because
okay.
he was like really like old. I don't even know how old he was. I think he was like 65 or something like that.
Sure.
So I don't think he could like. I don't know. It was really different for him. It was more like he paid me for a friendship, but he like wanted like toe pictures of me. I guess men in that category that like toes and like feet and that are kind of weird.
I mean, that's
they're all really rich. These
They
the men
are.
with the weird feminine
I think they're in debt over this shit.
Like,
The guy that paid for my tits, he was a foot guy.
100%.
Someone paid for the titties?
Yeah, and he was
titties were paid for?
Yeah, by a foot guy on the internet that I've never met before.
Foot dudes are
I
the
feel
real
like
ones.
very
Yeah,
wealthy
no,
people are
the
like have the
feet guys
weirdest
are-
kinks out there for some reason.
No, yeah.
I think there's just like a correlation. Like if you're a foot guy, you just are very ambitious. you make a lot of money.
feet guys.
I feel like
Wait, just going back to you. So you said you had one sugar daddy, a couple sugar
just
daddies.
One.
What was the story there? Did you meet him in person?
Instagram actually.
But did you ever meet up with him in person?
No, he was in my request, and I like thought it was a joke, and I was just like, cause like I'll get like texts all the time that are like, oh hey, and it's like a paragraph that's like this big. And there's a bunch of emojis, and it's like fake, but I'll like play into it because I think it's funny. But yeah, it wasn't a joke, and the most I got off one picture is probably like $1,300.
What?
For
feet?
Yeah, people pay a lot for feet.
They can see that
That's ridiculous.
I feel like they have so much money that it's just like they have like the weirder, the more money you have, the weirder the kinks get.
Yeah, no, I agree.
like,
but also,
not be ashamed of.
butt fetishes are genetic. If you guys didn't
Yeah,
know.
no, that's true.
What are you talking about?
They're genetic.
Yeah, it's genetic.
Feet. I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
it's usually
Having
trauma related, to be honest.
Well, you can look it up. It's
Well, not always, but
You think there's zero healthy foot dudes in this world? Because
I
like
thought it
not
was,
only
like,
are they
having
into
a
feet, but they have to
demented brain or
compulsively like
what?
spend
It's like-
thousands on
It's
it.
because I don't know how to explain it.
Feet people
but
have gotten like really comfortable. I feel like it is really fucking common now to see like if you go on YouTube, there's videos of like influencers like her foot compilations. There's like sneezing
Oh
compilations.
my
There's
gosh,
weird
when
shit.
the Barbie movie came out, there was a whole thing about her feet because when she like steps out of her shoes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think they're
getting
gonna
too comfortable.
They're gonna add the feet people to LGBTQ. It's gonna be part of the acronym. It's gonna be LGBTQIAF for feet.
For foot.
They're gonna add because
For like feet.
their face. It's gonna become part of
They're
the.
oppressed.
They are an oppressed group. They're an oppressed
I'm
group.
here for like foot guy rights.
For what rights?
Yeah, foot guy rights.
Yeah. While we're at it, we need reparations for left-handed people.
True.
So
right.
I think we need reparations. Just saying. Well, so 1,300 was the most you've ever. What's
from
the
one
total?
picture.
Like, if you had to put a number on it, what's the total you made from sugar daddy type or feet pic type? Total, everything. And you're 18, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like 30K.
30K?
30K.
30K. Your friends over there only made 6.
We need
find him.
receipts now. Cause
Go on.
30,000.
You want to see my bank
Yes.
account?
Yes.
'Cause I can show you.
30,000?
I need receipts, sis. Okay.
Bruv.
Like,
That's definitely.
Brian's
Go
about
ahead.
to call the IRS.
Honestly, you could go on Twitter and just search "I buy feet," and you could get like $500 from like one picture.
Be right back.
No, I'm actually serious. That's like a real thing.
You know, there
because
actually
I've
is
done
foot
that
guy
too.
oppression because I was thinking about it. I don't know if you guys know who Bob Odenkirk is. If you've seen Better Call Saul or Breaking Bad, he's the guy
Yeah.
who plays Saul.
Oh,
he
okay.
got like shit on Twitter because they saw in his likes, just in his likes, he had liked pictures from like a clearly like a foot fetish account.
No, people go crazy over feet. It's so it's like actually weird. And then like he would like pay for like my like pedicures and like tell me what color to get.
It's
and
hard
then
to
I would
say
get
where
the
the
color
line
and
between
then-
like that being like sugar baby stuff versus just like individual transactions kind of comes into play, because I feel like with sugar daddies, those arrangements usually it's like you get a monthly budget and they like kind of, there's a mutual exchange there where they're like, you're gonna do XYZ, I'm gonna provide this. Sounds more just kind of like individual transactions, but yeah.
Well, I mean, if I like ever needed like
if you could just like hit them up and get money,
them, I would like he would just send me money. Like
then it's like sugaring, I guess.
Yeah,
but if he's like, no, I'm not sending you money unless you send me feet pics.
No, it wasn't like that.
sponsoring.
I could just text him whenever and just be like, oh, like you trying to send me money for?
Yeah. Okay. I could go around the table here, but I don't think, just yes or no. Have any of you had sugar daddies?
No. Actually.
No,
I have a friend that I have a friend that is actually a candy distributor, so we used to call him a sugar daddy.
Oh my god.
That's funny.
I thought you meant an actual.
Yeah, but we used to call him the sugar daddy because he was like a candy distributor and he would bring us like big boxes of candies, but
okay.
Yeah. But otherwise, no.
I mean, what I would say to that is, I mean, you often hear like male privilege. Honestly, female privilege. Like, you guys have life on easy mode.
Oh, 100%.
I mean, I'm a woman, and I'm like, they have life on easy mode. I mean, you could.
Well, you choose not to engage in
I don't know if
that
it's
sort
a
of stuff,
choice or if it's just
I don't
because
think
the
this
options
is-
that are like,
Dude,
out
this isn't
there.
just women, because you were like, oh, I wish guys could do it. You could, but you have to do gay for pay. Because I feel
I would
men.
argue, but
Because if you as a young man can make this money doing sex work stuff, but your clientele will probably be gay men. I don't think women really pay for sex now.
I would still argue though that there's far fewer gay men than that are prepared to be like sugar daddies than there are straight men who are because obviously there's far fewer gay men than there are straight men.
But per capita, like proportionally. Like there's fewer gay men overall, so obviously like compared to straight people, like just by raw numbers there's gonna be more, but like percentage wise I don't think so.
I would still argue that
and I'm just pointing out you had an opportunity. If you just hit up some like, dashing like gay older dude who's willing to get your feet pics, Ryan, you probably could have done it. You just have to find the right dude. Men have this opportunity. You're sleeping on it, you guys. Just go find a gay sugar daddy who will do it for you.
Yeah, but I would argue that there's far fewer opportunities for men.
If you want it from a woman, there's no way. Most women are not going to pay for that.
Even if you did do that route, I would still argue that you're not going to be nearly as competitive as a woman.
Yeah, I
don't know, but those gay sugar daddies aren't looking for women at all.
It's not a small clientele.
But there's just far fewer.
There's less gay men.
There's just
than
like
straight
less
men,
gay men. So
there's less
gay
gay men, but wouldn't that mean like, I don't know, sometimes you can corner a market, like there's less gay men, there's less people willing to do, or like not willing to do, but doing like queer sex work anyway. So I feel like it might actually make them more likely to do it. We just talked about how foot fetishists, that's a rare, like minority, right? As far as like sexuality or like kinks go. That's
really
uncommon.
not.
I don't have the stats.
Okay, if you had to guess, I'm saying kink, like a foot fetish is kind of uncommon, but yet they make up a ton of the dudes willing to pay for this shit. So being gay is kind of uncommon, but they can make up a larger share of gay men that are like willing to do it, or a larger share of men that are willing to do it.
Yeah, but there's a differential there because like there's absolutely minimal or no market. Like the equivalent would be if there's just like swarms of women who wanted like feet pics from like young hot dudes. But that doesn't really exist. So, there is a differential there.
If you care about getting it from women, then it doesn't exist. If you just care about getting the bag, then as long as you're willing to have it.
But even then, like, I don't think it's a one-to-one.
It's probably harder to come by just a little bit. Yeah,
I would say even if you were inclined to do that as a guy, I still say it's probably you're not going to be as lucrative as a girl who's just engaging in it with men.
There was this thing I saw on, I don't know where I saw it, but so men in other countries are now, so male escorts, they're not necessarily providing sex, but they're pretending to be a boyfriend, so a girl who's traveling alone can be.
I heard of that.
Right, it's good. She buys him lunch and she buys him food and gives him money, but he pretends to be the boyfriend, so she's left alone as she travels alone.
They have that, like you can have like a girlfriend. Like I know that
It's
because
big
like a
in-
cycling
Rent
guy
a
told me
boyfriend.
about that.
Rent a
Like you can
girlfriend?
like order like rent a girlfriend
And
or
rent a
girlfriend or
boyfriend
rent a
too,
boyfriend.
so
Yeah,
that
and
you
boyfriend
can
too.
feel safe.
It's a
Yeah.
boyfriend
It's kinda
experience.
cool.
thing,
I'd
yeah.
rent a boy like that.
Some of them don't even say anything.
like, I
Some-
need you.
They don't even say
I need
anything.
you. I don't want to be alone.
Yeah, it was like I could get paid to ride my bike. I mean, like
And show girls around without, some guy following them.
Brian,
and
you said you're saying you wouldn't do that?
Do what?
Get paid to
For-
show up and pretend to be somebody's boyfriend for the day just so that this girl could hang out and do her thing without people bothering her?
Yeah, literally just wholesome shit.
I think it's kind of healthy. Like, I think it's kind of
Would you give the
think
boyfriend
about it.
experience literally no sex? Just would you be willing to work at one of these boyfriend
And I mean, she'll
experience
cover
places?
your.
I mean, what, like, if I was like 18? would
At
I-
any point, would you
No.
ever be willing at any point in your life to be as part like do a boyfriend experience for a female?
This isn't sex work.
No,
No,
non-sexual.
no, no,
This is
no,
It's like a
non-sexual.
platonic
In
friend.
the,
Yes,
terms,
yes,
in the
yeah.
terms
It's
of
almost like a
she's
safety
still gonna
thing.
pay
But
Would I-
you're
you.
getting
would I-
paid
would I
to
s-
hang out with
Yeah,
them.
she'd pay you.
I think that's okay.
Like she would
Yeah.
pay you.
I think
and
that's okay. I don't know, like, I don't know if just from a purely, I don't think I have a moral issue with it, but just from like would I be interested in doing it?
Easy mode.
Probably.
I think that's a cool
can do-
job
try
for
easy
that.
mode for a little bit.
like taking you on trips.
I don't
and
think I
stuff.
object to like if it's just like a purely platonic friendship. I think that's fine.
But if there's
Yeah.
a lap dance,
There's something a little like
Then it's
kind of.
fucked.
It is kind of sad though that,
The
that's a thing. I don't know. It's not like I think it's okay. It's kind of sad. Like
I
the
don't think that like
loneliness.
Yeah,
even
it
if
is.
society were like less isolated, less lonely, I think there might still be a demand for it because that boyfriend experience is one you could only buy because they're talking about trying to buy an experience for the guy that doesn't exist. He's like the manic pixie dream boy. Like he's falling over himself, like being I guess super chivalrous, like almost like a caricature of what like a simp would be. I think that's the experience
being a
that they're
friend
paying
in
for.
some countries, being a friend or friendship or charisma is considered a skill that can actually be monetized. Simply that you're paying the person for their time. As to let's say I'm an introvert and I want to hang out with somebody. Well, there is no I feel like I'm bothering you or anything. You pay them for their time and for the fact that they're coming all the way there to hang out with you for a few hours. Then
Okay. Moving on, I want to go around the table on this, and hopefully we can get everybody's answers. Are there any preferences that men have when it comes to dating that you think are wrong, or you object to, or you think are superficial, maybe?
I don't think I'm ready to answer this right now.
We can come back to
okay,
you if you want.
thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Yeah, come back to me.
I think that, I'm a musician, so I always say like follow your heart. Like so, it
We're
sounds
good at
corny.
that.
Yeah, it's like I feel like if someone they don't follow their heart, maybe okay, but it's like you think about it and you're like, damn, like I should have followed my heart. Like and it's like I don't want to be 90 and not follow my heart. Like I don't want to be sitting in a bed and be like, damn, I thought about that person. I should have. I could have.
because I broke all my rules because I followed my heart.
Well, that's
I know.
beautiful, but that's not the.
I know it's not
Musician moment here.
musician moment.
What are you saying?
She asked what the question was.
Oh, I mean that's beautiful, but that's not really the
I know.
question.
Oh, what
It's like a beauty pageant where they're just like, don't listen. They just. The question is.
Yeah.
So the question is, are there any preferences or standards or boundaries that men have that you disagree with, or you think are insecure, or that you think are wrong, or that you think they shouldn't have, or
Yes, if they're like, hey, I don't want to date you because you're a sex worker, and
Sure.
I'd be like, all right, I honor that, but damn, like, I wonder if one day you'll think about me, kind of thing, and I obviously being a musician, and just art, I wonder if like I'm gonna think about it, so it's like I wonder if one day they'll think about it or just forget it or think, yeah.
Do you think and I'm gonna touch on this very quickly and move it on. If we got you set up as a Twitch streamer, do you think we could get you to stop doing sex work?
So I always said if there's somebody out there that wants like a genuine like tantric emotional experience, and not to spin it back at all, it's like a genuine experience and a giver like me to give all of myself to them, I feel like because I enjoy doing it, I would I would feel guilty that I was hiding that gift from people that need it. And if they're like, I really want to experience that from you, so I would feel like I was hiding it. But if being a Twitch streamer would help me grow in a sense where I could be more of like an advocate for that, and they can find people similar to me, I would say absolutely, yeah. Like the bigger the platform I'd get, I'd hope I'd grow and bring advocacy. There's probably plenty of girls just like me, and I would hope for that, yeah. Yeah, so.
Okay.
Big dreams.
What about you?
I don't know. Skip.
What do you mean skip?
I've thought of one. I think it's dumb when men are intimidated, like if their girlfriend or prospective partner out-earns them.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I literally think that the majority of that, in almost all instances, unless someone can think of an example, is going to trace back to insecurity and like.
I mean, if he's conscious about it, yeah, that's pretty insecure. I mean, if you're like consciously saying like, I don't want to date a woman that makes more than me.
Well, I wouldn't say it's insecure. I'd say that's just his innate instinct to want to provide for his woman, and it's emasculating.
Just let her
It's
finish.
emasculating to feel like you're not being the one providing for her. I wouldn't say that's a wrong thing to do. Is want to make
like,
more.
Because I'm like even if it was just a little bit more, and he's still like saying like, no, I have to be the breadwinner. Totally, like the fact that you make $3,000 a year more than me is like a no. It's like a no-go. That's messed up to me.
It's not clear if it's because of intimidation. I don't think men are intimidated by women who are successful or by women who make a lot of money.
My ex
if they're not willing to date them just because they make too. Well, what is it about then?
My ex was definitely.
It's typically more so. It's less about the actual money and more about like perhaps if you become hyper successful in business, that typically means cultivating certain personality traits that may not necessarily be conducive in a relationship. Like for example, a woman who's a lawyer, which I think good for you, fantastic. However, in order to be a lawyer, you're probably going to be someone who's temperamentally disagreeable. You have to be disagreeable. You're probably going to be a bit more in your masculine. You're going to be to some degree argumentative, and I don't think that certainly, I mean, look, certainly a male lawyer can be argumentative too in a relationship, although typically I'll save that for later, but I mean, you're going to adapt certain more masculine traits, and most men probably don't want to date like hyper masculine women and quarrelsome women. So.
But that's silly because they're looking at the income and they're seeing it as a proxy for all of those like perceived negative traits. And if that's like kind of an automatic no, like she can't be earning more than me because I know for sure she's going to adopt those like masculine traits and I'm not going to like that. That's what I'm criticizing. It's like, whether it's intimidation, insecurity, like just that kind of like ick factor is silly to me. Because until you get into it, until you know for sure that like, yeah, this person out-earns me, and I think part of the reason that they out-earn me is because they have these like dominant characteristics that I don't really vibe with, then that's fair because I guess you gave them a chance. But to just be biased out from the start and disqualify them as like, no, I could never be with someone who out-earns, that's silly to me.
Well, he wants to provide for his woman. And he doesn't have the power if she's out-earning him.
Yeah, that's intimidation to me.
Well, the man's supposed to have that sort of power, that type of power in the relationship. That's like instinctual.
If that's what they want and they, I guess, deny themselves the opportunity to date somebody just on that basis alone, it's silly to me.
But we even have women who've come on the show, and I've seen examples of this, women who are successful high earners, but they still consider themselves traditional women. Mm-hmm. But the sort of traditional order of things typically was the man's the breadwinner, the woman, maybe she has a side, whatever, like small thing, but he's the breadwinner and she takes care of the internal household. So you have these hyper successful women who make a lot of money, but they still look to the man to fall into his traditional roles when it comes to being a leader, perhaps being dominant and being masculine in the relationship. But that can potentially cause conflicts.
So what if she out-earns you just by a little bit, but she is like submissive and docile in like every other respect, and he still says, no, I'm not going to do it because I think maybe it'll lead to it, or like for sure just no? Would you say that that's intimidation or insecurity?
I don't think it has anything to do with intimidation or insecurity. I think what men often find is women who are hyper-focused on their career typically tend to adopt character traits, which are perhaps not always, but
I said
are not
out-earns,
conducive.
not like rich. Just out-earns. Because she could be out-earning him at like a blue collar job. Like if she's a nurse and he is a teacher, she might make slightly more.
My
But that doesn't
mom
mean she's like grinding or whatever. It just means she's like,
Well, those
that
men,
pays more.
I think we can both acknowledge, though, that there are men who are probably totally fine with and who have no issue with their dating a woman who makes more money than they do.
Yeah, and I think that's like based. If they don't see that as an issue or as like an immediate like preference that they need to disqualify a woman for dating, then I think that's a good mindset.
And me personally, like, I would not be intimidated by a girl who earns more than me. However, it could very well be the case that, again, not all women, but it could be the case if she does out earn me, then she's hyper focused on her career. She might have adopted certain personality traits that I don't want in a partner. So it's not about being intimidated. I'm just not attracted to like really hyper masculine women. So, but I agree with you. There can be super feminine women, but they're just killing it, and they're able to sort of compartmentalize to some degree between their relationships and their career.
Would you be comfortable with it if your partner out earned you significantly?
Me personally, I wouldn't care, but
would you judge a man for like, I guess, looking at that as a metric to try to predict?
That's fine. And this, I think men can, because there's a huge cohort of women who want men to also be providers, and they don't want to contribute equally to the household income. So just in the same way that women are allowed to have that preference, men, certainly the men who don't want to date women who earn more than them, they ought to date women who earn less or who want to be stay-at-home wives. Like, it's just it seems to me like it's a mismatch of values. Those men probably tend to lean traditional. I think the issue is you have women who are these hyper successful boss babe types, yet in their relationship they still want the guy to be the leader. They want the guy to take initiative, do all these things. But in order for your man to be a leader, you need to be a follower. And I think a lot of women don't want to be followers in their relationship. Yet they desire traits, they desire leadership traits, but they don't want to be a follower.
Yes.
Do you think that like the boss babe types are the type to want a man to still be a leader? Or do you think they're completely fine
I
being
would
the
argue
one in the relationship that kind of like wears the pants, so to speak?
I don't think typically like women are, I mean, even really successful women, they actually probably want even more masculine men to almost have to, like, they're super masculine, so they have to like get someone who's super masculine, I guess. I don't know.
To like level it out.
Yeah.
I guess it's just weird. Like, I look at, women that I went to school with, or like friends of, like, I have 2 friends that are in law school right now, and like the idea that they would ever like struggle to find a partner, even with like all of their success, even if they're still demonstrating that like disability, I'm just saying, I think if that was the reason why they were having trouble, it would be silly to me.
It's not, I mean, it's, a woman's career doesn't make her more attractive to a guy. Like your success, your money does not make you more attractive to men.
People, I think, just end up dating within their socioeconomic backgrounds. For the most part.
Sure, for the most part.
Like what you're saying, like, I don't think a man would ever, like, I guess, look at like a super wealthy dude, but you're saying like, oh, he might be dating like a Target employee or something like that. It's like maybe he'd be open to it, but it's just not common statistically.
I think it's actually very common.
I agree with Brian. I agree with Brian.
Okay, all right, some common ground here. We got some common ground. All right.
Because high value men don't care how much their women make.
Yeah.
High value men don't care if you're freaking a janitor or a nanny.
They do care. They don't care if you don't make as much, but they care if you make too much.
They just want to make sure you don't.
But they care if you make too much. Yes.
That's what
I also agree with that.
No, it's not.
I don't think
it's not about the money.
It's not
really not about the money.
Just because
it depends on the partner that you're with, literally.
Go ahead, finish your thought.
Just because of I've met some guys like that try to do it in the control aspect of, oh, I don't care what you do for work, so you're a Target employee, and then she's relying on him for money, you know what I mean? And then that goes sour, and then what? I can understand that part, right? But I can also understand like
it's not about the money. Like if it's about one, kind of how you're going to be prioritizing your time. For example, if we're talking long-term dating, I assume at some point there's if you want to have children, a woman who really prioritizes her career over having kids, that is part of the calculus of if a man's going to want to get involved with a woman.
So let's flip it. Do you think it would be reasonable for a woman to say, I actually don't want a really financially successful and career focused guy because I'm scared that he's not going to be there for me emotionally or to take care of his kids?
But I mean, that's sort of been the setup for time.
I know, in this hypothetical though, for this woman, do you think that that's ridiculous of that woman to make the assumption that because he's financially successful and career focused that he couldn't be a good father and a good boyfriend emotionally?
No.
You think that's fine, or you think it doesn't make sense?
Can you repeat it one more time?
Okay. You have a woman who is telling you that she's not interested in dating a man who is that financially successful or career focused, and actually sees that as somewhat of a negative trait because she's worries that he's not going to be there to raise his kids and that he's not going to be there emotionally.
Because he's too busy.
Because he's too busy with his career.
Are you asking me if that would be a valid concern for a woman to have?
Yeah, do you think that makes sense?
Yes.
Do you think it's possible for men to be good fathers and also career focused?
Yes.
Okay, why isn't it possible for women to be career focused and good mothers?
I didn't say that.
I'm making the assumption based off the reverse of it.
No, one has no connection with the other.
No, because you were saying men would reject women for making too much money because they would be maybe too masculine, too career focused, and they wouldn't be able to be at home and do domestic duties.
Well, first off, there's a biological difference when it comes to actually carrying a child and giving birth to said child.
Mm-hmm.
That's a little bit.
You don't think single fathers can be good fathers? Mm-hmm. As good of fathers as
you are really putting. I did not say that.
You didn't say it explicitly, but the things that you're saying are
Single
leading me to
fathers
assume that you might think that.
I actually think single fathers typically do better than single mothers.
Okay.
In raising children. So that's not what I said at all.
Okay.
But I'm not sure where the connection is coming from.
Okay, here's the thing. Men and women are different.
This is like that Jordan Peterson interview with Kathy Newman on BBC or whatever. So what you're saying is, that's not what I'm saying. How about the words that come out the words that come out of my mouth is what I'm saying, and I did not say that.
Okay, do you understand, Brian, that sometimes things that we say can have implications beyond what we explicitly say?
When you argue with semantics of the words that you pick, it's literally straw manning. That's not debating in good faith.
I'm jumping to conclusions, then fine, I jump to a conclusion.
No, you're just here to clip farm, literally.
Okay. Are we moving on? I don't know where to go from here.
Straw manning. That's not really nice, Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Look.
Sorry, I was being mean. I didn't mean to be mean. I don't know.
Always with these scenarios. Okay.
I'm trying to isolate variables and test how far you go with it because in one respect you were willing to say.
No, you're arguing semantics.
You were willing to.
Can I say something? So I had this sugar daddy in Texas, and he had 3 baby mamas and 3 different kids with him. And he was such a terrible father because he would always tell me how he was oh my God, my baby mamas do all the work, bless them, because in the real world, when I go home to the house, those kids are way too much for me to handle and deal with, and I'm so glad that I get to leave that house and go to my condo at the end of the night and sleep by myself. So it's sad. And he's a very high, he makes a lot of money, you know what I mean? And for me to hear that, I was ew, you're a shitty dad because he buys the baby mamas Teslas, and they all live on the same house, all on the same street in a nice house and stuff like that. But it's just at the end of the day,
his presence is gone.
Yeah, his presence is gone, and he's working, and that's kind of what she was saying, and that's why I was putting that story in there, because I was wow,
it's
that's crazy.
Maybe he financially provides, but I think a lot of women would feel there's something missing from their relationship, and that's not going to be compensated for the fact that he's financially providing for them. If you don't have a partner who's there for you emotionally, if you don't have a partner who's there to be a present father, I think that's a disadvantage.
And not only that, but think of their kids too,
I think women would take a man with a more modest salary who's more present in his kid's life than a man who is more financially successful.
That's a totally different fucking conversation.
Okay. Yeah.
That's a totally different conversation. Your original thing was, men are intimidated by women who make a lot of money. It's a
They
totally
can
different.
be. Who out earn them, not who make a lot of money. That's different. I just said out earn. You can be both. You can both be in poverty. Okay, you can both make $20,000 a year, but maybe like he makes $20,000, she makes $25K a year. Or I gave the example of a nurse and a teacher.
Okay, what about you?
Seriously?
What's an unfair preference that like men can have for women?
Having like the perfect body, I think.
Okay.
It's an unfair preference.
For men to care about a woman's to
Like
have.
specifically only like women, like if they have like a big butt or like big boobs or like, you know, like just like have a specific.
Do you think if you ask most men, they would say that a woman needs to have a perfect body in order for them to date them?
I know a lot of people that like.
Can you speak closer to the mic,
I know a lot of
please?
people that feel that way.
What if he has the perfect body? Is he allowed to have that preference, or is that only for the men who are out of shape?
I feel like it
Because
just.
I would argue a man with like a really nice body can be allowed to prefer women with nice bodies.
Do you think it's okay for women to have height preferences?
I feel like it just depends, but I just feel like it's just unfair for
Consciously
either
or
way.
What's
subconsciously?
unfair? What's unfair?
Consciously?
What?
No, that's a bit
What's
shallow, yeah.
stop? What's unfair?
For a guy to just like a girl to have. I mean, I guess that just goes for hookups mostly.
What? I mean, what does it matter if it's for a hookup or for a relationship?
I just feel like that's.
Is it? Let me. Okay. Is it? Do you think it's unfair for a guy to care about a woman's physical appearance?
I mean, I think it's unfair for them to only care about the physical appearance.
Fair enough.
Okay.
I don't know.
Do you think men only care about women's physical appearance? No. But do you think a majority of men only care about a woman's physical appearance?
No.
Okay. I didn't mean to like push you into a position that, because your previous point was you think it's unfair for men to want women who to desire a perfect body.
What was the original question?
Is there any preference or standard that men have that you feel is like unfair or that you disagree with, or maybe it's
Okay,
Yeah,
so
so I
you
mean,
think
I'm
it's
just
unfair
saying-
when they have that, but you're not saying that all men have that preference?
I'm just saying that
So-
it's unfair that when they're like, oh, I just want like that to be one of their preferences, like, oh, they have to have
So
like
your
the perfect
answer
body.
doesn't really answer his question because he's asking preferences that men generally
all men-
tend
like,
to have.
generally?
Yeah.
Okay.
So then
yeah, that doesn't answer your question.
I thought what she was saying is that if a man has like unrealistic body standards for his girlfriend,
Right.
that is superficial and not attractive to her.
That's what I said.
Like if you're expecting your girl to look like a Victoria's Secret model before you'll even like consider dating her, that she's saying that's pretty superficial.
I would argue though that most men don't expect to date women who are on par with Victoria's Secret models.
No, probably not. I think most
she's
men
just
probably
saying
just want
if
like
they
I'm just saying,
average
yeah.
physical
I'm not
fitness.
saying every single
thin.
guy.
Okay.
But
cool.
on that note, though, what I would say is that actually women are far pickier when it comes to physical looks than men are.
Yeah, true.
Okay.
In what ways?
I disagree.
I mean, speaking for myself personally, I'm not saying it's a fact.
Please speak into the microphones, guys, if you're going to talk. Okay. I would say that when it comes to things that are outside of either gender's control, women care about far more things than the reverse. There are far more things when it comes to just purely physically speaking that women care about versus men. A lot of the things that make women physically attractive, that men find physically attractive, are in your control. The only exception would be like breast size. There's no way to really, I mean...
Breast augmentation.
Yeah, but I think like when you're... Without surgical intervention, but I don't want to advocate for surgical intervention because I'm against it. But of the things that are in your control that the vast majority of men will find attractive, a lot of that you have... Oh my God, bro. You do have in control. So,
Well, I think she was saying with like how common plastic surgery is and how it's like trendy for a lot of celebrities and models to have things like breast augmentations.
Most men don't find that attractive.
I think she was just saying if men adopt the preference of like wanting women who have lip fillers, who want women who have Botox, who have breast augmentations, that at that point these are unrealistic and like very demanding standards, because the average woman shouldn't have to get surgical intervention to be seen as like attractive to men.
No, bring that back.
You guys probably agree on that.
On what? Sorry, I was...
That the average woman shouldn't have to conform to a societal standard of beauty that has to include surgical intervention or like cosmetic like enhancement, like fillers, Botox, breast augmentations, to live up to like a beauty standard, that like men's beauty standard should not be including things like
It's
that.
not even men's beauty standard. Women see other women doing that shit. Most men think lip fillers look fucking ridiculous. Yet women see that shit and think, oh, okay, let me go inject this bullshit into my lips so I look like a fucking duck. No, dude. If you ask most men, go ask most men on the street, they don't like lip fillers, they don't like BBLs, they don't like lipo, they don't like fake tits.
But I think I agree with you, because I don't.
And
think
I don't.
I beg to differ.
Big labias matter.
Big
Right.
labias matter. Don't get fucking labiaplasty.
True. Okay. I think like I agree with you
Okay,
that
you've
most.
talked enough. Shut up. Okay, so
yeah,
like
I'm not saying like every guy's like that, but I know a lot of guys that like are like, oh, if they have a flat butt, like, oh, I don't want to be with them. Like I know a lot of guys that have been.
A lot of guys think that they have this type or standard, and then when you look at the people that they actually date, it's not really what
I'm
they.
just saying, like, I feel like that's something that shouldn't be a thing. Or
what shouldn't be a thing?
Not shouldn't be a thing. I feel like that's a.
You're talking way too fucking far from the mic. Please, would you just... I've asked repeatedly, everybody here, if you're going to speak, please speak up onto the mic. We told you multiple times before the show. Please, go ahead.
I don't know what I was getting at anymore.
Oh my God. Okay. So, what I'm trying to say is that when it comes to oh my God, dude, I'm so fucking frustrated. Sorry, guys. It's just like... There are far more things that women care about when it comes to physical looks compared to the reverse. For example, women care about height, women care about penis size, women care about men's physical size, way more, balding, all these things, right? A lot of these things are out of men's control. The only, whereas women just
either. I don't think that's right either. I'm saying for both ways, like, I'm just saying I feel like that's
right,
not right.
but like most women say they want to date a guy who's like 6 foot tall. That's like 10 to yes.
No,
yes.
that's not true.
The vast majority of women
I don't
are
care. Vast majority, okay. I guess I fall in that.
Yes, but with you cannot accept when I use these terms majority. You seem like you always want to argue the exception.
Because you make broad generalizations about women's preferences, but then we try to make broad generalizations about male preferences, and you push back on it.
But okay, but specifically on height, do you think it's a unfair broad generalization that generally speaking, women have a strong preference for tall men?
You're not just stating that fact, though. You're saying that preference is bad. Right?
I didn't say that.
Do you think that?
What do you mean?
Do you think women having a height preference for men is toxic?
It's not whether I think it's bad or not. I simply accept that it is. I accept
you can
that.
I'm asking you to make a judgment. Do you think it's
I don't
good?
know. I don't, because I think there's probably to some degree there's a biological basis for women being attracted to large men, tall men, because they're more capable of protecting women. There's an evolutionary reason, biological reason for women to be attracted to that.
I've heard of that.
Yeah. So now, however, do I think it gets into delusional territory when, for example, a woman who's 5 foot demands like a guy who's 6'3"? I think that's like a little it can get into delusional territory. But I accept that women are attracted to tall men.
I don't accept that. I think it's not good.
Well,
I think it's not good for women to have unrealistic height standards.
Sure, I mean, and I think women are not beholden to these base biological instincts to date really tall men, but the reality is that generally speaking, most women would prefer to date a guy who's taller.
Well, the 5'2" girl only exists because her father isn't over 6 foot, right? So there are obviously
short kings.
The short women exist because women reproduce with guys who are short. So
sure, but generally speaking, women care quite a lot about height. So
I only really care if he's taller than me.
Okay, that's fine, and that's a lot
like
of
most
that's a
girls would
lot
say
of
that.
women. A lot of women will say that they, as long as the guy's taller than me. But there's also a lot of women who will say, I want a guy who's X height, 5'10", 6 feet, like.
When it comes to unrealistic standards, I think it's just like you come up with this standard so that you can protect yourself from being rejected. Like, oh, I didn't want them anyways.
Sure.
They didn't fit my unrealistic standard.
Okay. Do you have anything on this question?
About the whole like
On like preferences that you.
I think it, like I said, it just depends on your partner. I know a lot of people that are actually married, and to where the man's, you know, he brings in the money, and then the woman, you know, stays home, cooks, cleans, and stuff like that. I have a brother that is a stay-at-home dad, you know, so, and then his wife works. So it just depends on your partner, to be honest, and if, yeah.
Okay. Here, really quick on this, because it's kind of related to the preference thing. I need to wrap up the show in about 20 minutes. Do you guys object to men's preference for dating a woman who has a low body count? We'll go around the table, starting with you. Go ahead.
Do I object to a... Say the question one more time?
Okay,
Sorry.
I will repeat myself again. Do you object to men having a preference or otherwise caring about a woman's body count?
I think it's dumb.
Okay. You think it's dumb?
Yeah.
Okay, what about you?
Come back to me.
No, I don't object.
I think it's dumb too.
Any other descriptive words? Is it insecure, maybe? Might be insecure. Is it insecure?
I mean, it's just like, why does it matter about whose body count?
Okay.
You know what I mean? It's like...
Why does it matter? Okay.
Yeah, I just feel like if you like them, it shouldn't matter about their body count.
Okay, what about you?
I don't really know. Like, that's just their perspective. Like, if a man doesn't want to be with a woman that's been with 20,000 other men, then good for him. You know, some men don't care.
This kind of plays on to what I was going to say about the other question. I mean, if somebody has their own preference, then that's their own preference. And to be honest, I don't think that they should be, like, shamed for their preferences. I mean, it might make some people insecure, and I think that's a lot from where insecurities stem from. But I think it's more not what the preferences are, but what the other person thinks the preferences are. Like how we were talking about how Angie said about the body types, and how Brian said that, like, men don't actually think that. It's just females think that because they do it, and then they see other women doing it. But about body count, same thing. I just think that, like, a preference is a preference, and same thing with what she said. Like, if you don't want to date somebody who has a high body count and you want someone with a low body count, then great. Like, I just don't think it matters.
Do you think a guy might be insecure if he prefers a woman with a low body count?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think that your preference is your preference, and I don't think you should be insecure at all about any preference that you have.
Mary?
I don't object to men having a preference for low body count, but also I think that there are a lot of girls who get rejected because they're sexually inexperienced.
Women get rejected because they're sexually inexperienced?
There are a lot of girls I've seen say, like, yeah, guys rejected me because I said that I didn't want to sleep with them, and I'm
Oh,
a
that's
virgin
different.
or whatever.
I think
if
that's
they say
different,
like they're
though.
a virgin, they get rejected. If they say they don't want to sleep with anyone before marriage, they get rejected.
But
I've seen a lot of girls say that.
It's not clear to me if they're getting rejected because of their low body count. It's probably they're getting rejected because they don't want to have sex with the guy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like the guy doesn't want to stay.
And if he's rejecting you for that, then and you want marriage, then good.
Yeah,
like if you're waiting
exactly.
till marriage and he's
That's a good
rejecting
thing.
you because you're waiting till marriage, then great.
But I don't think that there's like
But it kind of pushes back on the idea that all men prefer low body count.
No, but I don't see the
they
core.
would.
When it comes to wifing, they usually do. Usually.
No,
I guess
but
there's exceptions.
if a virgin girl was prepared to have a one-night stand with the guy, I don't think the guy is going to turn her down because of her low
Yeah.
body
I don't mean
count.
by, like-
I think
Right.
guys are typically, they're rejecting women who happen to have low body counts or who are virgins because they don't align on
They're not easy.
the timeline. Right, but I don't think they're not rejecting them because of that. It just, you could have a body count of 50 and tell a guy, I want to wait until marriage, and he could very similarly reject you because you don't match up on when you want to, the speed with which you want to start having sex in the relationship.
Yeah, I think when you said inexperience, I think it gives the impression that what you mean is like guys would reject a woman for not having like enough, I guess, of a sexual background because it's like, oh, what if she's bad in bed? Right? But I don't think that's what you meant. I think you're just saying that like a woman who maybe is like a virgin or is not going to sleep on like the first date or whatever, like can be a turnoff for guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The values need to be aligned
Mhm.
for that concept to work, you know?
Brian, I'm going to remind you about the images you wanted to direct.
No. Did you answer?
I don't think it's unfair. I think it's a fine preference to have.
Okay.
So are we talking like an actual like confirmed kill? You should care.
A what?
An actual confirmed kill. I mean, you should care. But that was a joke. So I don't know what that body count confirmed kill. Yeah.
All right.
Haha. If you Call of Duty, that's actually funny. Okay. Yeah. No, it matters.
Okay. All right. So, trying to remember. So, okay. So, you said it was insecure, or I forgot.
Dumb.
I don't know. Dumb. Newsflash: men care about body count. It's totally valid for a guy to care about body count. I care about body count. A woman, I would not want to date or even sleep with a woman who had a high body count.
What's a high body count?
I mean, it depends on age, but like honestly, some men might even think this is like, I'd say over 10, you're getting into high body count territory. I think.
How many body counts do you have?
How many?
That's
I
bodies
don't.
irrelevant
Well,
and different.
He has one
Before-
body count, but how many?
we're gonna go. Actually, before I should have. But for those of you who said body count shouldn't matter, what's your body count?
Well, I want to know yours.
Maybe I'll save it till the end. But wait,
asked
before you leave. Before you leave, one
I
thing.
asked
One thing.
first. I'm skipping this one.
Didn't you answer it last time? Did you answer this last time?
Possibly.
I forgot. What do you mean possibly? Wouldn't you know?
There's no way.
I don't remember like
I don't
everybody's
remember.
answers. You don't remember if you answered it or not? Okay. Cause
So what's your body count?
No,
No, I asked first though.
I will give you my answer to the question after we go around the table.
Okay.
Go ahead. No. You answer.
I'm skipping.
Why you just answer the question? You said body
Brian,
count.
I'm not
you
trying to
said,
piss you off.
You
I'm
said
not trying
body
to piss you
count.
off. Respectfully, I don't want to answer the question right now.
That's fine, but you did say body count doesn't matter, right? Did you answer it last time?
Brian, I'm telling you right now, I
but-
can't recall.
Was this? She's pleading the fifth. Okay. Did she answer it last time? Nick, were you here? Do you remember?
Okay, well, can we just go around the table and then you tell
I
us
can
yours?
guess mine.
And then she'll feel like telling you.
It'll be fair. It'll be fair. It's only fair because I asked. It's only fair because
Okay,
I asked first.
All right. Go ahead.
What's
Body count.
Oh, I'm not gonna share my body count.
Did you say body count doesn't?
I didn't answer. I said come back to me, and then you.
Do you
asked
have a
the
short
body
answer?
count
Do you have a short
question.
answer on that?
I think in the same way you were saying that you disagreed that when I asked about like the like. Do you want me to answer? You look annoyed. I don't know.
I'm trying to
If
see
you don't
this is
care,
gonna
that's
be
fine. But then skip me.
Bro,
You look so irritated with having this conversation. You're the host. You asked me. I don't know if you really want the answer.
You don't have to be meta over whether I'm annoyed or not. I asked for a short answer. Go ahead.
I accept it.
Huh?
I accept it. Like
Accept that
I
men
kept
have a
asking you to give a
preference.
normative claim earlier about whether or not you thought a woman's preference for a height is good, and you're like, I accept it. So
Okay.
men, you stated most men. You think it's fine
Dude,
that
you're
men
so
have that.
You're so.
So
Can you
I
just
accept
answer
it.
the question? Can you just please answer the question?
If guys have a preference for a woman with a low body count, because they think that means they have similar values, then that's fine.
So what you're saying is, in order for a guy to have a preference for a woman with a low body count, he too must also have a low body count. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yes. So it's consistent.
Okay. I think that's fine. I don't necessarily think it's...
Body count ends up being the proxy for values. Because he assumes if she has a high body count, she's probably a hoe. I don't like doing that. I don't want hoe women, so I don't want her to have a high body count.
What about you?
I'm not hiding. I've been doing this since I was 21, so I would guess 1,000.
1,000 plus?
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess so.
Sure.
But forgive me if I keep getting up because I
Sure.
was just hungry and forgot.
What about you?
3.
3? Okay. What about you?
I do not want to disclose that information because.
Do you want to do a range instead of like just a range?
No, I mean,
You
like,
could.
that's.
You don't have
my
to.
sexual activity is what's going on between me and my partner. The whole world doesn't need to know how many people I had intercourse with or anything like that. That's me and my personal business. So
Sure.
I'm just not going to answer that.
6.
Okay.
0.
My husband.
Just one?
Mm-hmm.
Plead a 5th.
Oh, Nick, you... Okay, Nick, if someone talks to you, you still got to prioritize, like... Okay.
Should we go again?
Okay, 0, 1... What was it?
Plead the 5th.
Plead the 5th.
What's yours?
Multiply it by 3, and that's the real number.
I also plead the 5th. I do not disclose
0.
that information. That's my answer to that. Let's see, I'm trying to...
Well, if he prefers a woman with a low body count, I would assume you have a very low body count also, right?
No, I don't think that, and I don't think it would even make you hypocritical if, as a guy, you had a high body count, but you had a preference for a woman with a low body count. I don't think it makes you hypocritical.
Why not?
Because men and women are different.
No one disagrees that men and women are different, but why doesn't it make you hypocritical?
I don't.
Because it's
Because you need not possess a trait to desire it in a partner. In the same way that short women like tall men, in the same way that non-funny
So you're
women
allowed to be
like
a
funny
hoe?
men. Yo, stop fucking interrupting, please. Fuck.
You can't sleep with 100
Let me finish my
people and
fucking
not
points.
Get genital herpes. Condoms don't protect you. It makes you 7x more likely to contract HIV, sexual battery if you don't disclose to future partners, and taking kidney-damaging medication for life. Body count matters.
Jay Butler, yes, and body
The
count.
HIV thing isn't even a crime in California, though.
God, bro. What was that? Was that the modem? Was that the modem, Nick? That got hit? Okay.
What if she had a high body count, but she completely renounced her past hoe life and kind of changed, became super religious, became I'm never gonna sleep with somebody again unless I marry them?
What are you asking me? Would I date her? No. No.
Okay, I'm just saying can
disqualifier if you have a high body count, even if it's in your past.
Even
yeah.
if you change. Okay.
Yeah. Yep. It's just it's don't want to date with a woman.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
So, what age range do you typically go for when you date women?
What age range?
Yeah.
I'd say generally speaking, I generally date women around my age, so late 20s to early 30s. I've dated women older than me. Late 30s, I've dated women.
So relatively
into
25 and up.
I've dated women in their mid 40s. I shouldn't say.
Brian.
I've dated one woman.
But I'm just saying 25 and up.
Well, I mean, generally speaking, I would say most of the women I date are around my age. But if some hottie 21-year-old DM'd me, I would date a 21-year-old.
But they don't.
Yeah, but what if they had a high body count?
Huh?
What if they had a high body count, though?
At 21?
Yeah.
At any age, it's undesirable for a partner, for me.
But so you're saying that you would want to get with a 21-year-old, that's fine if she was a hottie, but...
That's not what...
Yeah, you said if she was a hottie and she was 21, you'd be down to date her, right?
But are you trying to weave this in, but she has a high body count? Is that...
No. I'm trying to bring in something else here.
Okay, go ahead.
So, and then I said, well, she has a high body count, and then you were like, she has a high body count, being 21.
Are you arriving at the point?
Yeah, how does that... Are you trying to
What?
insinuate that
If she has a high body count, it's a no.
It doesn't matter what her age. If she has a high body count, it's undesirable.
Are
Age
you
doesn't
asking like
matter.
what's high for 21?
No,
No.
I don't know.
There
No.
wasn't a point.
Oh, I thought that's
No,
what
I
you
was
were
just
There wasn't a point at all.
You're just no. It's it's a fair question to ask.
She's
Like,
learning from her.
it's a fair question to ask. What's the age range that you date? That's valid question. Here, let's move on. Really quick.
surprising that you dated a woman older than you.
Why is that surprising? There are plenty of attractive. There's attractive
I never
older
said
women.
they weren't unattractive. I'm just saying based off your like a lot of your other preferences or whatever with like how you're like the biological urges and stuff like that. A woman who's older is like her fertility window is closing. I don't know if you care about those things. Maybe you don't. Like by dating a woman who's like in her 40s, you're already kind of accepting that you probably won't like have children with her, but maybe you don't want kids.
Yeah, but you could. In certain periods of your life, maybe you're just looking to casually date. Again, like there are attractive women of varying ages. I would say, generally speaking, I would say generally speaking, men are most attracted to women between the age of like 18 to 25 from a purely physical perspective, like physical looks. But yeah, I don't know.
Is there like an age gap for you that's like you wouldn't do? Like you won't date a woman who's like 10 years your senior, or like if you connect, you don't care?
Oh, I dated a woman, this was even like 2 or 3 years ago. I think I was 30, 31.
Mm-hmm.
I dated a woman who was 45. Granted, she didn't have kids. She was very attractive.
I think that's kind of cool though.
She was cool, but generally speaking, that was the only woman in her 40s I ever dated. So, but yeah, I don't know if that adequately answers the question, but
yeah, I was just curious.
But generally speaking, if for example, a 21-year-old, probably more physically attractive than she will be at 31 than she will be at 41, from just a purely physical looks thing, and then probably fewer bodies, fewer past relationship trauma and baggage. So there are definitely some pros to dating a younger adult woman compared to someone who's older.
Was it a red flag to you that she was 45 and single and didn't really have you're saying she's very attractive? I assume she didn't really have I guess a lot of relationship experience. She'd never been married. Was that a red flag to you?
Not necessarily. I think she had been she was like in a 10-year relationship or something, and yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, final question, kind of related to my question about any preferences that men have that you disagree with. And I'm going to start with Erin on this one. Actually, maybe I start with you. We'll go, I don't know, I'll figure it out. Do you object to men not wanting to date a transgender woman?
No.
Okay. Well, maybe we'll start with you and then go around.
I simply just don't think it's any of my concern.
What do you mean?
Like
You don't care either way?
It's none of my business.
I think it's fine to have genital preferences.
So, but you'd be fine then, if a guy said, hey, I don't want to date a transgender person, you're cool with that? You'd be fine with that?
If a guy told a transgender person that he didn't want to date her, would
Yeah.
that be fine with me?
No, just he blanket did not want to date a transgender woman. Do you object to that, or you think that's fine?
I think it's that's their business. That's their thing. You know what I mean?
Would you judge them for it?
She's saying she's fine with it. It doesn't matter to her.
No.
If they don't want to date a transgender person, they shouldn't have to.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't object.
I don't object.
Same, your preference is your preference.
Okay. Sure.
That doesn't
That's totally fine.
make him
What about racial
transphobic or
preference?
bigoted
No,
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
That doesn't make him, and if he does want to, does that make him
No.
gay or
No.
They're allowed to.
that doesn't make him?
No.
Does that
Choose.
No.
They're not going to
Freedom of choice.
Gay men don't date trans women.
Yeah, I know, but
I think they do, but
yeah.
They do.
Go on, Mary.
Mary, please.
what?
Say it.
Say what?
All right, I'm going to do these last chats. We have Grid One Motorsports. Hey, thank you, man. Scientifically, body count matters as it is proven to have negative potential for relationships, high chance of divorce and cheating. Psychologically, no man wants a 304. Lots of other reasons too. Okay, thank you, Grid One. Appreciate it. We have Asian Bandit. I want that blonde religious girl in the back in black.
Don't.
Oh, okay. I didn't. Sorry, I didn't see the. I just started reading it. Okay, I'm not gonna. Sorry.
Yeah.
We have. I clicked it. I started reading it. I didn't see the rest. Whatever.
Thought he donated again.
We have Fally here coming up in just a sec. Fally says, I am now very grateful for finding this podcast because it gives me something in the background to listen to while playing my games. Fally, what games are you playing, dude? Thank you for making this platform, Brian. Also, Erin is the only girl so far who excessively wants your opinion on everything.
Excessively.
Excessively. Oh, man.
Are you hating on him?
No. I have a boyfriend.
Okay, I think
The
we're...
chat is gonna ship. Watch out.
I don't think so.
Oh, shit. Whoops. Hold on. All right. Any final thoughts before we wrap up? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Final thought? Anybody? Abigail, I know you got some hot takes to drop.
Like what?
You got some hot bombs to
I
drop?
can't think of it. I mean, I can't think of anything on the spot, but if you want to hear what I have to say, I have a YouTube, Abigail Kintner. Follow it. That's all I have to say.
Okay.
What do you think about feminism, Abby?
I think it's destructive. I think I don't think feminists are as evil as we paint them to be. I think they have good intentions. Most do, at least. But I think it turned into something very damaging because it affected the natural dynamic between a man and a woman, not only in relationships but societally. I think the patriarchy is good because men are meant to lead, and so they did a decent job leading. So I think women are more fulfilled when they have kids and they don't have to work. Generally, there might be an exception to the rule, but feminism is pushing women to work. It's damaging. They should be mothers, yada, yada. I feel like we've all heard it.
That was beautiful.
Thank you.
That was beautiful. Okay, let me just double check, make sure we're all caught up on anything. I guess on the... Let me shout out Twitch one last time and then we're gonna wrap. Yo, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a prime sub. Yo, Texas, thank for the prime. Hollow, thank for the prime. Panda, thank for the prime. Appreciate it. I'm gonna raid somebody over on Twitch. I think we'll do...
Fresh and fit.
What's that?
I said fresh and fit.
No, we're not.
Yeah,
not
shout out
raiding
the Fresh and Fit Discord.
Dude, don't... Oh my God. Okay.
The Discord, though.
Let me see. Hold on. One sec, guys. Oh, yo, Slime, thank you for the prime. Thank you. Appreciate it. Q-Dog, thank you for the prime. Oh, man, thank you, guys. Chup, man, thank you for the prime. Let's see. Fuck it. We're not going to raid anybody. There's nobody, none of my people I follow are online. Bring it back really quick just so I can shout out everybody who just... Yo, Pub Test, thank you for the 5 subs, man. Appreciate it. Okay. Sandwich, thank you for the prime. Appreciate it. Okay, that was an interesting show. I think I fucking lost my mind during it. I definitely... okay.
Sorry.
It is what it is.
Did you have fun?
No, I did not have fun. That was torture.
Thanks for having us.
5 hours of pain suffering.
It was 5 hours and
Was Sunday fun?
Sunday was better. Sunday was better. I don't know. The panel was a bit big and a lot of little disruptions and whatnot. And I just, it's...
Feels like Dave was only here for like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Looking back
Yep.
on it. Weird.
Yep.
A long time.
Ricardo in my chat here, I don't know if Ricardo's still watching, he did say that Dave Rubin's question was done in bad faith, and I do think it was kind of a bad faith question, but I mean, what...
Call him right now. Speakerphone.
It's okay. But whatever. Okay, we're going to wrap up, guys. Thank you for tuning in. One sec, let me get my thing. Last call, hit the like button, please, on your way out. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, supports the show. Thank you to the panel. Any women who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. We will be live again Sunday, 5 p.m. Pacific. 07's in the chat. We will see you next time. Good night, guys.